the keepers of the sacred elements, R.E.Collins. In realms unseen, where magic thrives, reside the keepers of all elements alive. The keepers of this element move with grace, their breath a melody, a symphony in space. In their presence, nature finds a willing ear, as the keepers of elements hold nature dear. Anonymous. Prologue. Sacrifice and servitude, as legend would have it, have had their roots in 𝐿 since its very foundation, when the original founding members had found themselves unceremoniously swept through a vortex by a gust of wind that created itself out of thin air. So then, on one unassuming day, a very long time ago, a peculiar trio of a mouse, an ostrich, and a bear sat flummoxed on barren ground. Bewildered and seemingly alone, they sat with just a moment to reflect on the remarkable and instantaneous changes that had occurred. They had come to an almost instant understanding of what and who they were, something that was mostly unknown to them only moments previously. And such it was, in those first moments in this new great land, which would later be known as 𝐿, that the mouse understood himself to be a mouse, the ostrich understood himself to be an ostrich, and the bear, too, understood himself to be a bear. What was even more fascinating to the three was that for the first time in their small-minded and simplest of lives, the three knew exactly what and who each other was. Why and how they knew such things were the first of many curiosities bestowed upon the three, this one of which would never be solved, and if it were to be admitted by the three, they all enjoyed the mysteriousness of it. However, the topic would certainly come to be a grateful distraction while traversing their new habitat. On arrival to this land, certain facts became apparent. Where they once only recognized the other species in the most basic of ways, that being through smell and their own visual perceptions of each other's size, and whether another species was friend, food, or foe. In this new land, they went through sudden and quite terrific circumstances with full knowledge and appreciation of one another's very particular countenances. It had also come to their acknowledgement that each now understood a great many things, such as algebraic formulas and recipes for tea cakes, and even how the processes for plant life photosynthesis work, along with an intricate understanding of most things botany. All three still felt they were in the infancy of understanding their great many new things, including the aforementioned lack of understanding of how they got to the very spot they had just now landed. The bear had fallen on his behind, directly facing the ostrich side, who also sat on his bottom with his very long ostrich legs stretched out before him. The mouse lay with his chin and belly on the ground, and his legs splayed out. He found himself between the knees of the ostrich's widely spread legs. The very first observation to occur was that of the bear, who took particular notice of the voluminous flare and colour of the ostrich's feathers. With an accelerated level of learning, and in just a moment or two of time, he was now so fully learnt that he could understand which exact colour of the plume the ostrich adorned, and recognised the colour of this plumage to be 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐿, and this colour was adorned with rich but soft cinnamon undertones. Quite delightful, the bear had decided for himself. In this moment of deep thought, the bear had decided he needed a name. A colour has a name, and so should he. The big brown bear had decided to call himself Frederick. He continued to ponder the magnificence of the plume of the ostrich, as he was rather partial to the colours beige and brown. This was probably the result of having also become newly attuned to his own shades of brown, which he had noted to be a deep, rich chocolate colour, with which he was most pleased. Frederick sat facing the left side of the ostrich, who was still sitting uncouthly facing forward, looked down, noticed the little mouse, and noted its colour too. He chuckled to himself. The little mouse was indeed a mousy white, A cliché colour indeed. The mouse noticed the attention of the bear and squeaked. Frederick gave a little growl in response. The ostrich turned and cocked his head, speaking in his ostrich tongue, offering a polite salutation. Frederick thought he looked like a serious fellow, and, with it, quite a smart face, and Frederick would soon find that he was correct in his summation, and that all that the little fellow needed was a pair of glasses, but he imagined the ostrich eyes too wide set to wear them. To his two companions, he gave them his name. As 𝐿 first inhabitants sat on a dirt-filled patch of ground, they came to discover that each had understood the other's native tongue, and this got them gabbling amongst each other for more than a few minutes about their most recent events. Their incessantness had failed to make them realize the occurrences that were happening about them. In the dullness and greyness of day, as the trio nattered, sprigs of green and brown began to shoot through the ground, and in seconds they grew, and then, in just a few minutes, the sprigs on the barren and lifeless land were transforming into lush forestry. It was not until shadows of the developing saplings had started crossing over the threesome and shading them that they had ceased their gabbling, and looked about them in astonishment once more. Upon seeing the sight, the mouse, unable to contain his curiosity, began scurrying amongst the grass. His excitement as he ran and sniffed the air had caused an almost fateful catastrophe. The little fellow had caught his little claws right on the edge of a huge embankment that was forming almost in the very spot in which he stood. He could feel the tremble of the ground and the groan of the earth separating right from where he stood. The ground shook, but only a little. This minor disturbance caused a sound so furious every fibre in his being seemed to tremble, and his eardrums could hardly take the sound. If he had been any further forward, he would have toppled into the chasm that had formed. With the ground ripped open and no longer moving, he could hear what sounded like the trickling of a small stream. The tiny fellow mustered up his courage and looked beside himself to see the water of the most crystal and pristine blue was rising up from the ground and trickling over the edge and into the chasm. He felt his little heart calm to its quiet rhythm of the gentle trickling. He was not calm enough to gather his wits completely, and he did not dare look over the edge before him, as he felt tiny bits of soil topple over the side of the massive gap in the ground at the tips of his claws. The chasm appeared to be so deep he could not hear the rocks hit the bottom. That may be because the water beside him in the newly forming stream was growing deeper. The ground had stopped moaning underneath him, but the sound of the water in the brook was ever increasing now, and morphing into the sound of a semi-violent, rushing river. He watched the brook develop into a deep, deep blue as the depth of its water increased. He could see the ground under the water sink further, or was the ground he was standing on rising? This he could not tell. Either way, all that he could discern was that the volume of water was increasing. Deep ripples and small waves were forming so quickly in the creek that it was now a full-flowing river that had turned into a gush of water flowing over the side of the mountain. The sound of the water flowing over the mountain now was roaring, and the ground was creaking and moaning once again. But he was too preoccupied with keeping his nerve to notice. The little mouse had found himself in a state of shock, and before he could gather himself, he felt himself being lifted up off of the ground and placed roughly 100 meters back from the ledge. He heard what may have been an inaudible gaggle from the ostrich, who was now coming to his senses, enough only to come to the realization that the ground was moaning and moving beneath him yet again. And of course, this placed little mouse into another state of nervousness. Then, in one instant, everything became still and quiet, except for the sound of the waterfall. The mouse and the ostrich stood unmoving for a moment, and when they felt that the danger had passed, they dared to look about them. The heartbeat of the mouse had slowed, and his nervous system hushed itself into a welcome reprieve. When the mouse and ostrich surveyed their surroundings, they spotted the river embellished with buttercup flowers. Birds of various kinds flew above their heads, and the smell of flowers of orange, pink, and purple perfumed the air. The sky, which had been what seemed only moments ago a dull, vast, grey colour of nothingness, was a perfect sky blue. The sun shone above, yellow and bright. Far enough in the distance to the north were snow-capped mountains, and to the east, the same distance away, was a forest of fir trees, and to the west it seemed barren. Nothing had seemed to form out there, except the sky seemed a darker shade of grey. The ostrich picked up the mouse from the ground and placed him within the bed of feathers on his own back for safety. Then, almost in unison, they remembered that they had not seen Frederick since before this great formation, and the ostrich took his long strides through the apple blossom trees and the cherry blossom trees in search of their comrade. Little Mouse was squeaking in nervous tones and running about on the back of the ostrich in a state of despair. This despair was for Frederick's concern and welfare. The ostrich could feel the movement over his back like one would feel a tickle, and he did his best not to be irritated by this action, as he knew the mouse meant no harm. He occupied himself instead, and with deep thought he looked about the place. As the ostrich did this, the beauty of this wonderland grew. It seemed to grow with almost every step that he took. He noticed cobbled footpaths were forming, and stone walls with vines of grapes and pomegranates in full bloom had grown over them. It was not lost on the ostrich that there were creatures of all kinds inhabiting this forestry, and it caused him to win. Why had they landed in this place with it, starting out so barren and becoming so lush and full of life so quickly? He did not know how to answer this, but all that he knew was that as each step that he took, and the more urgent concern for Frederick's welfare grew, the more abundant and richer this land grew. Rainbows were developing, and pots of gold were forming at their bases. Butterflies flew about them, and the vibrancy of colour increased in every living thing. I interrupted his thoughts by the mouse, who was now jumping up and down on the ostrich's head with no veritable force but with fierce and frantic repetition. The mouse was squeaking furiously to the ostrich to head west. He was not sure why the need to head west was necessary, but did so immediately. And as he did, a path of soft grass and firm ground formed beneath his claws. He could also make out large, juicy worms that were trying to bury themselves in the soil, and he could not resist picking one or two of them, and then 3, 4, 5, and even more as he made his way west. This irritated the mouse, as he took it to mean that the ostrich had forgotten the urgency with which they were tasked, which, of course, was finding Frederick. So, the mouse supposed the ostrich to have a right and thorough bird brain. This was not a compliment to the mouse's mind, and he figured that the big dumb ostrich would not even understand it to be an insult, even if he said it out loud. Little Mouse, despite his better judgment, began to moan and groan in his mouse language with various contemptuous mutterings. The little mouse caught himself in his own thoughts. Hadn't the ostrich just saved his life earlier in the day? Why was he so agitated with the big, dumb bird brain? He should be in a state of honour and gratitude, right? The mouse, in these moments of thought, had decided that it was out of his concern for Frederick that he took his frustrations out on the ostrich. This sets little Mouse's thoughts into greater turmoil, because he cannot understand his deep emotions for Frederick. It was not like the little mouse himself even knew Frederick all that well. They had only met each other for a few hours. or even just half a day? Shouldn't he have the same affection for the big dum-dum that had saved him from virtual death? He felt such a concern and attachment to the bear that he could not fully understand why, so he tried to keep his thoughts with the bear. He knew somehow that Frederick had found himself to be in some sort of predicament, though he did not know what it could be. His instincts, which were much greater than his size, told him to head west, which they were currently doing. "But this big dumb ostrich just wants to eat worms!" His own thoughts on the subject screamed in his head. So the little creature huffed and puffed as he ran back and forth along the length of the ostrich, trying to contain his frustrations. He ran from the top of the big dumb bird brain's head and down his long, thin, rubbery neck, which Little Mouse hated the feel of under his pads, and this, of course, added to his very turmoil, and then along his back and even up his tail. Unbeknownst to Little Mouse, this continued action not only enhanced his own agitation, but also agitated the ostrich. With both of them caught up in their own individual states of duress, they had failed to notice the fauna changing around them. The path they were on, which was lined with petunias and sunflowers, had begun to wither and shrivel. The flora was losing its vibrancy, and some of the smaller orange and purple petunias had begun to shrivel up, turn black, and die. Then, in the quietness and gentleness of the day, and out of a teeny tiny little pair of lungs, came a momentous roar which shook the leaves on the trees in the surrounding perimeters. "Will you stop eating those wretched worms, you big overgrown imbecile?" Little Mouse cowered and trembled at the sound of his own voice, barely able to comprehend that the thunderous demand was his own. The ostrich stiffened, but managed to gulp back the worm that was hanging out of his beak. He ruffled his plume on his back with severe annoyance, and hoped with urgency to shake the little vermin rascal off of his back and onto the ground. The mouse dug in his claws with enough tenacity for claws to dig into the skin of the ostrich and take hold so as not to fall such a long way down to the ground and risk breaking his spine or neck, for it seemed a long way down. With almost as much vehemence as the mouse himself, the ostrich let out an array of ostrich sounds. It was not that the mouse's claws had caused any considerable pain or hurt to the ostrich. His response to the behaviour of the mouse was one of pure annoyance and frustration and anger. This wretched little mouse, whom he had felt such affection for and rescued and carried on his back, could show him such contempt and ill will as to disrespect his services of transport and protection. He had even followed the little mouse's instructions, and all he got in return was insults and contempt. Now the little wretch had added injury to insult by drawing actual blood and doubling down on his very own back. This incensed the ostrich almost to no end, and he played around with every part of his body, from his talons to his wing-tips, from his tail to his beak, and screeched as he did so. "You contemptuous little brat rascal! How dare you hang on to me while insulting and disrespecting me? How dare you demand a ride on my back?" The ostrich was roaring, his body still a cacophony of movement, and spittle rained from his beak, landing even as far as meters away. The pair of them were absolutely incensed with each other by now, the ostrich still spraying himself around. He was running off pure adrenaline by now, and Little Mouse, digging his heels in with such force, was determined not to leave the ostrich's back, though, to a mind with more common sense, one would assume his personal safety would be greater had he been on the ground, especially for one who seemed to be constantly shot with nerves like Little Mouse. Most other beings would also be concerned for the bones and spine of the Little Mouse, and it would rightly be assumed that his very bones would too be more likely preserved in a fall rather than the bull ride he was currently enduring. But stubbornness had prevented common sense right about now, and it would seem that nothing would persuade the ostrich and the mouse from bellowing at one another with much infernal rage. If it could be possible, and it would seem that it was. The rage of the pair was abated by extremely loud thuds, and the ground shook even more than the ostrich flayed or the mouse roared. Both stopped in their tracks in a little shock, and the shock increased in both as they peered about them. The world around them had grown barren. The flowers had withered and hung limply. All the surrounding trees were dead and were falling all about them. Even the grass path under the ostrich pads had grown hard and rocky, and there was no sign of life at all, no soft grass underfoot, no fat, juicy worms, just barren rock, and this ground hurt the pads and claws of the ostrich. The ostrich, noticing his pain underfoot, raised his head and exhaled, hoping this action would give him momentary relief. He was thinking about how this kind of ground would never have bothered him back in the old land, but it sure did here, and he turned his attention to the sky for a distraction. The sky had turned back to a dull grey, and not a single wren could be heard chirping, nor a butterfly could be seen fluttering anywhere around. In unison the pair exclaimed, "What on earth?" The ostrich went on to very quickly note that they were not on earth, and the mouse readily agreed and said, "This looks just as it was when we arrived." "But worse," interjected the ostrich. "Had we travelled further west than we thought? But that doesn't make any sense. I was just eating worms as I walked, and then we stopped." The ostrich began questioning himself. "It makes no sense," the mouse squeaked. "Nothing makes sense here, though, nothing at all." The little mouse felt the ostrich wriggle a little underneath him. "Are you all right, Mr. Ostrich?" "I can just feel a little trickle of blood from your claw, and it is itching me. Let me clean it up for you." And so the mouse used the ostrich's own feather to do so by way of his own front paws. "Ah," sighed the ostrich, dropping his head with relief and gratitude, and he noticed the most peculiar thing. A little bit of grass grew beneath them. "Little mouse," the ostrich called, "the oddest thing has happened. I think I am beginning to understand something. Quick, come here." The mouse scurried to the top of Mr. Ostrich's head. "Look down, mouse. It is grass regrowing. I think I know what is happening here." Unfortunately, the grass did not survive very long underfoot, but it did not perturb Mr. Ostrich from sharing his theory with the little mouse, and the little mouse did not take long to agree with the theorizing of Mr. Ostrich. This exchange between the two about their theories and the agreement upon which they landed had then given way to very hearty apologies and a very lengthy discussion about what had led them to their uncouth and negative behaviour and treatment of each other. They had decided to put it all down to the overwhelming nature of events and the lack of time to process all such things involved with the unexpected arrival to a new planet or dimension, or wherever it was they currently found themselves. The little mouse concluded their healing by then thanking Mr. Ostrich for his rescue and allowing him to ride on his back all of the long distance they had just travelled. Mr. Ostrich accepted the little mouse's gratitude and suggested they now move on, deeper into the now barren and dead wasteland desert, as he did not know how much longer his feet would endure on this ground. "Well," said the little mouse, "onwards and forward to search out Frederick." "Onwards and forwards sounds like a redundant statement," Mr. Ostrich said, as he began the journey over the stony and rocky terrain. So, this began another back-and-forth bickering about what would and could be considered linguistic redundancies. Neither of them minded as they continued the journey forward. Both of them watched the purple and pink of the sun setting in the distance and admired it greatly, but neither mentioned this, both preferring to goad each other with silly arguments. In the end, they concluded that both of their own native tongues had legitimacies that should not be ignored or disrespected by the other, and were happy with their conclusions. After their proud resolution, they had argued back and forth about a great many things throughout the night as they walked, not quite knowing where they got the strength and energy to have continued for such a long time without tiring. A new tapestry of red and orange was beginning its ascent in the east, and it was noticing this that the little mouse and noble ostrich realized they had travelled through the night. "Well, we definitely don't know where we are now," squeaked the mouse. "One thing is for certain. This land looks very similar to where we first arrived, and not as barren as what we just left." "This is true, little mouse. I am not sure what to do from here. There has been no sign of Frederick at all, not one paw print. What on earth happened to him?" Curiosity and nervousness tainted the cries of the little mouse. "All I know is that I felt the need to travel west, and this was on nothing more than a hunch. I sincerely hope we haven't left him injured where we started. He was there 1 minute, and gone the next. It must have been after I left him to find you, and—" Mr. Ostrich paused his speech as he was seeing the now familiar development of the world around them. New grass was growing with even more vibrancy and lushness than the first occurrence. The duo watched, wide-eyed and silent, and never thought they would grow tired of seeing all the life and wonderment develop around them. So much life and vibrancy were forming about them at a startling rate. There was such a variety of flora and fauna, and the forest was filled with animals of such variety: monkeys and iguanas, cats and caterpillars, sloths, and even little quokkas. Somehow, the vegetation that formed around them could cater to all the requirements that such a diverse range of animals would need. There were gum trees for the koalas, and acorn trees for the squirrels. Each of these animals from all over the world had little microclimates developing for them in their respective little habitats. Even a family of polar bears had a snow-ridden patch and cave to nest in, even though the sun shone with considerable warmth overhead. The little mouse and Mr. Ostrich watched with delight as the family snoozed, with their noses poking outward from the little cave, and made light snoring noises as they did so. This land had formed with much more ease and much fewer birthing pains and groanings than the land that they left. It held a completely different type of beauty, much less picturesque, though much more vibrant and almost too noisy with the sounds of the animals that filled the area. "Let us look around, I suppose," suggested Mr. Ostrich. "Maybe we were brought here to build a new part of the land." "That could be quite so, little mouse." Both Little Mouse and Mr. Ostrich wandered off in opposite directions, though making sure not to wander too far from each other, as both harboured a small but secret fear of losing each other, just like they lost Frederick. After only wandering a moment or two, Little Mouse squeaked with absolute delight that the loud piercing of this squeak caused a few of the animals about him to cover their eyes, and a few of the forget-me-not flowers to coil a little. Little Mouse barely noticed this, as he let out another, much less shrill squeak, and scurried his way over to where Frederick was chomping on some honeycomb that hung indiscreetly from a sycamore tree branch. Frederick was so ensconced with his honeycomb that he even failed to hear the shrill squeaks of Little Mouse. "Frederick! Frederick!" Little Mouse scurried as quickly as possible up the tree trunk to place himself right in the line of sight of Frederick. The great bear took a moment to break away from the enchantment of the honeycomb, and when he did notice Little Mouse, he forgot his own gluttony, swallowing an enormous piece of honeycomb in record seconds. His big furry face broke into a grin, and he growled with sheer happiness. "Little Mouse." He reached out to take him in his enormous paw. "We have not stopped looking for you everywhere." The mouse looked at himself. "How did you get here, though? This place was only just created. And where have you been?" Little Mouse, unable to keep his thoughts and emotions at bay, panicked just a little. Come, come quickly. We have to go to Mr. Ostrich. I don't want to lose him too. Just as I find you, you tell us both what happened when we find him. Come, come quickly, Frederick. Let us find Mr. Ostrich. With a slow, deliberate paw, Frederick placed the little white mouse upon his head, and Little Mouse took hold of Frederick's ear as the big bear took a slow, deliberate canter into the woodland. It did not take long to find Mr. Ostrich. He had not actually moved very far from where Little Mouse left him. Mr. Ostrich was beak down on the ground, supping on succulent worms and fat, juicy bugs. Frederick placed an enormous paw in front of the ostrich. The ostrich noticed this, and lifted his head slowly until his little bird head was staring into Frederick's chocolate-brown-coloured face. Mr. Ostrich chirped his delight at Frederick. The three took their time to let their joy and emotion subside. It was not lost upon any of them that more flowers bloomed, and the sky filled its vastness with a tapestry of rainbow colours, so its natural blue could not be seen any more. The reflection of these colours was bouncing off the crystal water of the streams. Even the white of the snow on the polar bear mountains could not be seen, and it was blanketed in the portrait of colour that was reflected in the sky. The green of the lily pads and the fern leaves had taken on the beauty of the sky and mirrored the colours that enveloped the heavens. Well, it would seem, my friends, that we are indeed subject to our surroundings. Frederick spoke, though it was almost to himself. Or quite possibly the other way round, Mr. Ostrich interjected. What did happen to you, Frederick? 1 minute you were just standing there, and as I went off to get Little Mouse, then we couldn't find you when the cacophony settled down. His voice rattled and he gobbled quietly. I thought you were gone forever. Little Mouse squeaked a little at the thought and shook his head, trying to shake the very idea of it out of his mind. Frederick looked at Little Mouse and sighed a little. He was a little sad because of the distress from his friends, but chose to speak in an upbeat manner. From what I can make of it all, I seemed to have gotten picked up by some wind, and then I remember finding myself sliding along the top of a river as though it was a slide. It was the most peculiar thing. It came his stammer. Frederick stopped for a moment as though what he was pondering he could not believe. Go on, Frederick, came the quiet encouragement of Mr. Ostrich. Frederick took a moment to look at Mr. Ostrich. It was like I was surfing on the top of the water, though I was on my back anyway, and I was sliding against the river even in all of its force. I cannot quite understand it. Little Mouse interrupted. Well, compared to everything else around here, I wouldn't think that this to be too peculiar, though. Well, Frederick, what happened next? When I had travelled quite a way along that riverbed, he paused and interjected himself. By the way, I never got wet once while I was travelling along that water. He sighed a small but heavy sigh, which heaved his chest. It really was the oddest thing that water was quite treacherous too. Anyway, keep going with your adventure, Mr. Ostrich encouraged him gently. Frederick nodded. So, after I had travelled for what seemed like an eternity, the riverbed seemed to naturally just dry up and dissolve out of nowhere, and the wind picked me up again before I even had time to hit the rocky terrain and carried me even further westward. By this time, I had well and truly left that beautiful place we saw birthed and found myself sitting on a pillow of air, looking over complete and utter barrenness. The barrenness was almost stifling. I felt like I could hardly breathe, and it grew so quickly dark I could barely see in front of me in all of that darkness. Frederick's voice quietened to no more than a whisper, almost as though he was afraid that someone or something could hear them. I heard very, very soft breathing, but it was very heavy breathing, and it sounded very nasty and so very, very angry. He paused and took a little breath in. Changing thought, he said, "It was like the little pillow of wind could sense it, and it quickly, and almost in the blink of an eye, moved me from that place to where little mouse found me." He smiled, and his eyes crinkled up with affection as he reached to the top of his head to gently tap Little Mouse. Little Mouse scurried about on Frederick's head, delighted at the affection and acknowledgement. "I wonder why you ended up there, Frederick," wondered Mr. Ostrich. "That I do not know, but it isn't a place that I want to end up again. That is for absolute certainty." Mr. Ostrich cocked his bird head to the side and looked at Little Mouse. "Little Mouse, do you think that horrible black and barren place was our doing?" Little Mouse gasped and recoiled in horror. He remembered the terrible way that he had treated Mr. Ostrich. Could he have been responsible for that horrid place, and for Frederick finding himself thrust there without any will of his own? "No!" Little Mouse cried firmly, and could hardly believe it, and a tear welled in his eye. Mr. Ostrich noticed this, and with his beak he picked Little Mouse up and placed him in his rightful place, on his very own back. Mr. Ostrich then looked Little Mouse firmly in the eye and said, "No. It is both of our faults we carried on how we did, and no one is to blame." Frederick looked at them both with puzzlement. Little Mouse and Mr. Ostrich composed themselves momentarily, but then, upon speaking, and with regular impatient interjections from one another, they explained their theory of creation to Frederick. They explained to Frederick that even though they had no clue as to how or why they ended up where they ended up, they believed it was their very emotions and treatment of one another that had caused these very lands that they now called home to come into being. They further explained how they had turned a beautiful oasis into the wasteland and desert they had created through the sheer mistreatment of each other, and vowed never to mishandle the emotions and treatment of one another for as long as they lived. This is exactly what they did, and it created a legacy for millennia to come. A minor disturbance. It was so very quiet and still in this part of 𝐿𝐵𝐴, not even the trees or plants swayed, for the breeze was gone. The sun was warm overhead, though not searing. A bird or two chirped with bright musical notes as the flowers and plants stood tall in the sunshine. The butterflies and bees nestled on their favourite flowers, such as the red, white, and yellow sweet peas and blue snapdragons. All the bees seized the opportunity to feed and pollinate the flowers, and were glad as they did so, for they rejoiced in this union, knowing their kind's life would flourish further into forthcoming seasons. The pear, mulberry, and apricot trees, and all types of others, stood tall and were lush with the fruit of the brightest colours, the ripest of their fruit falling to the ground. It would seem that each of these fallen delights was disappointed at not being chosen to be eaten, and so they sat luminously, brighter and sweeter than their branch-laden counterparts, almost as if trying to seduce the wildlife to feed on the succulence they offered. I could see animals of many kinds in the place. The deer were feeding on the lush green grass, as were several hares, and the squirrels nibbled on almonds from the almond trees. The bears drank from the crystal blue water of the streams, and were not at all tempted to eat the salmon and other fish swimming in the streams. If at any time a bright pink salmon offered itself up to a hungry bear, it did so as a willing act, knowing its own fate, and relishing its very contribution to the harmony of the life cycle of 𝐿𝐵𝐴. The harmonies were such in 𝐿𝐵𝐴 that the case-in-point salmon felt inside of its own muscles the vibration and energy of any hungry bear that loomed close by. They attuned such rhythms to the fish to be recognized by a bear that was hungry for the sustenance of protein, amino acids, and other goodies which these salmon could offer. Today was not that day of self-sacrifice, and so the salmon continued to swim upstream to fulfill a different, much more pleasant destiny. And so the bears continued to slurp at the water in the stream, for the bears also knew it was not their time to delight in the salmon's flesh, for it was the time for the salmon to reproduce and replenish. As the bears slurped away, it would look to a keen eye as though the bears gave a brief nod of hello and a quick blink of an eye. The tail of the salmon seemed to wiggle a little quicker upon noticing this gesture, as if in acknowledgement, and then they hurriedly swam on, eager to get on with the season's most delightful task. Much of 𝐟𝐴𝐫𝐷 found itself to be in this quiet state of nobility and servitude, as was so recently represented by the salmon and the bear. All of nature itself offered itself as a living sacrifice of one to another, and the result of such an amicable arrangement amongst all was living in blissful harmony. They therefore viewed every living organism as honourable and fitting self-sacrifice of one to another in the land. This kind of servitude was the very heartbeat of peace and prosperity in 𝐟𝐴𝐫𝐷. It was only a moment later that the bears' stomachs were sufficiently full of water that their heads rose from the clear and sweet stream, and they looked up across the river to hills and valleys more than several kilometres away, taking in their surroundings. The hills were still lush in the distance, the sky was still a clear, bright blue, and the sun still shone warmly. However, it was what the bears could see much farther beyond that caused them to make a soft growl. Beyond the hills, and much further into the distance, the sky was a deep grey, but not quite black. There was a black puff of smoke that rose rapidly into the air, causing the distant sky to become even darker still. No sound could be heard from such a distance, but the bears cowled back, and they stood upright for just a moment and growled again lightly, and then placed their paws back onto the soft grass, not wanting to be the harbingers of bad news to all of the life forms around them. Much to the relief of the bears, not a single creature appeared to be diverted from their own personal joys. The birds still chirped, the bees still buzzed, and the bunnies still hopped. Even the cats remained curled in their tight balls, basking sleepily in the sunshine. Everything was as it should be. Not a creature, except for the bear, seemed to be aware or disturbed by the visions that loomed far away over the hills, for they had recognized these sights from more than several moons ago, and knew they held no joy. This particular animal had been blessed with a remarkably long life cycle, which is why they could recall things from such a while ago. These very bears had, in fact, been in existence for more years than anyone could count. It had not been known why the bear's life cycle had been so long, but it was as though they still remained, as youthful mammals, maintaining the virility and strength of 3 to 5-year-old bears, but over the years they had added to this virility the virtue of wisdom, which, to be fair, is what would and should be expected of any creature living in excessive years of life. His life expanse was a great many more than this, but he was not about to give away their true ages. These bears had considered themselves, and were considered by all who were around them, to be the wisest and greatest protectors of all in this province of 𝐟𝐴𝐫𝐷, due to their own accumulated knowledge, brute strength, and highly attuned senses. And as much as any animal is able, they felt laboured with the responsibility to protect all that was around them. The richest in colour and the largest of these brown bears sniffed the air, trying to detect not only the stench of smoke, but any other scent that had no business being in his neck of the woods. His ears twitched, and his nose flared in small, quick movements. Not even the faintest smell of sulphur, or the aroma of the vile two-legged creatures most likely responsible for the impending carnage, could be smelt, even in the faintest of ways. I could smell all the familiar scents of the everyday lives that occurred in the villages and towns that took habitat in the many miles that made the east side of 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵. The great bear would immediately take it upon himself to venture to the edge of the safety of the trees of the forest, which was a 2-day hike, a way for him to determine the distance of trouble. He knew by his own instinct that if he reached the edge of the forest and could not smell any stench, they had time to prepare for safety. He also knew that the sooner he could smell any pungency, he would also have time to return, to gather all for safety. Time, regardless of distance, was currently on his side. Without hesitation or even notice of the other bears, the big bear darted through the river and began the trek to the edge of the forest. Upon noticing his rapid departure, 3 of his counterparts followed him over the stream and through the trees, for they too had seen what lay in the distance. The bears had run for miles through pretty and pristine land and forest for what had been half a day without stopping, and they appeared not to be slowing down. Such was the urgency of the big bear to sniff out any emergency. They had run through woodland and clearings and eventually made it to the orchards, where the woodland folk were dancing and picnicking amongst the fruit trees as the bears ran by. Even the aroma of freshly cooked meat and baked sweets would not deter the bears from their mission. Of the woodland folk, only one man, known for being a notorious jitterbug, had recognized the anomaly of what had just so very briefly transpired before his very assuming eyes. This peculiarity had caused rigid 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐿, as he was known to the townsfolk, to puff on his pipe of herbal calmative a little more rapidly than usual. It was most definitely known that rigid 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐿 was prone to nerves about even the slightest of things, and this current occurrence had rattled his nerves. This sight of bears was definitely not helping this poor fellow, for he knew it was highly unusual for bears to be so far out of their province, and even more disturbing was to see them moving in full flight. It was a sight that he had witnessed only once before, and a terrible calamity had ensued for a long period following, a most serious calamity that he did not want to witness again in his lifetime. Thinking of this caused 𝐟𝐸𝐵 to puff a little deeper to stave off his internal panicky jitters by becoming external panicky jitters. He thought it a good idea, even in spite of his natural inclinations, to keep himself composed and fight his flight instinct. So, with this inclination in mind, instead of running, he would walk with certain deliberation to tell Name what he witnessed. He told himself, "Not too rapidly, though. I shall keep my normal gait and not draw attention to myself." So down he placed his pipe on his little wood stump, not even thinking about putting it out. His mind was on getting himself to Naomi as undetected as possible. However, as he began his journey to walk as inconspicuously as possible, it became evident that keeping his normal gait was not his portion, and his arms swung stiffly at his side and were out of rhythm with his legs, which were shuffling perfectly too quickly for his very self to bear. Though, to his own mind, he did not think himself to be walking peculiarly, rigid rickety 𝐟𝐸𝐵 trotted along, truly believing himself to be unnoticed by all his peers. So, off he went with supreme confidence through the trees and over the grass, and back through his little village. He ventured with such focus that he almost tripped over the great and wise Naomi, who was snoozing on his deck chair in the sunshine. Naomi opened his eyes, sensing the presence of someone who had blocked his sunshine. The little man gathered himself up, put back his shoulders, and straightened his brown jacket, though the jacket still sat on him in full disarray, even after several ragged attempts to straighten it up. Eventually, after much faffing about, 𝐟𝐸𝐵 considered the matter of his jacket to be fixed and settled, though any untrained eye would consider the matter of the jacket to be still quite unsolved. Name was too polite to mention the spectacle, sitting bemused and patient until 𝐟𝐸𝐵 had gathered himself up and was content. You look bothered there, Rigby. What ails you today? 𝐼𝐵 quickly glanced behind Rigby at the same moment as Rigby tried to gather himself together, and 𝐼𝐵 noticed quite the gathering of townsfolk behind Rigby. While Rigby was distracted, 𝐼𝐵 motioned to the gathering to be quiet by making a shushing sound with his mouth, and then turned his attention back to Rigby. And where is your pipe? You must be quite ailed to have forgotten that. Rigby, not even thinking of his pipe, leaned forward and brought his finger to his lips, motioning 𝐼𝐵 to be quiet, and then whispered, I don't wish to alarm anybody. I came to you undetected, then lowered his tone once again, so as not to disturb anyone. After a pause, he continued, It's all looking a bit grave, I reckon, 𝐼𝐵. 𝐼𝐵's eyes twinkled. He was always bemused by Rigby's complete and utter lack of awareness of himself and his very involvement in the surrounding environment. It was, in fact, one thing that 𝐼𝐵 had found so charming in his old friend. It's the bears again, 𝐼𝐵, he continued in his whisper. 𝐼𝐵 could smell Rigby's herby breath on his face, and it did not do too much to cover the mild, odious stench of his breath. They are running through the forest again in full flight. I just saw them moments ago. Are they now? Whispered 𝐼𝐵, and then paused for a moment before he went on. Now, don't be too hasty and jump to any conclusions just yet there, Rigby. Which way did they run? West, Rigby whispered, still leaning in on 𝐼𝐵. Rigby almost jumped out of his skin as he heard someone say, I'll go check up on the tower. Shall I, 𝐼𝐵? Rigby, upon hearing this voice, which he had not expected, leapt onto his toes, causing the effect of his shoulders to almost hit his ears as he jerked in an upward motion. He swung about so abruptly that his action resulted in the most indelicate pirouette ever to have been witnessed in 𝐿𝐼𝐶ia. The end of his act was the entirely hapless Rigby falling unceremoniously as his bottom was abandoned to the ground with a loud thud. A plume of dust flew up around him. This scene brought raucous laughter to the group behind him. Even the usually composed 𝐼𝐵 gave rise to a rich chuckle, but Rigby was left utterly bereft and overcome, and all he could do was cry out from the depths of his lungs, Where's my pipe? Where's my pipe? Rigid, rickety Rigby's grand demand left the township in even more uproarious laughter, for everybody knew that this pipe was to Rigby as a dummy to a baby. One of the townsfolk, who was not in the slough of laughter, had enough sensibility to notice Rigby's earlier movements during the picnic. Though Mrs. Brownstone had not seen the bears for herself, she had noticed Rigby acting with more peculiarity than normal. She had gathered enough wits to pick up his pipe after he waddled off, and even more good sense to clean the old worn pipe quickly and replenish it, knowing Rigby would soon be in for quite the struggle with his wayward wits, and would pine for his pipe. This sensible woman had even the mind to carry a match to light up Rigby's pipe. She made her way quickly to him, and the moment that she was within arm's reach of Rigby, who was still on the ground, he snatched his pipe from her hand and placed it with lightning speed into his own mouth. He sucked on his pipe even before it was lit. This caused the group to break out in laughter for a third time in a little more than a few minutes. Mrs. Brownstone kept her composure, and even frowned a little, and lit up the pipe for the silly wanton fellow. All right, simmer down, everyone. 𝐼𝐵 stood up, speaking in his baritone tone. Everybody calmed themselves and stood soberly, waiting for their great man to speak. He motioned to young Harry. Yes, Harry, go and look up on the tower and see what you can see. Hurry, boy, tarry not, and use your ears to hear also, and come back remembering all that you can. Harry, the blond boy not over 20 years old, nodded and soberly turned south from where he stood and walked through the group. He then broke into a sprint upon his exit from the gathering. The stone tower was just on the edge of the town clearing, and it took him not over 5 minutes to arrive. The tower of stone was built well more than a moon cycle or two ago, stood 30 feet high, and was as sturdy as the day it was completed. Harry took the steel staircase that elevated itself around the circumference of the tower, and he took 2 steps at a time, and the clanging of his boots on each step permeated the air, and he felt the sound reverberating through his ears and body. The clang appeared to echo and carry in the air for quite a distance. Soon he stood at the top of the turret, and his eyes scanned the area. He oversaw the length of the clearing that entirely surrounded the tower, and he surveyed the portrait of treetops, which, on the south side, he could just about reach out and touch with the stretch of his arm. He turned further around, now facing the east, and it was that time of day now that the vivid green of the treetops was having its colour adjusted by the sun, descending and causing the slow, faint descent of magenta, and various shades of orange and various shades of yellow to skew the distant sky and tree lines. The prettiness of this sunset had caught him up for a moment or two, but luckily a squawking bird behind his head jarred him from his wonderment. He shook his own head and turned around, and as a result he caught, out of the corner of his eye and to the east, the faint plume of grey-black smoke. Harry gave one more quick survey. He noted that no scent could be smelt except for the cherry blossoms and the lingering fumes of various scents from the sumptuous delights of the day's picnic. Harry descended the tower, and he was right to his decision in his mind that there were no anomalies anywhere, and anomalies were easy to pick here in this part of the land. Everybody knew that. So, the lad concreted in his mind that things were just as they always were, completely perfect and undisturbed, except for the billowing tower of smoke so very far and faint in the distance and over to the east. Upon Harry's return, he found everyone to be right where he left them. The only thing that changed was that rigid, rickety Rigby was now much like his old self, and that daylight was now surely on the descent. "You can't see it from here 'cause of the trees, but from the tower there is a great lot of smoke that comes with each one puffed out to the east, very far in the distance, and you can't smell it either. Everything else is exactly the same. Not another thing to report." "Thanks, Whippet. Well, that's it, everyone. Nothing of any real value to know here this evening. Let's not think about it again tonight. Let's wind up the day. The evening has come fast upon us. Eat up for the night, and get rested for tomorrow's another day." Naim said, decidedly, and turned to pick up his chair as he headed into his house, where he made for himself a cup of sweet tea, bread, and butter with honey for his evening meal. He ate and drank slowly while he waited for the sounds of the townsfolk to quieten, and when they did, he had decided that it was time to call upon the council of various townships of Alasia quietly. Naomi tapped 3x 3 times in a particular rhythmic action on a little mirrored window, which was 10 centimetres by 10 centimetres and was positioned quite high on the wall above his little kitchen table. If one could reach up to the little window and look out, it would not be looking upon his little back garden fitted with a lawn, daisies and table and chairs, but would instead see what blackness would be. But within this blackness, there were colours of various types swirling about like little comets, and bright silvery white dots chasing silvery grey dots in some kind of merry dance. These dots would tag each other, and the game would ensue in reverse. It so happened that this window was built so high so as not to encourage any nosy Parkers. Naomi had built it high enough for himself to see out of it unobstructed, which he did now, waiting to see if his call would be answered. His call had been heeded. He took a step back from the window, dragging his table with him as the window morphed itself into a fully sized door and opened itself, ready for his incoming visitors to enter through it. His little table for two had also elongated itself to a large and long table, which had filled a good portion of the room. The tables had only 2 chairs multiplied into 6 chairs, and that is exactly how 𝐼𝐸 knew how many would be at his meeting. And he went to his little kitchen to prepare 2 pots of tea for 8 people. As 𝐼𝐸 was reaching up into his cupboard for tea cakes, he heard a bellowing, "Hello." Without turning around, 𝐼𝐸 called back, "Hello, hello." 𝐼𝐸 knew the voice of Louis. He also knew that he did not need to turn to face Louis in greeting, as he would already be in position, standing guard by the door, scanning with his bull-like eyes the perimeters of 𝐼𝐸's house. Louis grunted in satisfaction, as he could not smell or sense any danger about the place. He took it upon himself to remain in his position and be on guard, just in case. For what Louis did, he guarded, and it seemed to be a position Louis could rarely break rank, for such was his pride with his position and calling. Only moments later, and only moments after, he smelt her scent, which Louis thought to be clove and sandalwood. Then a woman of extraordinary poise and beauty walked in. Her hair was thick, long and dark. Her eyes were pale grey like the colour of the dress that she wore, and they looked like pools or mirrors, and they always seemed to look right through him, even now as she acknowledged him. This pair of eyes had been dizzying him, and causing him more than one palpitation since they were children. The only thing that had changed was that her serenity and beauty had only increased. Her skin was as fine as porcelain or silk, and it was so very, very pale and without a blemish on her lithe frame. Louis's bull-like frame stiffened as she walked through the door and gave him a small smile with those full red lips. He nodded back and said, "Alwyn." Alwyn was making her way over to 𝐼𝐸 when another figure made his way through the door. It was another person of extraordinary beauty, only much larger in the frame, his shoulders as wide as Louis himself, but carrying the same ethereal poise as Alwyn. He donned white, much shorter hair, but with the same pale complexion and deep blue eyes instead of grey. He wore clothes in soft, earthy tones of silk. He was much bigger than Alwyn, but just as elegant. "Arwen!" Louis held out his hand and they both shook it. "Good to see you, Louis." 𝐸𝐵𝐺 entered through next, another man of much more earthly beauty. He carried himself with dignity and was dressed in casual but expensive attire. He was clean-cut and tidy, even though he appeared not to be as delicate as Arwen. Arwen possessed much more physical skill and prowess than 𝐸𝐵𝐺, though you would not know to look at him. 𝐸𝐵𝐺 appeared to be more physically able, but was not used to physical battle or even physical labour much. He liked to keep himself fit, but his strength was more in his mental prowess. All the men stood tall. Louis possessed considerably less height and the stockiness and thickness of a bull. He was a heavy-set man full of brawn and muscle. Arwen appeared to be fine-boned, but somehow held up in stature, and in fact looked as big as 𝐸𝐵𝐺, who was certainly not as finely tuned in structure as Arwen. 𝐸𝐵𝐺 himself possessed a fit but more portly structure. Alwyn was placing tea on the table, and the 3 men were in conversation when the final counsellor arrived. The large door behind her was transformed back into the little window set high into the wall. It was Allura, a creature who possessed owl-like features. She stood as tall as Alwyn, whom she greeted first, and then she greeted all before taking her position at the table. Alwyn sat next to her, crossed her legs, and smoothed her dress in her lap. She sipped her tea while everybody took her place. 𝐼𝐸 was the last to take him. He looked around the table, making sure he caught everybody's gaze. "Are you all well wherever you find yourselves?" 𝐼𝐸 asked the siblings. "Are all of your paths clear and your ways straight?" Both Alwyn and Arlen nodded once each. "Allura, are your channels clear?" Allura too nodded in answer to 𝐼𝐸. "𝐸𝐵𝐺, are your houses in order?" "They are, was 𝐸𝐵𝐺's reply. Louis, are your waters and lands tranquil and your warriors at peace? They are. Are your warriors battle-ready in body and spirit? Yes, they are, 𝐸𝐵. They are all at peace and trained. 𝐸𝐵 breathed a sigh. Good, good. He paused for a moment and his tone grew more concerned, but without worry he spoke. There is smoke that appears to be coming from Huxley. I was aware only a few hours ago that it seems that young Hindra is eager to take over his father's work, and it seems that he has a talent for it too. Allura, do you have any knowledge of this? Allura's big owl eyes blinked once, and then she paused before she spoke. I don't have any information about this. It would appear that you are correct, though, 𝐸𝐵. Hindra does have a talent for his father's work. I myself have no knowledge of what work he is continuing, which makes me concerned that he has learnt to block channels. 𝐸𝐵 pursed his lips and took a big gulp of tea before he spoke. Well, it seems that we fly against the wind for the first time. I used to know Alistair well in my youth. I have always felt that I understood him and knew him to have good in him. I could always draw from that and use it to our advantage, but not now. Unlike Alastor, his offspring was conceived, born, and raised in ever-present darkness, and it seems that he has learnt from and surpassed his father with a passion for dark things. I am worried that we are ill-prepared for what is coming. The table was silent until Allura spoke. We need to rise and activate the three elements, Olwyn. You need to open their paths and clear their channels. Only one of the three knows a greater calling, and she is so young. The other ones have none, so, Olwyn, you need to create the pathways for them to begin and activate their talents. Arwen, you need to make the paths to their gifting straight and without disruption or distraction, and doth them in secrecy. 𝐸𝐵𝐺, you need to clothe them and give them sanctuary and sustenance wherever and whenever they need it. Last, for all of this to occur, Louis, their protection must be had at all costs. I myself will reactivate and reanimate the fourth talent. Our ancients told us of the great and dark days to come, and they told us what would defeat the darkness. We just don't know how. 𝐸𝐵 tapped the table 3 times and rose from it. His company followed, and as they did so, the table reduced itself to ordinary size, and the small window enlarged to a big door, this time to a colour of green. At the sight of this, small exhaling sighs could be heard, and shoulders relaxed. 𝐿aisia had shown them they had hope in the war to come. So, a little more relaxed, each member of the council exited in the exact same manner that they had arrived, with the large green door closing after them and returning to its natural position in the wall, and the room sat as though no one else had been there. 𝐸𝐵 resumed the exact position he had donned previous to his visitors, and resumed eating his toast and drinking his tea. It was all quiet and peaceful, and he was still that night in this little village in 𝐿aisia, the Wind. It was autumn where Guthrie resided, and today on the ocean cliffs not far from his home was an ideal place for a beginner or intermediate keeper of the element to train. The winter was when the wind blew at its fiercest and wildest, and was great for advanced training. Guthrie would begin this advanced training in a month, but was pleased to note that the wind was picking up prematurely today. Guthrie was probably the most advanced in his training of the newly chosen ones. Over the past centuries, the upcoming keepers of the wind seemed to be called into their training long before the reigning wind keepers relinquished their positions. This was because the wind was the most uncontrollable element of them all. It had been drummed into Guthrie early in his training, that the wind blows where it will blow, and it suited the boy's nature well, and became a mantra that he had turned into his own personal mandate. for he liked to consider himself to be at one with the wind. It was also noted that the keepers of the wind tended to have restless, gypsy-like souls, which too can be a little difficult to tame, particularly in the young and energetic. Guthrie had repeatedly demonstrated this to, in fact, be true. However, his teacher, being the very wind itself, seemed to relish this. Guthrie had soon since learnt to control the wind within a 10-metre radius of himself, with just a single verbal command. But this was not the case when he first began. The first command the windkeeper had ever made to the wind had made him almost fly off the side of the cliff. He had simply called the wind to blow, which it did with a small amount of gusto too, and so it blew him gently backwards to the edge of the cliff from which Guthrie had slid over a loose stone. This stone rolled about under his shoe, forcing his feet to hurriedly scurry backwards and then over the cliff face, and as his torso slipped down that cliff face, Guthrie grabbed a rock that was jutting out of the ground. The young charge could sense the wind laughing and taunting him playfully as Guthrie hung over the cliffside, whilst hanging onto a rock with what felt like dear life. His face was as red as a beet as he cursed and gasped for air, and he refused to look down as he hung for a moment or two. Then the gently swirling wind took pity on poor Guthrie and gently enveloped herself around his body and under his feet to gather him up and lift him back to solid ground. Guthrie had since come to learn that playful banters like this from the wind were lessons in learning to trust her, and not just for her to delight herself in his uncertain state. It had often felt to Guthrie that the wind relished in the pleasure of seeing him feel insecure about himself and keeping him in a state of somewhat frequent despair. The young man had come a long way since his early lessons, and he was coming to understand the wind as a companion and friend, but a friend who could and would easily keep him off guard and with constant nervous tension. He was slowly beginning to understand this was all part of his learning, and he knew he had never been quick to learn about such things, but was slow to learn that he was about to be duped for the second time that day. It seemed to become apparent that the boy was slow of wit. Even on this cool, breezy and cloudy day, the wind, which Guthrie liked to call Wendy, had taken the chill out of itself so as not to cause the lad any discomfort. However, Guthrie still did not grasp the fact that Wendy liked to play with him and torment him all the same. Guthrie nodded once in gratitude, forgetting that once again her kindness would be momentary, and this kindness would come with a catch. Then, not even a moment later, and right on cue, Wendy had toyed with her charge. She took on a greyish but translucent hue in the form of a male about the size and height of Guthrie himself. Even though Wendy in this form held no weight and appeared translucent, the particles of air that formed her would create enough wind speed which could certainly knock a person to their knees, as would certainly be displayed with her student, and that he would respond with more aggression should a male form be presented. Wendy gave a jab to Guthrie's right cheek, just firmly enough for him to need to adjust his jaw, and he lifted his hand to rub it. "So, you want to play, huh?" He grinned. The wind responded with a hook to Guthrie's cheek, which collected his nose, and he shook his head, laughed, and felt the blood drip from it onto his lip, which fell onto his shirt. He wiped the blood away just in time to receive another hook on his other cheek. Despite his dizziness, he powered through, roared, and made a sudden move, but Wendy foresaw his action, changed form, and skillfully avoided his attack, leaving him vulnerable and causing him to lose his balance and tumble. He heard faint, breathy laughter, and lay his bloody cheek on the dirt, which melded with the blood on his face. He tried to lift himself up, but was feeling a little weak and defeated. If he was truly honest with himself, he recognized his feeling as moderate humiliation, and was thankful no one was around to see this whipping. Why was it that he never learnt? Guthrie's natural response to every situation was to fight first and use his smarts later, and then possibly use words in the event his other options failed. Using verbal commands was not natural to Guthrie. He knew that he better learn his verbal cues soon, or he was going to be in for some trouble. He was physically hurting all over his body and knew it was because of his lack of verbal command. Even after all of this training, he still had trouble understanding that his call to rule and command the power of the wind was in voice and not in brute force. Wendy reminded him of this fact today, but she was not finished with him yet. She took human form once more and dragged him to his feet by the collar of his shirt at the nape of his neck. She would not indulge his self-pity at all today, and he knew it. This was the fascinating and curious thing about Wendy in the wind. Sometimes she indulged her own whimsy, and not that of anything or anyone around her. She had a sense of what was needed, but preferred to stay true to her own nature, and not bother with the consequences of anything she did, or anyone, or anything she damaged. Occasionally, Wendy, the wind, would indulge the needs of the environment about her, by sharing a little breeze on a scorching hot day. She would also indulge those poor souls who travel on a cold, dark night by the removal of fog to light their way and do other such things. It had always been her preference to show her kindness in the most subtle of ways. Along with this, Wendy also understood the need to train her charges well, and this was the only time she put others' needs or desires above her own. Hence, by showing Guthrie small amounts of reprieve by the occasional act of kindness, but today was not that day. "Come on, son, up you get." Her voice was very soft, barely above a whisper, and it was breathy too, and he could feel it on his ear and cheek. It sounded and felt almost like a soft parental caress, and so he obeyed and stood. "That a boy." She tapped him between the shoulder blades, and this was enough to encourage Guthrie to raise his gaze and shake himself off. "I'm gonna show you something, boy," Wendy whispered as she was still near his ear. "Turn around." Something stirred in the pit of Guthrie's gut. He no longer felt Wendy blowing on his neck and ear. The temperature had dropped a degree or two, and there was some change in the atmospheric pressure around him, and the wind had come to a standstill. The air was no longer playful, but felt denser and heavier. Guthrie had known enough by now to expect the unexpected, but instinctively knew that even this would surprise him. He remained unmoved on the spot for a moment or two, taking in his surroundings. He watched a rabbit hop quickly past him and hurry into the brush. The sky itself had turned a steel grey and cast a hue over the cliff range and the sparsely scattered trees. Wendy was adjusting the atmospheric pressure of the area around her and creating soft, grey-coloured clouds. The mood of the cliff top had changed. It felt sombre and a little moody. He peered at the ground behind his heel, preparing himself for what he may possibly encounter. The ground seemed to be illuminated by a dull strobe light as he saw shards of various colours moving. He very slowly turned around whilst lifting his gaze. Wendy had morphed herself into an open doorway. The door itself was a rainbow of colour and shimmered like a strobe light does. He watched the colours. They were all there from the rainbow and shimmered brightly. He danced in little balls as they formed the doorframe. Inside the doorframe was a black vortex, just like what he expected, or at least imagined a vortex to look like as it swirled. He stared into it, trying to take in the energy. He could hear a very low sonic sound, which was barely audible. Guthrie could feel the vibration of that sound through his body. It reminded him of the reverberation of loud drums when he stood under the speakers of a loud concert, only this was much slower and quieter, and the whirring was at a much, much lower frequency. It felt rhythmic and soothing. She snapped her fingers, snapping Guthrie back to reality, for he felt almost entranced. Wendy, the wind, had taken human shape again, and she stood behind the door with an arm dangling over the top of the doorframe. "You want to go through?" The question, of course, was rhetorical. The next thing he knew, Wendy was behind him, and she pushed him through the doorframe. The wind took her natural form, and she closed the door behind herself. She blew behind Guthrie, encouraging him to move faster and faster through the vortex. Not that he felt like he even had a choice. He was already at an accelerated speed, and he thought his skin was about to tear off of his bones from the force of speed. And the whirring sound he felt was now reverberating through his ears and his body at a much stronger rate. He wanted to scream through sheer exhilaration and fear, whilst he relished the rush that he was feeling. The rush through his body was intense as he found himself heading for the solid ground again at warp speed. In less than a second, Wendy had rushed to cushion his blow underneath him as he found himself face to face with the ground. He was so close, in fact, that he could breathe in the dirt. "Oh, shh! Ah! Wow!" Then Guthrie laughed with what could be described as almost maniacal. Nonetheless, she had a laughter filled with exhilaration that seemed to echo through time and space. The earth. The old woman needed to sit on her little wooden stool these days to toil over her garden. Tending her rose bushes was not as easy as it once was on her knuckles, as she used her secateurs. 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭 sighed. The sighing was because her trees and rose bushes and the ground soil no longer gave her ease, and had not for several weeks now. With the recent stirrings inside of her, she could no longer find solace in the ground. Something in the ground was stirring, and she was right to recognize this, but wisdom told her to watch and wait. She would find out soon enough. She still loved the soil because even at her age, she had felt the pull of the earth and knew that she was born to it. "𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭, your sandwich is ready. It's on the table." John, her husband of nearly 50 years, knew how she liked it. She would get up shortly to tend to the pickle and ham sandwich she had loved since childhood. Maybe today, she would even have two, because somewhere in her bones, she knew she would need her strength. These days, when 𝐃𝐨𝐵 got up off her stool, her head always tilted downward, and she always used her right hand to steady herself to help her old bones balance as she rose off of her stool so she did not topple over as she stood up. As a wise old woman, 𝐃𝐨𝐵 had always used this opportunity to observe the garden bed just as she did today. Though today was a little different because as she partook in her daily observations, she noticed that the soil's colour was changing right before her eyes, causing her to sit back down. Her curiosity was evoked, even though she had seen this occur many, many times before. The colour was not the traditional tones of the earth, but held a deep purple hue. Over half a century of witnessing this hue would cause 𝐃𝐨𝐵 to sigh deeply, and her shoulders heaved. The moving ground beneath her did not hold the fascination or intrigue that it once had. Instead, it held tedium and reminded her of her sore old bones, because she knew what was coming. "Coming, dear?" she called to her husband, remembering her sandwich as she placed her hands on the stool seat, and as she stood up, 𝐃𝐨𝐵 spoke. "My dear Earth, you'll have to wait till after my luncheon nap." The earth moved and moaned a little in response and acknowledgement. It seemed to 𝐃𝐨𝐵 that the earth knew how she felt. It also seemed the land felt a bit the same way, tired and a little worn out. The atmosphere in the garden also acknowledged this mutual understanding as a small, gentle breeze blew through the rose bushes. The stranger. This figure had become aware of Brooke one very cool winter night. He remembered the scenes from all those months, like a movie in his head. When, in the middle of the night in the heart of spring, A woman stood on the seashore in a light summer dress and dived into the cold, dark water under the full moon. He remembered the clear night sky full of stars and her silhouette as she stood with her right forearm on her head and the silhouette of her fingers dancing, and the gentle ripple of the water played at her feet. No matter how long it took for her to emerge from the ocean, the figure had decided that he would sit and watch and wait from a distance for her emergence from the water upon her return, and so he began his wait on this very day to wait for Brooke to enter the beach as the day heated and the sun proffered its sting. The water. On the same side of the hemisphere, but in a faraway town from where �11 resided in her garden, a stranger waited in the dunes of a beach for her. A young woman who had not long discovered an exciting new land was to embark on her fourth exploration of this new world by the entrance of a dive into the ocean. Thus, this very morning, Brooke had decided that she was going back to the beach, though it should have been the least of her worries considering her newfound fate. The young woman was worried about the cold weather and water. Her worries about the cold were ignited about whether it was warm enough to wear a summer dress, and, as previously noted, her secondary concern was that the water would be cold. The last of the spring sunshine would not have been strong enough to warm the water up yet in these first weeks of summer. Brooke hated cold water, and, to herself, quipped, "I'm gonna do it anyway." She shrugged and stretched her hands above her head, and nodded her head resolutely. Leaving the house with gear in tow, Brooke exited, left onto the footpath at the end of her driveway, and onto her awaited destiny. The beach was just as she had envisioned when she arrived a few minutes later. The tide was gently easing in, and there was no breeze to make even the smallest of ripples. Brooke dropped her bag onto the sand, removed her sandals, and went to inspect the water more thoroughly. "Yup, just as I thought," she said to herself, and as expected she could see through the crystal-clear aqua-coloured water to the sand beneath. It's cold." Brooke was hoping for the water to be a little murkier, with a bit more seaweed. It would be much easier to dive into the deep, is what she had learnt from experience. The girl had found it easier to plumb the depths when she felt she had something to dive into, such as seaweed. Plus, it could keep her a little warmer too. "I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it." Brooke exhales as she shakes out her body. She sensed herself being called back into the water and back to her underwater sanctuary. Even to this day, Brooke does not understand what occurred when she dived into the water on that first fateful day one summer ago. That particular day was just like any other day. There had been nothing out of the ordinary, just an ordinary spring morning. She had woken up to what was a typical hot day, with the morning sun blaring through her window and the sounds of muffled laughter and music in the kitchen down the hallway. She turned to the clock. 5:47 in the morning. Nothing else to do but to get up, make a mango smoothie, and head to the beach before it got too hot to go outside, which would happen in a few hours' time. So, that is what she did after sharing familial pleasantries, along with her mango, apricot and banana smoothie. So, off Brooke trotted out the front door and up the garden pathway, out of the front gate, and made her usual left turn onto the footpath before taking the last leg onto the beach. She had walked this same path since she had begun walking, and was still seeing the same brick and weatherboard houses and white picket fences with green grass and petunia flower beds. Nope, nothing unusual to see here today. Just another typical hot summer in a little seaside town, where a young woman took her morning walk to the beach for her daily frolic in the ocean water. However, that would all change as Brooke tore off her beach dress, walked on the sand, and dived. Once her body hit the water and she dived into the sea, She had a sense of being drawn into the water with an instant magnetic pull and felt a hurried desire to swim deeper and faster. Instead of rising to the surface to look for oxygen, an internal sense of freedom and release overtook her, and she kicked her legs, not for a few strokes, but for meters and meters underwater. And her instinct was not to rise out of the water, to draw breath, but to keep kicking. She did not know why this desire had compelled her, and only knew that her heart was beating faster than her exhilaration grew. She opened her eyes, almost by instinct, and looked and was amazed to find herself looking at the ocean floor. Normally the salt of the ocean would cause incessant blinking and stinging eyes, but today she could see the ocean floor and the sea creatures and seaweed floating underneath her, following her as she swam. She kept swimming, reached for her mouth, touched her nose with her fingers, and felt the skin on her face. The texture of her skin was different somehow. It felt like her skin was coated in very fine latex rubber. She touched her mouth and nose again. No oxygen was passing through there. And why did her skin feel different? Brooke's heart beat faster, but this time not because of exhilaration, but because of panic. How am I breathing? What is happening to my skin? Her heart was becoming frenetic within her chest, and she frantically looked for the surface of the water above her. She could see a little bit of light forcing its way through the green of the water, and she furiously swam upward toward it. The water's temperature had also changed around her, and she had begun to shiver as she kicked toward the surface. After what felt like an eternity, but was only seconds in reality, she found herself above water and gasping for air. With all the strength that she could muster, due to her limbs feeling like jelly, and also, along with her laboured breathing, Brooke took a few steps to the shoreline and collapsed in the shallows, with the gentle waves moving about her. Her green eyes stared at the blue sky. While she tried to steady her own breath, she frantically touched her skin, which had returned to its normal texture. Brooke lay there for an hour trying to make sense of what had happened as she stared at the sky. A smile came to her lips as she decided to very quickly console herself with the notion that she had had an unexplainable spiritual experience. And these happened from time to people all over the world. People had strange, unexplained, lucid spiritual experiences of all sorts, and what had occurred to her today was one of those experiences she had decided. This is what gave her consolation as she grappled with her reality. This rational explanation was not to last long in the poor girl's mind, as she had not even realized that this shoreline she was on was not Cove Beach. Upon gaining her strength and composure, Brooke pulled herself out of the shallows and stood up. Having made sense in her own mind of what had occurred, she stood and expected to stand up, turn around, and walk back home, exactly the same way that she had always done. So, Brooke turned around and did not see the 500-meter stretch of sand connecting to the concrete pathway, but saw sand dunes, and quite large ones at that. So, then she concluded she must have swum with the tide and ended up much further along the coastline. This is a very common occurrence with beachgoers, particularly if you don't monitor where your beach markers are, which of course was the least on her mind during the day's fortuity. So, up the sand dunes, she climbed as a way to gain her bearings and shake off the coldness that she was beginning to feel again. To her surprise, she saw birch trees and palm trees for miles and miles, which caused her to bite her lip, and her eyes grew wide. This is not familiar territory at all. I can't have swum this far, can I? In fact, nowhere I know has this kind of bush and scrubland. Curiosity overtook Brooke, and she found herself almost compulsively wandering down the other side of the sand dunes. Nothing seemed that different on the surface in this foreign environment than from where she had just come, except for the trees. The most remarkable difference that she had noticed was that her 5 senses were more heightened. She had never remembered her sense of smell being so strong. Was it her 5 senses that were more heightened, or was it that what she could see, smell, hear, and feel were much more elevated here? Brooke questioned this in a whisper to herself, but put it all down to the fact that she must have been running on adrenaline. Everything was so vivid here, and the colours were brighter. The smells were more pungent. She was curious about exactly where she was. What struck her was what appeared to be the apparent lack of civilization. Even on the top of this dune, trees and hills could be seen for miles, but no power lines or roads or even a township in the distance. On the other side of the sand dunes, Brooke grabbed some rocks and sticks up off the ground and placed them around a birch tree. This would be where she knew she had entered from, and continued to pick up stones and rocks to place at the base of the trees every 20 meters. There was an eerie stillness in the air, and she could not hear even a rustle of a leaf in the breeze, nor even a bird in the air, nor even a creature on the ground, and of course she felt cold, too. Just at the moment, she was pondering this. Brooke stopped in her tracks as she heard a rustle and moved as quietly as she could on the coarse sand to find the source of the sound. Upon finding the source, she stood behind a birch tree, crouched, and listened. It was the sound of swift-moving human footsteps. She sucked in her breath and peered around the tree. Her eyes widened for the second time that day. Only meters away was a sight that took her breath away. Again. A striking figure stood only meters away, and the strength of his presence made her crouch low behind a tree. She was acutely aware that she was still wearing only her bathers, which contributed to her timid response, and for the first time in a decade she felt modest wearing them. She herself had never been considered a great beauty. Beautiful wasn't a descriptor commonly used to describe Brooke, and standing behind this tree, she had not felt so skinny, gangly, and plain. Her teeth were never pearly white. In fact, they were ever so slightly crooked even after years of braces. Her hair, though long and sun-bleached, was a little wiry and coarse. It certainly was never flowing. Stringy would be the more accurate assessment. Even at her age, her skin was a little sun-damaged, and lines were beginning to form around her eyes, and she certainly had no high, sharp cheekbones. Her body had no real curves to speak of, but she considered herself to be angular. Her legs were skinny, and her knees knobby. Though what she thought she lacked in personal appearance, she knew she possessed boldness, but not today. She felt woefully inadequate, unlike this radiant person before her. To her eye, he appeared perfect. Brooke peered around the tree trunk to admire the figure standing beside her. With a bow and arrow poised, his eyes and face looking intensely at something in the distance, he stood so very still, positioning himself to shoot. A lock of rich brown, wavy hair fell over his left eye as he shot the arrow with delicacy, and what she rightly presumed was precision. Then, before she knew what happened and she could study him, he was gone, running toward whatever was the unfortunate recipient of his arrow. Despite his pale skin and fine bone structure, his presence was powerful, like a lingering expensive perfume, and his presence lingered even after she heard his light footsteps disappear into the distance, and the aroma of his presence felt heavy around her. At this moment, she could not figure out whether his elegant appearance enhanced his pale skin and fine bone structure, or vice versa. She just knew that his presence was very heavy around her in this scrubland. For a moment, she dared not move for thinking about it. Her stomach was in knots, her heart was pounding, and her hands on the tree were shivering. Brooke felt almost ashamed of her response to this unknown person, particularly as he stood before her for such a fleeting moment. Again, she put her reactive response to him all down to the peculiarity of the day and to the fact that her nerves had been shot more than one time that day. Brooke tried to regain internal composure. She knew she was not moving from that spot until she could not feel his presence any longer, and, to her annoyance, his presence felt like it still lingered for a long time. After the fact of the matter was that Brooke did not want any more surprises of any sort that day. Brooke jolted herself out of that memory of her first experience of 𝐬𝐵𝐿 and the mystery person who held her presence back to the present day, and it caused her to sigh as she thought about putting those events out of her mind. She thought that she knew that he did not know of her existence, yet she was acutely aware of him, and the prospect of seeing him excited her more than the discovering of a whole new world, if that could be believed. And her heart beat faster. Brooke had spotted him occasionally for over a month now and admired his heroics from afar. She continued to remember that first encounter, which caused a stirring within her belly. These thoughts ignited in her motivation, and it took her just a second to walk back to her gear, remove her beach top, and run down the sand and into the water, and dive deep, deep, deep into the water. As she dived into the water, little did Brooke know that she too was being watched by someone in the sand dunes, by one who was just as acutely aware of her as she was of her own mystery love. Not being armed with this knowledge, Brooke innocently plunged deep into the seaweed, which seemed to separate and part before her as she dived. It almost felt like the seaweed was being welcomed and creating a pathway, especially for her. Maybe it was. No time to think of it now. In her eagerness, she decided to follow the parting seaweed. Her heart was beating faster, and she swam as quickly as she could. She was diving deeper and deeper as the water developed into a darker shade of blue. Her eyes were wide open too. She could see just as well as if she were on land. It had never occurred to her to ponder too long on why or how she could see underwater, let alone breathe. She was just aware that she could. Anyway, her mind was on one thing: unwrapping the mystery of the man on the other side of this body of water. So, Brooke kept swimming through the seaweed pathway, which danced on either side of her, acting like a protective shield. After a while, one thing the young woman had noticed, as always, was a change of temperature in the water. She knew that she was getting closer to rising to the surface, and that land was near, because the water had felt cold like it always did when she had dived in at Cove Beach near her home. Her stomach had butterflies, and the combination of excitement and coldness of the ocean water had caused goosebumps. She continued to swim as she looked up at the surface. Her eyes blinked, and she shut them because the salt in the sea was causing them to sting. She wanted to get to the surface quickly because her lungs had returned to normal capacity, and she needed oxygen. Thankfully, her surfacing happened quickly. She gasped for air as her face hit the surface. A few hurried breaths filled her lungs and allowed her a couple of strong freestyle strokes to get herself to a place in the water in which she could stand. Despite her apparent breathlessness, Brooke knew only one thing at that moment, and that was that it was cold. She emerged from the water with her arms wrapped around herself and looked around the beach. The sand was still white and pristine. The sky was blue and cloudless, but the sun had no proper heat to it. She rubbed her arms, hoping to warm herself up, but to no avail. Brooke remembered that she had had this very problem on a previous occasion. She also remembered that a few swims ago she had packed herself a bag of clothes consisting of a t-shirt, a blue jumper, a pair of Kathmandu brand hiking pants, her mother's favourite pair actually, and a pair of white Vans. Now, if I could remember exactly where I put that backpack. She wrung her hair out over her left shoulder with her hands as she scanned the sand dunes. "Well, I remember the birch trees and the palm trees on the other side of the dunes. I am pretty sure that I left my bag inside of an old tree trunk on the left-hand side of my current path." Brooke began her 100-meter trek until she hit the bottom of the sand dunes and climbed the 20 meters climb. The breeze picked up a little, and it was slightly chilly. She shivered again as she climbed and rubbed her arms again, as she stood up on the top of the dune and looked around. So, Brooke took this opportunity to scan the horizon, and as she did, she saw a flock of birds moving toward the water from which she had just come. The flock had formed a complete arrow. She strained her neck above her head until she could not anymore, and turned her body clockwise to face the ocean and watch the marvel above her. These birds flew in perfect formation, and they made no sound at all, not even their wings, as they flapped in absolute unison. Each bird was in perfect symmetry and off and in formation with the bird next to them. The true peculiarity was that each of these birds was the exact shade of yellow, with absolutely no variation in colour or tone. Also, they were precisely the same size as one another. It was almost as if they were mechanical birds held together by invisible rods. Something else struck Brooke, and it was more of a feeling than anything else. It was a feeling that somehow these birds were communicating with her, that they were giving her a message specific to her. The girl had no clue what that message was, other than that it appeared to indicate a direction that pointed back to the ocean from which she had just emerged. All this did was incite Brooke's curiosity to explore the land to which she had just arrived. She turned back around toward her intended destination, which was the other side of the dunes on which she stood, and continued her trek down the other side of these sand dunes. She made her way down the other side and looked about for her backpack, and sure enough, the clothes that she wanted were where she left them, nice and dry. So she changed and felt much more ready to explore the land. This inquisitive adventurer pulled a piece of chalk out of her pocket to mark the trees with numbers every 70 meters to note her way as she began her exploration. Brooke did not bother to be quiet as she walked over the twigs and stones. She had also gotten used to the fact that there were no well-trodden paths, and she ducked and swerved around the trees and branches whilst trying to forge a pathway of her own that was straightforward and easy to follow for her return trip home. It would also be a pathway that she had for future use, and she had decided it would be the first of many paths in the months and years to come. Carefully, she walked and walked, breaking off small branches that obstructed her path. She was grateful for their easy submission because she did not want blisters or calluses, but if she did get them, it would be worth the trouble. When she was not breaking off small twigs, she was scuffing her feet along the ground, trying to encourage the ground to help her form some tread and create a basic semblance of a track. The smell of the birch pines brought a smile to her lips. There was the smell of ocean salt and seaweed, which her body was drenched in, and these odours lingered in her nostrils, and she relished the melding of the scent of nature's perfumes together. She ran her tongue across her lips, and the taste of ocean salt was still in her mouth and on her lips. Brooke was also grateful that she was not cold anymore either, as her sojourn was leading her further into the woods. It was pleasant and warm, with the sun shining brightly above her head. The distinct lack of clouds overhead probably increased this feeling of warmth, and the dunes, which were at least a kilometre behind her now, had created a barrier between her and the cool ocean air. She moved deliberately and slowly, savouring these sensations, not wanting this walk to end. She was relishing her time here. This feeling of tranquillity and serenity was one she had never experienced before, and she wanted to keep feeling these sensations for as long as she could. That old cliché of feeling like you could burst with joy was causing her to want to sing or even hum, though she refrained, supremely aware of her distinct lack of talent, and Brooke knew if she did, she would surely upset all of the equilibrium around her. But boy, did she want to. Maybe she could whistle? Nope, no good at that either. She gave out the smallest of exasperated sighs and continued her walk with the repetitive pattern of marking the trees and scuffing the ground, then breaking off small twigs to encourage a pathway. She realized that she was wandering aimlessly with no destination, but did not mind. Brooke was happy to keep going. She was relishing forging her path to nowhere. Her enchantment was broken sometime later by way of her bladder, and her bodily need to urinate overtook her, and she looked about for a suitable tree to urinate behind. Though she was not sure why, she felt that she needed to find a tree. She felt like the only soul out there, but still, even in this solitude, her good old modesty and her inherent shyness prevailed. An oversized birch tree with a remarkably large tree trunk to squat behind was spotted and had been picked by Brooke as a suitable urinal because of the soft, heathery-like bushes next to it, which she could use to wipe herself or her hands should she need to, plus the position of these bushes acted like a cover or a wall around the tree. It felt almost like a toilet cubicle and satisfied her desire for privacy. After she had positioned herself at the base of the tree trunk, but before she undid the button to her pants, she noticed in the distance a silent, shadowy type of object moving in her direction, which caused her to stop undoing her pants, and instead she stood upright, and she shaded her eyes with one arm to see a vision in the distance. She watched something moving at a slow and steady pace toward her, and it glided with effortlessness just a meter or two above the ground. At a distance, it appeared to be a shadow, but there was nothing around it that was causing a shadow to be thrown, and the dark blob represented nothing more than what seemed to be a big, oversized black cloud. It was making its way through the trees and brush like they were not there, with slow and deliberate pacing. Brooke stared, unable to take her eyes off of it, becoming more intrigued with it every second that passed. She was willing herself to keep her wits about her. Though Brooke did not notice herself stand to attention, and her body simultaneously stiffens, nor did she notice that her own breathing was slowly but steadily, and without rhythmic timing. Her breath was surely and steadily becoming heavy, laboured and shallow, like there was breath stuck in her throat, and that she could not quite get the oxygen into her breathing cavity. She did not notice the atmospheric pressure increase around her, which was contributing to these new breathing patterns. With every inhalation, the air was like a forkful of food that was too thick to chew, ingest, and digest in one bite. She continued standing on the spot as though in a trance, unable to move except for her chest rising and falling. To Brooke, this did not feel like a trance, though. Well, I don't think so. At least, I've never been in one. What she knew, though, was that she knew her body was frozen in position, most likely from fear of a panic attack that would account for her erratic breath too. But I have had one of those before, and this doesn't feel like that, though. Somewhere in the crevices of her mind, she was aware of the stillness and quiet hush about her, and this quietness was almost like a reverberating drum in her ear. Every creature and living thing had gone silent. Not a blade of grass moved, not even an ant and not even a bird chirping could be heard even in the distance for miles. Not even a hoof moved on soft grass, nor a butterfly fluttering. It was just the booming sound of silence. Some of the sun's brightness had dimmed, but there was no covering of grey clouds. Not even one cloud pillowed the sky. The sky was as empty of any heavenly adornment as the cold goodbye of a spurned lover was empty of warmth. The sky was darkening overhead, and it was having a flow effect on the surrounding environment as the brightness of the day was morphing from its brilliant blue, allowing itself with hopeless abandon to disintegrate shade by shade into a deep and dark pallor of greys. The shade that the birch trees threw over the ground grew into shapes of dark black silhouettes and removed any sight of the ground and grass with which they covered. The shadows of the trees looked like black tree-shaped holes that creviced the earth. Brooke did not feel like she could even move one muscle, and this was not for lack of trying. They remained like stones. Brooke understood and comprehended the depth of heavy control that this weightless shadow seemed to carry. It was in control of all that surrounded it, and this was the reason her body was enveloped and stricken into position, along with her fear. The one thing Brooke was sure of, though, was that this thing was edging ever closer to her. It was even momentarily stopping every few meters, as if it were observing her, and then it would move a little closer to her and repeat this process. The fine hairs on her arms and the nape of her neck were standing on end. Every time the thing stopped, she felt her body get a little stiffer and her muscles a little heavier, as if they were trying to simultaneously both observe and understand her, as well as exert control over her body and mind. It was willing for her to relax. She could almost feel it like a gentle caressing her, even at a distance away, that she could still sense its call. It knew that her breathing was erratic and without words, but through her senses, it was willing her to be still and calm, and offering to Brooke, by its sheer presence, the opportunity to be relieved of her stress. It would offer secrets and gifts and remove her fear. She would allow it into her body, then her mind, and then into her heart. Her skin crawled, and she felt 1 or 2 beads of sweat fall from her forehead. She felt repelled, but at the same time allured by this thing, very curious about it. She wanted to know what it was, where it came from, and why it was here. Her curiosity was being allured by its strange seductiveness. Somewhere in the depths of her mind, she could desperately try to fight the mental desire to submit to this thing, even though it seemed to have hold of her body. Her body felt shackled and weighted down, and she felt captive on the spot where she stood. Brooke fought to maintain her presence of mind, and had resolved within herself not to give in, but to concentrate on resistance, come what may. She wasn't giving in, and she could hear the thing calling to her to let herself come to a place of submission and peace and stillness by way of its help. Through her resolve, sheer will and determination, Brooke fought to ignore the fear and absurdity that was trying to envelop her. She was choosing not to become its prey, or worse, its captive. Highly aware that her breathing was shallow and laboured because of the damn air pressure and what felt like a lack of oxygen, despite the surrounding forest, Brooke focused on her own breath. She could not currently muster the control to calm her shallow breathing down, and she felt so very, very cold. And everything has gone so dark and grey. In fact, in only moments, the darkness had gotten so palpable she could not see even an inch in front of her and felt panic begin to set in. But her instincts told her to be calm and show no fear of surrender, even if she couldn't move under the weight of this thing's spell, and try as she might, she could not even move a centimetre anyway. She felt compelled to obey this instinct of fighting the battle between her mind and body. And it turned out that this wasn't so hard, even if her body felt stiff like a statue. Her physical bodily imprisonment allowed her to concentrate on calming herself and work on steadying her breath without the impingement of her body, which may, if in full working order, have caused her, by natural instinct, a desire to flee on foot which could be disastrous. This natural inclination to flee would have left her in a state of flurry, and without focus or control, she would have panicked, and who knows what would have happened then. This ominous presence would soon be up close, and personally declare itself to her and her surroundings in the form of a cloud that possessed the colour and the depth of any ordinary shadow. The cloud continued gliding along as a moving presence that never touched the ground, and it was edging ever so slowly toward her. It loomed as a sole entity, with its expanse sheltering the trees to their tops and in width. Its expanse was as wide as her peripheral sight could see. She had no nerve to look left or right to observe its reach. It was so big and seemed to be getting larger. The present darkness had her transfixed, and she was guessing and counting in her head how many seconds it was away from her. She guessed 30 seconds, 29 seconds. It didn't seem to consume anything in its path. Nothing appears to be dying, though it is just passing through objects, whatever was in its way. 22 seconds, though it did seem to be beelining straight for me. But I know that already. 17 seconds. Keep calm and breathe slowly, Brooke. Brooke managed a small exhale, and she forced her eyes shut for a moment, willing herself to keep her composure despite her breathing being frenetic and shallow. She managed to keep her composure before she opened her eyes again, and the looming cloud stood centimetres away from her. Stubbornly refraining from submitting to surprise and a little shock, she could feel the coldness and darkness of the presence right up against her skin, and she thought she had grossly miscalculated its distance away from her. Either that, or the presence had gathered considerable pace while her eyes were closed. Anyway, it was right in front of her, still hovering off the ground. The presence of it was stifling, and her breathing grew a little more erratic and even a little more shallow. Still, she felt like all that she could breathe in was vaporless air that emitted from the cloud, and her instinct told her that the cloud somehow knew this and took delight in knowing that it was the only air that she could breathe. The greyness was much bigger than she was in both height and width, at least 3 lengths of her height and about 10 of her width, and she resolved within herself not to be intimidated. She could detect no eyes in the presence, but she could feel it watching and observing, and she was sure that it felt like it was trying to absorb and understand her presence and who she was. This presence, which loomed, gave off a very cold aura. She could feel its chilly dampness under her skin, though the cloud shadow thing did not touch her. She felt its coldness permeate her bones. The presence just hovered only centimetres from her, and she stayed still unable to move a muscle. She stood frozen, focusing her mind on keeping her composure, ignoring the soreness and stiffness that was taking hold over her muscles and tendons. It was a sole entity. This much Brooke knew, and it was without a puppeteering master as one would assume a shadow would have. She couldn't decide if it was a cloud or shadow that hovered before her, as it gave the essence of either or both. I'm delirious. I must be. No, I'm not. It's my only explanation. She could feel that it had a pulse and heartbeat, and she could feel the pulse of this presence now permeate through her skin, entering into the muscles in her limbs and torso. It was like a slow, rhythmic vibration and the beat of a very gentle drum that was trying to sync with her own pulse and heartbeat. She could feel its desire to connect with her. However, the presence could not quite manage to engage with its desired target. Brooke could feel it wanting to synchronize with her own heartbeat, but she knew if she let her heart pump in the same rhythm as this entity, it would tie her to itself, and Brooke instinctively knew that would not be good. So, she quickened her heartbeat by increasing her breathing, which was the one thing she felt that she still had control over. It was easy to create such erratic, short, sharp breaths in this atmosphere, and she instinctively knew that her breathing and heartbeat were in a natural and stark contrast to this thing, which seemed to favour long, slow, and laboured movements of breath and heart. She was hoping that her instinct was correct, and that this was the defence she had against the darkness. The girl did not know how she knew this, but she did, and chose not to question her own instinct, as she had nothing else tangible to rely on. That awful foreign breath of the presence within her quickened also. Her response was to hold her breath and exhale slowly, and hold her breath again, and she had just enough gas in her tank to oppose the heartbeat of this abhorrence that wanted to meld and connect itself so desperately with her. The very presence so dark within her was quickly learning how to read her internal body clock, and was on the throngs of matching its breath and heartbeat to hers. Something inside of her remembered, probably instinct again, that she could adjust her rib cage to expand and her lungs to strengthen, just like what happened in the ocean. She knew she could hold her breath for a while, which she did, and this gave her enough traction to give very short, sharp, and fierce breathing patterns. She hoped that this would work on land. The presence, who preferred slow and rhythmic patterns, could not match the quick, sudden change of Brooke's heart and lung movements. It had worked. And then, in one instant, the present darkness understood Brooke's resistance, and the fact that its own pulses could not match the skirting of Brooke's pulses understood its defeat and retreated. And in one moment, the darkness was gone. The sun was shining, the temperature was rising, the birds were chirping. The sky was a rich blue again, and, most importantly, in this same instant, Brooke was not cold anymore. Brooke barely registered that she no longer needed to relieve herself because she vaguely felt a warm trickle down the inside of her leg. Her knees were weak, and her muscles felt like jelly, and she collapsed into her own urine on the ground. Her face was etched in fear, her forehead wrinkled up, her mouth seemed stuck in a position of open-mouthed shock, and her haunted eyes stared at nothing before she passed out for an indeterminate amount of time. The raven's call. The old, well-worn woman had finished her sandwich, which had been prepared by the loving and well-worn hands of her husband. She was sitting quietly, waiting for it to digest, for her digestion was not what it once was, and eating such things as sandwiches left her and her digestion a little sleepy these days, and she allowed herself to doze a little. She had not for a moment shut her eyes when she was interrupted by a little voice, and she blinked a little before opening her eyes fully to see what sat on the branch of her favourite tree. "Well, well, well, what have we got here?" a familiar voice screeched. Gigi focused her eyes as she sat in her rocking chair, which was positioned under her blooming cherry blossom tree. She recognised that voice and remained silent as she stared at the little crow perched on a branch just above her head. "I wasn't expecting to find you here." The raven's wings flapped. "There is trouble coming, you know." Gigi knew better than to respond. It would be too much for the crow not to speak. She knew it to be a chatty and gossipy little raven. He could hardly resist speaking. This, too, she knew. "The final trouble. I do not know, but it is a very big trouble indeed." The raven flapped its wings, and its little body shook as if it felt the dark presence around it. "Ah, ah, ah, ah," it called in its piercing native bird tongue, almost as if in a sign of distress, and then, after a moment of this small spectacle, it regained composure and then spoke. "Ah, ah, ah, are you equipped? The new ones aren't, and you're old and past your prime, Gigi. At least that is what the Bonacci say. Remember, Gigi, it was you who almost lost the last great war. Ah, ah. The raven's wings flapped furiously as he spoke before stilling himself and awaiting Qiqi's reply. You are a wily little thing, Raven. A wry smile and twinkling eyes donned Qiqi's face for just a moment. Have you not heard about blackbirds baked in a pie? She couldn't resist the tease and knew it would tame his condescension. The raven flapped around again, giving a much milder distress call than a moment earlier. Ah, 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 the raven called as he flapped off into the morning sky and called back to her as he flew. Qiqi, your time is coming sooner than you think. Qiqi knew of what he spoke and sighed as she recalled events past to herself. It had been 33 years since her last adventure. This, she knew. A lot of damage had happened to her body all of those years before, and she was now in awful shape in her 88th year. That battle had been fierce, and the aching in her bones was a testament to this. Qiqi was observing the neighbourhood from her little stool under her favourite tree. She looked over her little picket fence, and she watched a woman on a bike cycle by and recognised it to be the familiar movements of her neighbour of 50 years. Qiqi thought of Martha, her dear friend, who had a long-held sprightliness, and who was not quite precisely 2 years Qiqi's senior. Martha, bless her, could be seen cycling around the neighbourhood and practising gymnastics routines multiple times a week, and she smiled to herself. Qiqi, on the other hand, was most likely spending her time massaging her bones with her homemade ointment and wrapping what she could with bandages to help ease the aches. Today was no exception as she looked down at her strapped knees. To everybody around her in this ordinary world, she appeared to be just another tottery old woman, past her prime and riddled with disease. In this world, it was Martha who was the epitome of older age brilliance and a person people around these parts aspired to be like. Qiqi smiled and thought of Martha as being the beacon of grace and poise in advanced age, and recognised that she herself is happy to be viewed as the tottery old woman who lives in the corner house and sits in the garden under her blossom tree and talks to the flowers. She quite enjoyed being the neighbourhood's eccentric quirk. Now, that would be a wonderful way to be remembered. Her brown, wrinkled face wrinkled further as it broke into a little smile, and her brown eyes twinkled. Qiqi was happy to be thought of as the tottery old eccentric woman with aches and pains. It helped her not think of her own many wartime battles in the ages gone by in 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵. So many battles won and lost, none of which this world would ever know, except maybe through fables and stories in aeons to come, and even then, the heroine of those stories would most likely resemble very little of Qiqi herself. She rubbed her aching knees and thought about that last great fight that the raven had spoken of just now. This war had been the most futile of all of the wars gone by, but it had been the most violent and agitated one she had experienced. Her own wounds were a testament to this. Qiqi had broken 2 ribs, one in either cage, broken her right leg in 3 places, her left leg in 2 places, both of her wrists and also her right shoulder. To endure, her skull was fractured, which had left her unconscious and on the verge of death and life in those ultimate moments of that great battle. This was not to mention the damage to her kidney and lungs from the impact. What was worse than remembering such things was telling her husband, John, that she was called to battle one more time. This prospect scared her more than facing any dark force, as she recalled his distress as she lay in the hospital, and she remembered feeling his anguish as she recovered, knowing that she would be feeling as he did if their roles were reversed. 8 months in the hospital and 13 years of operations and rehabilitation. But what managed to bring a tear to her eye was that she remembered the helplessness that was so prevalent in the eye of her beloved John. 𝐿𝐮𝐽 shook away these thoughts, as she did not want to think of things past, so this earthen warrior pondered what the raven had said instead, which was that the new ones weren't equipped. If this was true, these new custodians of the elements probably weren't even aware of their rulerships yet. Though in her heart, 𝐿𝐮𝐽 knew that the Great One had never allowed a war to come to pass without the full training and equipping of his mandated ones. So, she knew the war was soon. She had felt it for a while now, but had chosen to give her instincts no heed. 𝐿𝐮𝐽 knew it was coming, but not quite yet. She also knew that the recently mandated ones would have accelerated learning, and this gave her great comfort. Grabbing her old stick, which leaned against the arm of the chair in which she sat, 𝐿𝐮𝐽 tapped on the cherry tree trunk 3 times, and then twice, and then 3 times again. Then she waited. The wait, she knew, could be a long one, as it had been in the past. But thankfully, this was not the case today. A little golden door appeared, no more than 4 inches high and 3 inches wide, and popped open from the base of the tree trunk, and through it popped a little owl-like pixie, no taller than a thumb. "Allura!" 𝐿𝐮𝐽 beamed, and she continued to smile as she watched Allura enlarge before her to a size and height that equalled that of 𝐿𝐮𝐽 herself, which was not very tall, as 𝐿𝐮𝐽 spent most of her days hunched over her walking stick. The pair hugged as 𝐿𝐮𝐽 sat, and the two chatted and caught up on all of the woodland gossip. Allura told of rigid Rickety Rigby's recent tantrum, which had left him skulking around with a vile temper for weeks. She told 𝐿𝐮𝐽 of recent engagements and breakups, and even of her own recent exploits of learning to paint and draw, and how she had absolutely no talent for it, despite her teacher's decrees to the contrary. Allura spoke of how she let her teacher keep up the pretense anyway, because it helped Allura stay peaceful and creative, and it gave her joy. 𝐿𝐮𝐽 requested to see Allura's handiwork, knowing that it was true that it probably was disastrous. Allura, though graceful and with poise, was a far cry from being an artistic personality. They spoke of many other things for quite a while longer, before getting down to the business of the rumours of woes that were surrounding 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿. The mood between them grew sombre. Allura told 𝐿𝐮𝐽 that the son of Alastor, who was the current lord of 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿, Hindra, was taking over his father's reign and was setting up a new kingdom in the valley of Huxley. The wise owl noticed 𝐿𝐮𝐽 shuddering and knelt on the ground before her, and she placed her hand on 𝐿𝐮𝐽's shoulder, knowing not a lot of comfort could be given for the remembrance of the valley of Huxley, for this was the place of that last great battle. Allura took a deep breath in. "Hindra has done this for your torment. I am almost certain of it, 𝐿𝐮𝐽. Not only for this reason, but he has also done this because it is the heartbeat of all of 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿 and the strongest point to draw in the power of the universe. His drive is deeper and darker than that of his father. There is even less light in him. Almost none." Allura put her other hand on 𝐿𝐮𝐽's other shoulder, and with her large auburn owl eyes, looked into 𝐿𝐮𝐽's brown ones with deep compassion. "𝐿𝐮𝐽, my dear one, listen. You know that there are 3 chosen ones being raised up." Allura paused for a moment, still holding 𝐿𝐮𝐽's gaze. "1 for water, 1 for fire, and 1 for wind, but not for soil, 𝐿𝐮𝐽. No one has been called for earth." Allura sucked in a little breath. "It is still your turn. These new ones are young, 1 is still a child, and this battle will be the fiercest and the darkest yet. Hindra is worse than this father, and stronger too, if that were possible." There was no expression, but a single tear that ran down 𝐿𝐮𝐽's cheek as she stood heavy-hearted. for even before Allura had spoken, she knew what was to come. The fire. On the other side of the world, a little girl was feeling the stirrings of her own awakening, and this little girl, called Bridie, sat curled up in the big armchair, watching her little candle flicker on the windowsill. It was autumn now, and in autumn, young Bridie loved to sit with her blanket and stare at the small candle whilst the leaves fell off the big old oak trees on the street in the foreground. It was, without a doubt, her second favourite time of year. The winter time was absolutely her first favourite time of year, and this excited Bridie because the cold was coming in soon, which meant the fireplaces would soon be crackling with wood as they burnt in the houses of her town. Until her favourite time of year arrived, the girl was content with the little flame bouncing around on the candlewick. It seems that fire was the muse of Bridie, though Bridie, in her tender years, never thought to wonder why. So instead, she sat and dreamed. Bridie would escape into her imagination as the fire crackled, and quite often she would create and then draw about other worlds that she would conjure up in her head. These imaginings would happen as she stared into the flames of the fire and inhaled the smell of burning maple and oak logs. Unfortunately, the time of year was not here yet for her to do that, for it was only autumn. Bridie's fascination with fire was a little peculiar to those in her family. It was their understanding that people, particularly children, who liked fire, seemed to be a little wild, or reckless of heart, or just flat out little fire starters, a sentiment her father often mumbled in reference to young firebugs. This was not the case here, though. Her family seemed to recognise that Bridie's creativity and joy flourished in the presence of fire, but they could not understand it. Before her, the flame swayed as though it knew the answer to this secret was not about to reveal it. This small flame seemed to dance in acknowledgement, almost like it knew what Bridie was thinking and was delighted by it. Bridie was a gentle girl. Her young mind, in all her 11 years, had never understood fire to be wild, heartless, or destructive, but a force that seemed to care and nurture. The child secretly understood that fire was not wild, but a power that understood its role and was unapologetic for it. She had once overheard her mother wondering if her daughter's thinking could be because Bridie had never seen a fire in full flight in nature, though in Bridie's mind, the fire was simply working within the rhythms of nature to preserve and encourage new, healthier environments to grow. Well, that is what she had learnt in the books that she had read anyway. This idea felt right to her, and Bridie could sense this in her heart too. So, as she pondered, the girl sat staring into her little flame as the autumn leaves fell to the ground outside of the window. Her eyelids got heavy, and she put her head onto the arm of the chair, slowly falling into sleep, with the little flame watching over her as she did so. The water and wind. Brooke was still passed out on the ground, and her head stirred, and her fingers moved for just a fleeting moment. She could hear vague voices, but could not make them out. One sounded like a male voice, and the other like a very soft and breathy voice. She opened her eyes once to see a figure standing over her, and what appeared to be an almost translucent cloud standing in an upright position, floating next to the young man. Brooke passed out again, not having the wherewithal to comprehend what she had just witnessed. The stranger. It was heading into the afternoon now on Cove Beach, and the temperature was still warm. He, the stranger, had been waiting on the sand dunes in the heat as promised for her return, but Brooke's return was not as the stranger had expected. Normally, he would see her emerge from the waves as though she had risen from a dive, and she would do this alone. Not this time, though. This time, she had appeared on the sand, apparently out of nowhere, being carried by a man who himself appeared to have come through some kind of invisible doorway, and who was now standing on thin air. And this man took steps downward from what seemed to be the steps from an invisible platform. And when his feet were on the sand, he kneeled and laid an unconscious Brooke on the sandy beach and stared down at her for a moment before returning from whence he came without looking back. Whilst the stranger had expected her to take this long, he had not expected her to return quite this way. The pulse in the stranger's neck quickened and his muscles tensed. He did not like what he was witnessing, but sat unmoved and silent with his hoodie firmly over his head, covering his face as much as possible, watching the implausibility before him. He watched the figure move up the invisible steps and back onto the platform and back through that multicoloured door he had ventured from. When the door shut itself, it vanished without a trace, and the beach was back to its tranquil self, with the sounds of the gentle waves gently hitting the shore, and barely a breath of wind in the air, nor a soul on the beach but himself and the unconscious girl lying on her back near the shallows. The stranger would continue to sit and wait and wonder. She did not look like she was moving. She looked heavily sedated or deeply unconscious, and he could not tell what her state was or was not from where he sat. Leaving his position on the sand dunes, he made his way down to the water, making his move before anybody made their way onto the beach. Not a soul had been to this part of the beach all day. The beach remained silent, except for the slapping of waves on the beach, and the surrounding quietness made it feel like an untouched ancient land to him. Nighttime was beginning its bloom. The temperature had not dropped much, and there was not a breath of wind as the sun had descended into a crimson-red cascade on the horizon over the ocean. Even as the moon had risen and the stars were bright in the clear night sky, the ocean was still only producing small waves and small ripples and was looking dark in the moonlight. He could hear the ripples of water as they so quietly and softly hit the sand on the shoreline. The sound reminds him of somebody standing in the shallows of the water and paddling gently. The sound is rhythmic and soothing, and he is almost sure the water sounds like someone playing or dancing. Almost to the beat of the sea, the stranger moves across the sand dune and over to where Brooke had been lying under scrub for the past few hours, in which he placed her after she had been unceremoniously dumped. He couldn't leave her to burn on the hot sand in full sunshine, nor could he get her home. So the scrubland in the dunes was where he had laid her until darkness fell. The stranger stood over her, staring down at her, pondering her, wanting to wake her and ask question after question, but of course, he did not. He just took his opportunity to stare and query himself, knowing she was incapable of offering any answers. It was the first time that he had seen her up this close, virtually face to face. He had stood a distance from her in the street, but had never stood close to her like this. The stranger never dared to. He could tell that she would stir soon, because her breathing was changing its rhythm, and her head stirred a little. This stranger could not take his eyes away, because she looked so haunted and full of so many secrets. Bashfully he guessed he knew that he might never see her this close again, and knew he would rue the day if he did not ponder her face, and form, and take in her presence. And so he kneeled down beside her in the moonlight for a moment. To him she was striking. Her lips were not full, but a little plump. They were beginning to look cracked and withered from dehydration and the rue of the sun, and they were pursed, almost tight, like she was tense or stressed. She would wake up with a nasty, blistering sunburn in the next day or two. This sunburnt glow enhanced her lips, causing them to look rosy and red, and he knew they would be blistering and sore. Her face looks taut, and her dark, arched eyebrows furrowed. She looked troubled in her slumber, a little disturbed. The tanned skin on her face was blushed from the sun and looked weather-worn, especially for her age, as was the skin on her hands. That normally lovely hair sat in a matted mess sprayed out about her. Besides those large, bright, lucid eyes of hers, her hair was one feature that stirred him. It still now did, even as it was before him, a knotted and matted mess and splayed through the sand. He loved that the sun had bleached it all kinds of blonde, some strands a little yellowish, some strands so white like the snow, and yet others the colour of sand. He had heard her once refer to it as being like straw, but he could not see it. It looked like a waterfall to him, and he had so badly wanted to feel its softness in his fingers and on his cheek and chest. But he didn't move to touch her, only stare. She moaned a little, and her head stirred a little again. He also remembered the first time he had heard her voice, and it stopped him. It wasn't just the accent. It was the soft and breathy raspiness of it, so cool to his ears, the kind of voice you desire to hear, whisper, and feel its breath in your ear in the dead of night. He looked at her, deciding that it was time to pick her up again. She was certainly smaller than she appeared, almost doll-like to his eye, especially compared to his own frame. One of her arms lay over her torso, and the other lay bent out to her side, with her palm upward. She had a few veins in her hands. He could see her small chest heaving ever so slightly. She was still breathing. Her stomach was lying flat, her hips were turned a little, and her legs were bent together, one knee on top of the other, just as he had left her when he picked her up from the shoreline. He could make out the shape of her hips and the curve of her bottom in the moonlight. The stranger was settled in her presence, and he was calmed. She brought peace to him, even in this tormented, unconscious state. The peace was not short-lived, but it was certainly tempered because he had no idea what had left her in such a wretched condition. This was something I really did not like at all. He didn't like that he didn't know where she went when she dived into the ocean. He didn't like or understand how she had returned that day. And he didn't like that portal that she came back through. And he certainly didn't like that he had carried her. And the stranger definitely hated that she had been laid in some partly comatose state, and with no idea what put her into that condition. Her chest was moving in very small breaths, and he could see she was stirring, so he moved quickly and stooped down to pick her up. And he carried her. She was so incredibly light. Her body was so small and so very thin too. She wore a thin layer of muscle, most likely due to the surfing and swimming that she did, but barely any flesh. She felt so bony. One thing that he would do if it were up to him would be to feed her. He continued to stare at her face as her head lay in the crook of his arm, and as he walked her over the dunes and along the concrete path back to her house. He was sure that his heart, which was beating out of his chest, would wake her up with its thumping. Even though all he could smell was the odour of salt and seawater over her, he breathed in the scent of her hair and leaned to catch the scent of her low, soft breath. This to smelt of the sea. He thought that he picked up the scent of pine or birch or even sulphur, but he could not be sure because there were no birch trees around here or any fires today. This stranger wondered what he would do if she had opened her eyes and looked at him with those dulcet green eyes of hers. Yes, he did know. He would panic. She made another small sound. He quickened up his pace, but continued to gaze upon her, only looking up in brief increments so as not to trip or bang into or over anything. He did not want to stop looking at her, so he did not. Once at her house, he entered her front gate and made his way down the side of the house. He placed her on the ground gently and quietly. The stranger knew that Brooke had never locked her bedroom window, and it was always jimmied open a little bit. He had observed this enough over the time he knew her to know that when she opened her window, it did not draw attention to anybody else in her house. Once the window was opened, he lifted her off the ground and stood on a rock that was under her window. He also knew that Brooke needed this rock to climb through her window because she was not a particularly tall person. Anyhow, this rock assisted him with her today. This rock would be enough height to leverage himself up, enough to pass her through the window and onto the bed, which was positioned under the window. Another trick she had used in her youth to avert parental attention when sneaking out of the window. He knew this too. After he laid her on the bed, he climbed into the window himself and laid her properly onto her bed, placing a pillow under her head. He crouched by the bed, wanting to touch her, but using all of his strength not to. His response to her was so strong today, and almost a little overwhelming, and he was feeling a little out of control. He felt both consumed and motivated by her, like his senses were in overdrive. He did not want to leave, but to sit, even lie next to her and rest, even just for an hour or two. All that he knew was that his visceral responses were in overdrive. His heart was peaceful, but still thumping strongly in his chest, and his mind was haunted by today's observations and racing with questions that were desiring answers, especially about her disappearances into the ocean and that bizarre occurrence with the portal today. He knew he was not getting answers tonight, and amid his punctured thinking, understood that here he stood, in fact, enthralled by eye, caged by mind, and captured by heart, entirely by a person who did not even know who he was, or that he even existed at all. She stirred, and this time he knew he had to leave now or be caught. His thoughts for a while now were frequently of anything else but this girl, but being so close to her, and holding her and touching her, would do nothing but increase his ache for her, but he was not ready to let her know who he was yet. He was not ready or prepared to deal with this yet, particularly now as he stood before her in greater turmoil and in a more fractured state after the day's events. He did not know what was responsible for the loss of himself and the responses he was having. The stranger heard movement in the hallway and saw a shadow under the doorway, so he left from where he came, via her bedroom window, and back to the world in the darkness of night. A bath time experience. Not more than half an hour later, Brooke woke up gently. She felt the bed beneath her and lifted her head to look about the space, finding herself in her bed in her room at home, fully clothed with shoes still on. She banged her head back on the pillow and licked her lips. Her lips stung. She felt so thirsty and she felt shaky and weak in her muscles. Her bedroom door opened. "Oh, you're awake! Grub's up, love. I didn't hear you come home today. You must have snuck in quietly." Her mother looked at her for a moment, then quipped, "You look horribly sunburnt. And you've got my slacks on. I've been looking for them all over the place. I thought that I lost 'em." "I'll be there in a second." Her head felt sore, and her lips and skin were burning, and she felt nauseous. She placed her hand on her abdomen, hoping that somehow it would ease her, but this was to no avail. She sat up in the bed and put her feet on the ground. Her limbs felt like they were tingling, and she felt like she could only move with small movements, for her nerves didn't seem to stand quick movements. Her muscles still tingled also, and her mind raced in groggy thought. She was trying to piece together her thoughts, but couldn't quite put them into any lucid order yet. Food'll sort me out, or make me feel worse. Brooke was not sure yet, but tried anyway. So she got up off the bed and made her way to the dining room table and was greeted by chicken kebab sticks and a green salad. She was thankful that it was not a big, stodgy meal, and ate with vigour, not even noticing that it eased her ailed stomach. She was thankful that no one seemed to notice her slight shaking and tremor, but it was subsiding with every mouthful that she took. Brooke ate and devoured freshly made homemade bread, then waited for this food to digest and devoured plums and mango. She had a feeling that she would be back in the fridge for more in a few hours' time, as the amount of food she was devouring did not seem to quench her appetite. Her body was sucking up the nutrition like a sponge. She listened to the banter of her family, not taking part in any of the conversations, and only interjecting with answers when she was asked a question. She was thankful that they were so caught up in the events of their own day that they failed to notice her lack of exuberance. Life appeared to be moving along as normal this night in the Anderson household, and Brooke took great comfort and solace in this, despite feeling like she was in some kind of half-lucid twilight state. She then showered, a very long and, despite the hot evening, boiling shower. She washed and conditioned her hair and rinsed it off. Deciding that this wasn't enough, she took a bath, needing to soak her sore body, still very aware of its groaning and pangs. Brooke made an event of this, lathering her hair in a hair mask, putting her soothing mask on her face, and dousing the water with bath salts and coconut-scented bath oils, which she had generously poured in and created an excessive amount of bubbles, and was quite pleased with the scent as she soaked in the water. She closed her eyes and could feel her muscles move from tense to relaxed and supple. Her nerves no longer felt like prickles, and she could feel sweet relief. She grabbed the loofah from the shelf next to her and began to loofah her body from her shoulders to her feet, and gathered her thoughts about the day. It felt so surreal, like she had been in one long dream, with parts she could not remember or put together. Brooke's pondering had kept her in the bath, as she kept trying to grasp the lost memories of the day before the water got cold. She mumbled to herself about this, and not a moment later the water in the tub had grown warm, and to her own surprise, she found that she was not shocked or surprised by this, only surprised by her own surprise. A smile came to her lips, and she sank back into the water, grateful for its considerations. For the first time all day, and probably since her adventures began, she found herself genuinely at peace with her newfound realities, but could not understand how or why such things were happening. And so, at this moment, sitting in her bathtub, Brooke had embraced the surreal. She celebrated this minor triumph by calling upon the bath water to heat to 2 degrees warmer and stay that way until she was ready to get out, which was not soon, as she wanted to linger. She had become accustomed to the pleasure of spending longer periods of time in the water, and her exhilaration was becoming evident. Her wondering led to the obvious query being, what else could she command the water to do by thought and speech? So she played. If she could make commands of her bath water and learn to practice here, what can I do with an ocean full of water? Exhilaration and anticipation encompassed Brooke, and she began by commanding the water to rise out of the bath like a tornado, and gently place itself back into its rightful position inside the tub without making a splash or even a sound. She played and made commands and demands, almost like she was testing the water's temperance, testing its loyalty and willingness to obey her every whim, and so with a silky smooth and tempered whisper. She offered directives to the water, such as dancing before her like a ballerina, creating an upside-down waterfall and flooding the ceiling with no damage or harm to the house's structure. The clear ripples of the water carpeted the ceiling, like the clear shallows of a pristine beach, with its own reflections of light mirroring themselves onto the surfaces beneath. The remaining water swirled in the bath gently, caressing her, eager to let her know of its willingness and offering itself up as a dutiful participant to her requests. Brooke filled with a meteoric rise of exhilaration and anticipation at the sights before her, coupled with the water's eagerness to submit to and please her, took no time to abandon herself to a loss of verbal and emotional control under this newfound condition of exhilaration. Brooke allowed a fresh set of requests and demands to seethe from her lips, these amusements requiring the water to adjust from dulcet acquiescence to complexity in its tasks. From her initial benign requests of a temperature adjustment to the bathwater's very own temperatures, or requiring the very same bathwater to please her by performing as a ballerina in performance, these cruelties of the order came thickly and at a furious pace from Brooke, now ensconced in a verbal and guttural vitriolic haze of command to the water. These demands grew more creative and daring as her passion and delight laid forth their venom. She relished the water being under her complete command, and her soul felt soothed. For what felt to the water the millionth time, this excitement increased the desire for the new charge's command, and demand hit fever pitch, with the demands of Brooke growing wilder still. She wanted the water to flood the house in its entirety, with no harm nor foul to anything or anyone in it, and this washing machine cycle of frenzy continued to a point the water, in very slow measure, began to gently refrain itself from being delivered further into her slavery. Instinctively, the water knew the impossibility of what Brooke commanded, and that Brooke, its new commander, did not have the power or understanding of how such things worked. The water had put its proverbial foot down. Brooke, in her excited and heightened state, began berating the water when it failed her requests, barking at it and scolding it with vitriolic venom, which worsened with every demand she made, her voice growing with bitter contempt and vehemence with every syllable. The water that surrounded Brooke in the bathtub did not have the docile feel that it had at the beginning of the bath. The water felt thicker, like she could not move as buoyantly within it, and the water heated and simmered about her, as if the water could feel her unreasonable lack of rationality and was rebelling against her rulership. Brooke felt a rebellious liquid surrounding her, growing aggressive as its molecular structure transformed. The water began to simmer gently around her. The water whisperer squeezed her eyes shut and screwed her face up. She inhaled and then exhaled slowly, and in those precious few quiet moments, with the barely audible sound of the simmering water, Brooke began remembering the events of the day with that awful, God-forsaken cloud, and she realized that she was taking out her subconscious distress on the water, and she cried, not just for her treatment of the water, but for herself. She realized her powerlessness and lost control, unleashing her fury and emotion on the water. She sobbed for herself and the water, apologizing as she ran her hands over it. The water accepted the apology, calmed down, and returned to its original state to bathe Brooke. An hour later, when she had returned to tranquil docility, and after rinsing herself dry and lathering on her apple blossom lotions, she made her way to her room, pulled her blind closed, turned down her air conditioner onto a cool 19 degrees Celsius, got dressed, turned out her light, cocooned herself under cover, and slept peacefully in the silence of night after having expunged such depth of emotion minutes earlier in the bath, peacefully dreaming of nothing at all. A fiery experience. As Brooke was sleeping a perfect and dreamless sleep in a city more than a considerable distance away and in another hemisphere, young Bridie Winkler was herself waking by way of blinking her blurred eyes open. She wanted to wake, but it would seem that the blissful, though common state that was sleep was battling for her attention this very early morning. The sun had not risen yet. In fact, it was the loss of her second blanket during the night that caused her to stir before her due time, thus resulting in her current conundrum of sleeping or waking. A chill was creeping under her skin, and a tiny little smile had budded on her lips. A cheery start to the day began, because Bridie could feel that it would be a cold day, the best kind of day that there ever could be. This delighted her because it meant she could stoke the first fire of winter, and it took her no hesitation at all, despite the cold, to tear off her cover, sit up, and place her feet on the cold wood floor. She looked at the clock and knew everyone in the house was still asleep, and it was so quiet that you could hear a mouse squeak. She rubbed her arms and shook her head, causing a mass of long red curls to fall in her eyes, and she brushed them out of her eyes as she looked around the room for her slippers. While still sitting on her bed, she held her curls out of her eyes, and when she could not spot them, she bent over the side of the bed and looked both between her feet and under the bed for the elusive slippers. "Aha! There you are!" She reached underneath the bed, pulled them out, and placed them on, not caring that they were on the wrong feet, and then she raced over to her door, put on her dressing gown as quickly as possible, and raced out of her room, down the passageway, and through to where the back door was, being sure to make only the lightest of pitter-patters on the wooden boards. Bridie unlocked the door as quickly as the wind, and pulled it open with such reckless abandon that she almost fell out of it and into the snow, which was forming a small mound on the doorstep. She gained composure quickly and managed not to fall, but took an enormous step over the small snowy mound and into the backyard. The snow was not yet thick enough on the ground to cause any difficulty with her quick movements, as it was just forming the sheerest veneer of sleet, and therefore causing only the very occasional problem of a wobbly slide. This did not bother the girl in the slightest, for she was adept at foiling the trickery of this wintry backstep, for it was where she had taken her very first steps, in this very spot outside of the home's back door. It was instinct and not conscious memory that kept Bridie upright this morning, because all that mattered to Bridie was that on this first day of winter she wanted to be the first one to start the log fire in the family lounge room. Even though this was only the second year of doing such a thing, Bridie had decided that this was a ritual that she would be partaking in for a very long time, and that she would be the first of many generations that would birth a fire whisperer who would love this tradition as much as she herself did. Bridie completed the short walk down to the woodshed and cleared the small lump of snow that had piled itself into a spot of inconvenience by the shed door, and she opened the door to look around with a decided air of sternness about her. The first log of wood for the year would be an important one, and it had to be the right one, to her mind, and it had to have the right feel too. She had to feel good about it. So, she entered the woodshed and studied every piece of wood meticulously. She had made it a point to learn all about the properties of what makes an excellent piece of firewood a brilliant piece of firewood, and now would be her opportunity to put her newfound learning to the test this morning. She would surprise her family before they woke up with some fiery, cosy comfort. And if she got the fire going before they woke up, she had prepared a breakfast of tea and toast also. But first things first, let's build a fire. With excitement and quiet anticipation, she whispered to herself. The girl wanted to make sure that the log was the right colour, but this was for her own personal satisfaction, for she thought to herself that colour would have no effect on how well a fire burnt, but it just satisfied her nature to have such things satisfied. Bridie put her more whimsical side aside and decided that on a more serious note, the wood would have to be the correct length, and that it would not be too damp, that it had low moisture density, or it wasn't too old, and not only that, but it also had great structural density too, and one that she just simply felt good about. She tapped her forefinger against her lips and narrowed her eyes as she looked about, intense and meticulous, in her study. And then, after what felt like an eternity, she exhaled. None of the logs met her aesthetic standards, which disappointed her slightly. Additionally, they were all slightly damp because of her father's forgetfulness. This made them brittle and further added to her dissatisfaction. She also noticed that they had been sitting there for too long. Even the colour of the wood seemed a little darker than she would have liked, and she gave herself a little note to scold her father about the whole darn mess after breakfast. Oh, what to do? What to do? Bridie exclaimed, tapping her foot now and her lips. Bridie thought for a moment, and just as she was shutting her eyes to contemplate her conundrum and snort in derision, she sniffed, and then sniffed again, and very quickly sniffed again. Ooh, smoke! And Bridie turned on her heels, still sniffing the air, and her eyes widened as she saw a perfect little dark wood log, exactly as she would have imagined her perfect log to be, just sitting on top of a small wood pile with a very small flame flickering at its southern tip. I... The girl pulled in her chin, trying to gather her wits. What in the world? Bridie's mouth slammed shut mid-sentence as a voice very softly spoke from a tiny little flame. I wanted to be a surprise for you, Bridie. I hid myself so I could surprise you. The flame spoke with glee. Bridie blinked, causing her eyes to widen. She couldn't see a face in the flame, but she felt like the voice came from it. I hope that it is a joyous surprise for you, friend. The voice cackled with glee. Well, Bridie was not entirely sure what she was thinking, but she knew for certain that she was surprised. Her voice trailed off because of pensive thoughts, and after a moment she gathered herself and spoke with deliberate and slow caution. I guess that I am surprised. Speaking out, this revelation seemed to fill her with confidence, and she boldly exclaimed, Yes, I am surprised. How on earth did you come alive? And how on earth are you speaking? Bridie leaned in to inspect the flame. Her natural curiosity was overriding everything else that she was feeling. It isn't really on earth that I came to be. Bridie, even more intensely, continued her inspection. The flame looked like any other ordinary little flame, except maybe being a little brighter and a little warmer than any ordinary flame. She could still not understand where the voice of the flame was coming from, because it seemed to have no mouth. It sounded like the voice was coming from within the flame. In fact, there was absolutely nothing about this log of wood and flame that looked like anything out of the ordinary, and so her internal bafflement continued, but she refused to show it in her outward demeanour. Bridie stared at the flame. How on earth is just an expression? You know, flame. Did you really come from somewhere else? Because I certainly didn't see you when I was inspecting the wood just now. I would have noticed you because you look so perfect. Did you come out of hiding just for me? Yes, I did, girl. I did, just for you. The little flame spoke almost in a crackling whisper. The flame's voice reminded her of a gentle and kind, wicked witch. If there was ever such a thing, Bridie thought to herself, because I have seen and heard it with my very own eyes and ears. I have so many questions that I don't know where to start, Flame. Bridie spoke back in a soft whisper. My mind is full of questions. Well, my first question would be, am I dreaming? The girl was speaking to herself more than she was the flame at this point. Nope, I am not dreaming. It is the first day of winter, and I know that because I have been counting down the days since summer. Also, I would have made myself have a much better dream than this one, that is for sure, or maybe this was the best dream ever. There was nothing else to it, so Bridie pinched herself. And sure enough, she found herself awake. This was proven to be a tried and true test to her mind, and so it was decided. Nope, I am not dreaming, I am very much awake. Bridie nodded her head decisively. So then, Flame, what are you doing here? First things first, Bridie, my girl. You better get me inside and onto the fire. Your family will be awake soon, and we better get that first fire of winter lit. Take me inside. Without another word, Bridie, wondering how the Flame knew about her first winter's fire, picked up the piece of wood and another small piece or two, and made her way back into the house, as the sun was rising through the thick, grey, wintry cloud. As she stepped inside the back door and made her way through the hallway and into the lounge room, not a single living thing stirred as she got the first wood fire of winter lit. She placed the 2 small pieces of wood into the fireplace, and then placed her new friend on top of those. She watched with interest as the Flame went to work to create a gently sizzling fireplace. We have to whisper fire. Bridie made her gentle demand as she sat cross-legged in front of the warmth of the fire. Now tell me, what are you doing here, and where are you from? There is no time to waste, girl. I have to show and not tell whether you are ready or not. I do think you're ready. So, are you ready, girl? Without a second's hesitation or even waiting for a response from Bridie, the young charge felt herself being sucked into a little door that had formed inside of the small wood fire setting, and in no time at all, she sat on her bottom on a tuft of lush green grass in a very pretty valley full of sunshine and butterflies, and in the midst of little houses that stood handsomely but with no order to where each stood, forming a little village. She could also see that her feet, which sat out in front of her, still had the slippers on back to front, and she knew that she looked silly but did not care in the slightest, particularly in light of what she was witnessing. Bridie had decided that her oddly placed slippers seemed right at home here in this delightful little village. It took a moment or two for Bridie to notice that the little Flame had placed itself on the ground next to her right side, and she pondered it, somehow hoping to gain answers, though knowing that she most likely would not. Bridie was unsure of what to make of these strange events for the second time that morning. So, doing the only thing that she knew to do, she pinched herself and yelped a little at the pain. Yep, still awake and not dreaming? Turning her gaze again to the Flame, Bridie again asked, Where are we? It is a very pretty place. We are in the place of the great wise master. He has things to show you. You have very important work to do, girl. Important work? Bridie spluttered and choked. You say silly things. But I don't know why I am surprised after all that has happened this morning. Well, go on, silly Flame. Please tell me all about my important work. The log, which lay horizontally beside Bridie, stood itself upright, and 2 little branch-like legs grew out of its bottom section and on each side of the log. These 2 branch-like legs grew from leg-like twigs, and out of these leg-like twigs grew feet-like twigs. The Flame itself positioned itself atop the now horizontal piece of wood, almost forming the shape of a head, a very fiery red head at that. Bridie still noted that the Flame had no formed facial features, and it still very much resembled a burning flame, nor did it grow any arms or hands. The creature stood at the height of Bridie, all thanks, of course, to the plank of wood's new-found legs and the positioning of the Flame atop the wood. I expect that you are taking me somewhere, Flame. The Flame nodded and began to take clumsy and slow steps forward. It reminded Bridie of a toddler taking its first steps, except that the Flame was not falling on its backside, though clearly this was not a comfortable state for the flaming log to be in. Bridie kept her pace slow to match that of her companion, but knew it was going to be a very slow walk to wherever they were headed. A couple of times, Bridie opened her mouth to speak and closed it again. She was tempted to ask to carry the log, but instinct told her to refrain, for she felt that it may be an insult. They had not walked for more than 100 meters, and the flame piped up with indignity. "You could have offered to carry me, girl. This is going to take forever." Taken aback, Bridie opened and closed her mouth, unsure of her next words. Then she gave a snort of derision. "You could have asked me to carry you before you grew such useless legs." She eyed the apparatus beside her. "You could have grown yourself some arms and hands, and that would have balanced you well. And while we are on the subject, your legs look terribly thin. It is a surprise that you can stand at all, let alone walk." Bridie felt bad for snapping, but was determined not to let it show. In her haughtiest voice, she said, "Well, let me pick you up then, but you have to put yourself back to your normal state." Though, before the girl could even finish her sentence, the log had produced exactly as the girl had wished, a new set of legs and a pair of solid feet and arms and hands, all made from sticks and twigs, and all in perfect proportion to the log. Lesson learnt, my girl, controlling what you actually feel and calling out what needs to happen. Well done, child. You are well advanced for your years, young'un. Is everything going to be a test? Anyway, why am I being tested? Bridie put her nose in the air before retorting. I am not thrilled about being tested, especially against my knowledge. And with incredulousness he continued, I did not know that I was even in class, and I am most unhappy about it all. The log began to walk, this time at a suitable and sustainable pace. You have work to do and little time to learn how to do it, girl, was the flame's patient response. Bridie's mouth twisted. I really don't know what that means. Fire, you keep refusing to tell me. Before the fiery log could say anything, the pair had almost bumped into a large sandstone brick wall that appeared in front of them, taking them both by surprise. Well, that came out of nowhere, exclaimed Bridie. Indeed. Lesson 2 for you, young'un. Learn to never be surprised that you will always be surprised. When you learn this lesson, then nothing will ever alarm you, and you will always be on alert and at the top of your game. It will keep you from trickery. The flame, sensing the girl's state of flummox, spoke again. Well, that is enough lessons for you today. You've done well, my girl. Bridie sighed a little sigh of relief, especially at the silliness of the so-called second lesson. Her head hurts a little as she tries to grasp the second lesson, but she decides that she will think about it later on. So, Flame, where did this wall come from? This is a wall that will take us to see 𝐸𝐵𝐵. Flame began to tap at the wall to try to find the secret door. This only took a moment, and a door opened, which the pair entered into the exact same place that they had just left. This is exactly the same place. Why on earth would we enter a door to end up in exactly the same place? Queried the girl. Entering through the door, via the way of that wall, makes us covered and invisible to anyone who would try to find us. It is like a big invisible shield, you see. Flame paused. Your response is a very good example of why Lesson 2 is so important. For what mad reason would we need to hide? Bridie asked, ignoring the latter half of Flame's statement. There is a fight coming, you see, and I believe that you will be the first to start it. I will... What? I am not starting any fight. There is a firestorm upon us, Bridie. A voice that Bridie had never heard before spoke. Bridie swung on her heels at the sound of a deep but gentle voice. A comely, kind-looking man stood before her. Bridie said nothing, but blinked and continued to stare at him wide-eyed, as if she was curious about nothing else. A firestorm! Bridie herself could not figure out whether she was asking a question or making an exclamation. There is a fire burning in the east, Bridie. Way, way in the distance. And this is not a good thing at all, but a very, very bad thing. These parts have not seen such a fire burn for a very long time in 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵. Well, that sounds horrible, not to ever have a fire burn for so long. How incredibly sad. The woman burning next to her recoiled in dismay, horrified at such a thought. Neem's eyes sparkled a little. Don't worry, we have had plenty of fires. Do not fear that. It is this particular fire that we have not had here in longer than anyone cares to remember, and we would prefer not to have it now. Neem studied the girl, who was looking up at him with wide-eyed curiosity, deciding that she looked hungry. Are you hungry? We have lots of sandwiches and cakes and sausage rolls. Would you like some? Bridie's eyes grew wider at the prospect of whether that was possible. She had the idea of making her family breakfast that morning, but knew that this was probably not going to happen now. They could feed themselves, and she was feeling a little more than a bit hungry. So, she better eat whilst she had the chance, and her mouth watered at the thought of all the delights. She followed Naomi to a large hut with the fiery wood, walking right beside her. Standing before her was a big canteen-style construction with a wide opening but no door. It had 3 walls, each wall containing benches and stovetops and sinks and ovens, refrigerators and freezers, and in the middle of the hut stood the longest table that she had ever seen, and it was laden with delights. Wafting from the large hut came the smell of hot strawberries and sugar, which were simmering away on a very large stovetop. She supposed it to be a jam in the making, and hopefully for fresh doughnuts. The scent of fresh pastries wafted through the air, mingling with the aroma of cinnamon doughnuts. Ah! She sighed with an open mouth, quite akin to drooling, and fortunately she caught herself before she lost her drool out of the corners of her mouth, and she felt a little red-faced at the prospect of it. Standing over the benches that lined the walls of the hut were small and fat little men and women, all dressed in chef's attire of all colours. And she wondered if they just liked to wear bright colours, or if the colours meant something. She decided that it was all a personal choice, but she did not quite believe herself. All 10 of them were what would be considered stoutly, but in reality they were fat, sang, talked, and nattered amongst themselves as they stirred the pots, rolled the pastry, washed the dishes, and served the food onto a long and large wooden table. The table was absolutely laden with delicacies of all kinds, though mainly the sweet kind. Big, clear jugs of different cold-coloured liquids sat interspersed throughout, as did piping hot jugs of coffee and tea. This could be Bridie's opportunity to have her first ever cup of coffee, and having it with a jam donut was almost too much for her to resist. She looked over at Naomi, who had now positioned himself in a rocking chair. Neem's eyes twinkled as he observed a look of almost desperation on her face. He looked at the table, and then at Bridie, and then nodded. Her well-coiffed manners were the only thing stopping the girl from running to the table, positioning herself right over the top of the table, and gorging herself. She wanted nothing more than to stuff her face with more food than she could handle, and let the crumbs and her spittle spray the table as she gorged herself. But of course, Bridie Winkler politely picked up a grey clay plate and scoured the table, and deciding upon a coveted doughnut and a sandwich, she placed it on her plate. Then, feeling red-faced with guilt at her wilful agreement to her own indulgence, and knowing her wilful disobedience to parent constraints regarding the consumption of caffeine, Bridie guiltily also poured herself a cup of coffee. A very ordinary wooden chair sat at the table, and she took no time to sit down as she had only one thing on her mind, and that was to savour her first ever taste of coffee, Just as she was inhaling it and bringing it to her lips, she was startled by a voice which shocked her out of her blissful comfort. "Is that all you're eating?" The hot coffee spilt on her hands and onto her lap, and droplets spilt over the sandwich and donut. She put the coffee down to clean herself up. A voice bellowed beside her. "You're gonna need a lot more than that. Here, let me fill up your plate." A boy, who appeared a little older than her, grabbed her plate away, not even being remotely aware of the ruckus he caused. Then, before she could protest, he had piled it up with all sorts of goodies until it looked like a little mountain of baked goods, and nothing but the rim of her plate could be seen. "There you go. That's better." "There is absolutely no way I could eat all of that." "No, probably not. But you can wrap it up and take it with you." "Take it with me? Where?" "You're going over to the fire in the east, aren't you?" "I am." "Well, a few of us wanted to go, but we don't have the call of the fire like you have." In that moment, Bridie had noticed that the flame was not by her side anymore. She had been so transfixed by the banquet before her and allured by the coffee that she had completely forgotten that she had a companion. Bridie lifted herself up by gripping the arms of her chair and flung herself around in desperate anticipation of locating her missing flame. The result was the uncomfortable feeling of whiplash. The flame was nowhere to be seen, and an infinitesimal moment of panic gripped her. To appease her momentary panic, she pushed her chair back and raced to the entrance of the annex, her eyes scanning to and fro. I could see the flame in discussion with what looked to be a cloud, which, too, stood horizontally upright. Though this cloud seemed to hover above the ground, and did not possess self-made legs like her log of wood did, the cloud was varying shades of lilac and lavender and other similar sorts that swirled and whirled and melded in together. The cloud itself was a moving object, even as it stood in one spot, its colours gyrating, as though it fancied itself to be a lantern, without the benefit of throwing off rays of light or colour. Such was the intensity between them that Bridie thought it better not to interrupt the duo, but just observe them, which she did with curiosity. Bridie noted that, at some points during their interactions, the fire flickered and grew almost triple in its short bursts of intensity, and the flame grew with a fiery redness of colour as it did so. At other moments within their interjections, the cloud, too, had its own responses with quick and reverberated movements. The cloud's pillowy countenance and lilac hues became overly bright and blinding, and the colours almost looked fiery and angry as they did so within their own moments of intenseness. The cloud and the flame appeared to be communicating with one another without any verbal interactions. She did not think that either the fire or cloud looked angry or upset with each other, but she could not be completely sure. Over yonder and far beyond the intense gaze of Bridie, which remained on the unlikely pair before her, was the pillar of smoke. The changes that were occurring with the pillar of smoke escaped the observance of all the townsfolk, including Naomi himself, who sat resting in the same chair he first sat in, now with his eyes closed and a smile on his lips. He would always find comfort in the sounds and the joy of the townsfolk. It gave his soul rest. Naomi listened as the cooks kept cooking, and the diners kept eating and talking and laughing with raucousness, as the cloud of smoke changed from a consistent, steady stream of smoke of faint pale grey, barely visible in the distance, to changing into furnace-like black billows that shot out of the ground every 3 seconds. ALKDNS. The cause of the sudden change in the smokestack was yet to be determined by the townsfolk in that small village of 𝐬𝐵𝐿. Its causation was not lost on the inhabitants of the desolate wasteland of 𝐼𝐶𝐺, though. Way of that smokestack, and every surviving living creature was sounding an alarm that was shifting in its own state of conscious awareness. The alarm was a call to arms, to which every living organism was required to respond, and so they were responding, whether awake or in hibernation. The most catatonic and in the deepest of such states were the motor folk, who were infantile-like in their stirrings toward wakefulness. These unfortunates would stir for the longest time before rousing and causing the most raucous disturbance on the land's surface before they had even opened their eyes. Slow, steady, and heavy movements of large bodies shifting positions were sending rumblings through Alkdens, as movements of hand and foot echoed like thunder throughout the silent wastelands of barren earth. The nerve endings in their arms and legs spasmed, and these movements were causing shakes and large cracks to form on the surface of the earth. As hundreds of motor folk lay underground in their muddy casings, other creatures throughout the wastelands were a little quicker in their responses to the calls of their master-in-chief. These dogmen had been tugging at their chains and groaning with growls of woe and stress, and with never-relenting lamentations in their desperation to be free. They longed to be doing their master's bidding, for they had been chained up for more time than could be considered. The snapping of jowls sprayed green saliva from their rancid dog-like jaws. Their chains were blood-stained and clambering against the bolts that held them in place along the walls of the dark stone cavern. Upon wrists and ankles were shackled, which were stained with old black blood and painted with the bright red, new sticky blood, which softened the flesh of their bones and thus helped with the cause of the further tearing of flesh. It was not music that could be heard echoing and ringing through the tunnels, but the clambering of chains. These wretched, soulless beings were desperate in their desires to roam. Not that each of them wanted to escape only for the worship of their very own Great One. They wanted to rip the very flesh off the bones of their own counterparts also. They were permanently turned on by the smell of raw meat and blood and bone, and their ravenous hunger was driving them to further distraction. The sludge of bile, urine, and sweat caused the slopping sound of padded feet on concrete as their claws were in frenetic movement on the ground. The chains were long enough to allow enough movement to keep them agile and strong, and the chains were designed to be not quite long enough to reach others to end up in a fight, though they could still smell the stench of each other's breath in all of their putridity. Occasionally, the sound of the thunderous movement of the motor folk even brought the dogmen to silence for a moment or two, before their howling recommenced. Occasionally, the thunderous movement of the ground underfoot brought the dogmen to stillness as the ground shook. The dogmen sniffed on such occasions, as if to try to gauge what changes were afoot. They had the instinct to know that change was coming, but not the mental congruity to understand what was coming, nor the ability to comprehend their role in it. The dogmen were in a moment of silence as the ground ceased its latest murmurous shaking, just outside of the dark, cold desert caverns, amid the silence of rumbling earth and the hushing of the dogmen. A sound that could only be described as scampering was occurring on the loamy ground. Metallic bugs came scampering up and out of crevices in which they hid. Scores of them scurried under rocks and out of burrows as the ground cracked about them. Except for their chameleon eyes, which more times than not gave away their presence, they blended into their environments, camouflaged by the colour of the ashen-grey earth that they inhabited. Little coloured lasers shot out of their eyes as hundreds of bug eyes scanned the environment, noting any change or anomaly that may be occurring around them. The routine of camouflaging themselves and then coming out of hiding at any noise or movement in the ground was in full play now. Once the scanning was completed, the bugs found novel places to hide and shut their eyes until further notice. Then, almost without notice, everything was silent. The motorfolk lay still. Even the dogmen became cowering and silent, and bugs lay in their crevices, quietly and still, and unnoticed by all. The atmospheric pressure decreased, and the greyness grew deeper and even more misty still over the deadened land. Ever so slowly, that thick black cloud moved at a glacial pace toward the place of the hidden, sucking any oxygen that may have remained in the atmosphere as it went until it found its rest and hovered above the catacombs of the Moder Fork, and outside the caverns of the dogmen, and over the hidey hole of the bugs, and so it sat only feet above the ground, unmoved. Bridie wants a coffee. Over the hill, and far away, young Bridie Winkler had made her way back inside the mess hall. She had resumed her seat and was savouring, pouring a fresh hot cup of coffee, for which she had yet to taste, though not before gathering a fresh plate of delicacies, when she was interrupted by a very loud horn blowing. This took the girl unawares, and again she spilt her coffee over her clothing and dropped the plate of delights, and she jumped back with a yelp. All of the people in the mess hall had run past her without giving her a second glance, and she stood bewildered as she looked around the place. Pots still boiled on the stove, taps were running, and the kettles whistled, but not one person seemed bothered by this but herself, for she was not used to seeing such a cacophony of mess left unattended at home for any reason in the world. She watched as every person rushed to stand outside the mess hall until only one sprightly little old lady was left standing to Bridie's right, and she watched as the little old lady clicked her fingers 3 times. Almost instantly, everything about her was back in perfect and pristine order, including the big dining table in the middle of the room. It was as though no one had ever been there at all. Bridie sighed because she was not getting any breakfast from anywhere this morning. Not at home, not here, not anywhere. And she placed her hand over her grumbling stomach, a little dismayed. Bridie's thoughts were interrupted. "Well, come on then, girl. The horn has been blown. Outside you go. Let's see what the fuss is about." The little old lady ushered Bridie along. Bridie followed the old lady outside, very unsure of what she was about to expect next. A crowd had surrounded Naomi, who was calling everyone to quiet, and for the first time since she had been in this place, Bridie had noticed the spoken smokestack in the distance behind Naomi. It blew out black smoke puffs like a puffin billy train. It could still be made out, even though it was so far in the distance. She noted how faint it was to see except for the perfect blue sky around her. She was so enthralled by what was going on around her that she had not taken in a word of what Naomi had said until she heard someone say, "That's what we got the curly-haired fire girl for, innit?" The crowd turned to Bridie, who for countless times that day stood wide-eyed and bewildered. She said nothing, just waiting for what was to come next. Maybe I am learning lesson 2 after all. Bridie stood a little prouder at the thought that she was such a quick learner. She had gathered that she was wanted for something because of her love of fire, but she had absolutely no idea other than that, and was quite intrigued by the whole thing, and very, very ready to find out. Bridie just watched, rather than spoke. She really had no clue what to say or what to ask, so she stood in silence. "I'll go with her. She does look sturdy, but she'll need the help." A raspy voice spoke that she hadn't heard piped up, and she looked around to find it, but couldn't. Someone else spoke up. "I'll change her clothes. She's still in her dressing gown, and she is covered in coffee, and her shoes are on all wrong." There was a throng of laughter. "Aye, Naomi, and you reckon she'll stop the fire? She ain't even got her shoes on, right?" He belly laughed, and a new lot of laughter broke out in the village. Neem's eyes gave their usual twinkle, and he let a little smile slip through. "All right, seamstress, change her clothes. Is that all right with you, young Bridie?" "Well, it depends on what you will change me into. And will I get mine back?" The crowd's heads and eyes turned in each direction as they followed the exchange between the two. They too were just as intrigued by the newcomer as she was with them. You will get your clothes back spick and span, young bridie, and you will get the choice of clothes that you wish to wear. Just make them comfortable and sturdy. The very tall and very slender seamstress took Bridie by the hand and led her to a little hut to be properly attired. "Here you go, Bridie." Without Bridie even saying a word, the seamstress handed Bridie pants and a shirt with an undershirt, all in earthy brown and green tones, and a pair of brown boots and grey socks. The seamstress gave her a tie for her hair and a cap for her head. "There you go, that should do it. Now get changed, child." Before Bridie could say a word, the seamstress had left the hut, and with nothing else to do, Bridie changed into her new attire. She liked the new outfit very much, and spent a moment or two admiring herself. She felt like an adventurer off to the African Amazon or the jungles of Brazil. She couldn't admire herself for very long, because she could again hear a knock on the hut door. Bridie opened it up, and Naomi was waiting at the door. "Oh, hello," Bridie beamed. "I like my clothes very much." "They will do you well, Bridie, and they won't wear out." Bridie looked at Naomi curiously and waited for him to speak again. "We have to send you on a journey. You've seen that smokestack over yonder. We need to send you over to put it out." "What?" "You have the power to command the fire to be put out, Bridie, and once you do, all the power of the Badlands ceases. There is a power that wants to rule all of the lands, and then wants to take over your plane and rule your earth. If this fire can be extinguished, all of the energy and power are taken from Hindra and his darkness." "What will happen if this Hindra takes over?" "Nothing good, and nothing you need to know if it comes to all that. Just know that you will have plenty of help along the way, and plenty of help when you get there." "Well, how do I put this smokestack out?" "I believe that you will command it. It will all play out how it is supposed to." "That is not particularly helpful, Naomi." "It is driven and created by force and not by might, young Bridie. Though we are not sure how ourselves, it seems to us to be some kind of communication vessel, and we do know from legends passed down that when the smokestack burns, there is much trouble afoot, and we have never seen this kind of trouble to do with a smokestack in 𝐿_Asia in a very, very long time, and I have been around a long, long while. There is a different kind of trouble afoot." "You're not giving me much confidence about the whole thing. I barely know where I am going, or how to get there, and I don't even know what I am to do when I arrive, nor the reasons why I am doing them. I am not even sure that I want to go at all and to make it all worse. I am so very hungry for it." "Well, let us get you fed first." Naomi placed his hand on Bridie's shoulder and led her back to the hut that held all of those goodies. He laid out delicacies before Bridie, and as she got her fill, he regaled her with stories of adventures gone by of people from her world who could control elements and the wars that they had won against Alastor, the evil overlord. Bridie listened as she ate slowly, but for a long time, and got more than her fill. She was enthralled by all of the stories. By the end of 𝐸'm's storytelling, and with a very full tummy, Bridie could not wait for her adventure to begin, and then remembered her family back home, and they would certainly be wondering where she was. She would have to go and tell them that we would be gone for the day, and be home for tea that night, or she might even stay at her friend's house, for they would never approve of such a fantastic and preposterous thing as a mystical land and power to control the elements. Naomi acknowledged this, and opened a portal before her, and through it she stepped back to her very own woodshed. Gigi on a journey. Gigi had had a very awkward conversation with her dear husband John regarding her return to 𝐿_Asia. He had just nodded and sighed, for he knew who his wife was when he married her, and he accepted their lot peacefully, whether he agreed with it or not, and stood with her as she waited to enter back through the portal to 𝐿_Asia. The pair had said their goodbyes, and once she had hobbled to her portal, 𝐿𝐮𝐸 turned to her husband and smiled and waved, and then entered back into that glorious land of 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐺. John just sighed. He did not want to admit that in her condition, this may just be the last time that he ever saw his wife. And so he went to read his paper and drink his tea at the kitchen table, not without thinking about the whole mess. To distract himself, he would busy himself with the yard work for the entire day, and then play some cards with Harry and Cyril at Harry's house in the evening, and then come home to the quietness and just wait. It was then that he decided that he would think about the whole damn mess, and not one moment sooner. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 herself was not thinking of domestic matters. She was thinking of the job she had before her, and hoped that her poor old body would hold out long enough to complete her task. She did not know if the keeper of the water had the understanding or knowledge of how to use her water to heal, and was too scared to hope upon such things, and supposed that she would have to conduct her work the best way that she could in the condition that she was in. This was going to be the challenge of her life, managing this body, and she truly did not know how she was going to do it in the worst of times, when she could not manage her pain in the best of times. Though, by this stage in her life, 𝐿𝐵𝐵 knew what was expected of her. This comforted her. But doing it with her broken body was giving her soul weariness. At least she had her wits and smarts to rely on these days, and her thoughts shifted to those of the new chosen ones, and she sighed again. They had the able bodies, but not yet the smarts and wits about them. Well, maybe the wits they did have. She had learnt that the young one of them was particularly sharp, observant, and quick-witted. In her experience, she knew that these new ones would come with both advantages and disadvantages, and she knew what to expect with both. This was one privilege that comes with age, wisdom, whether you wanted it or not. After entering by portal to this very same spot for nearly 30 years, 𝐿𝐵𝐵 looked about, for she knew her pathway well, and it was still a secret to the enemy, even after all of this time. A secret that she was very thankful for. This spot was one of solace for 𝐿𝐵𝐵. The ground in these parts was good to her, though, and always gave her soft bedding and gentle turf to hobble along. The trees always sheltered her from the elements, and upon thinking on these things, she always thought that she would like to be buried amongst these very willow trees and join the earth once more. Deep in her heart of hearts, she had wanted to be buried here alone, in quiet peace, even without her precious John. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 had never let this thought escape fully into her conscious mind, though, for it felt like a betrayal to him to be buried right under this very spot, and not in a grave back on her plane with John. Her deep heart had wanted to leave a little piece of herself with John, but did not really know what leaving a little piece of herself meant in reality. And it was most definitely thought that she would not allow herself to explore, at least consciously. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 was fighting against thinking about it all, but knew that she would have to think about it, and soon, because who knows how long was the time that was remaining still. It was decided in her mind at that very moment that she would leave a letter for Allura and Naomi when she could, and she trusted they would understand what needed to be done with her when the appropriate time came. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 began her slow hobble with her walking stick along the firm ground. She knew that at this pace of walking, it would take her several months to get to the valley of Huxley when, in healthy circumstances, it would have taken but 5 days to arrive from where she stood. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 also knew that relief would come along at some point to help her along her way, but for now she was content with her slow hobble, as she was in no hurry, and wanted to savour her surroundings as she may never come to see it again, only to sleep under its beauty. She studied and studied the familiar tree stumps and all of their markings, which she knew by heart. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 examined the vibrant green patches of grass that surrounded them. She watched the rabbits eating the sour grass and breathed in the smell of bluebells and wild thyme and rosemary. What J.G. was looking forward to on these travels anew was that she had more thoughts of the bygone eras than she had time in front of her. She knew what lay ahead of her in war, for she had seen war many a time before, and the walk in front of her was arduous. It could be remedied by immersing them in her memories. This trip would give her a lot of time to contemplate, and for that she was pleased. One slow step in front of the other was encouraged by her walking stick. This tapping every few seconds of the sticks and leaves on the ground allowed her mind to wander and lose focus on her many pains, and thus gave ease to the aches in her hips and knees. Of all the wonder and awe she had experienced over her lifetime, this weary old maiden could not help but remember that first date in the park with John as her thoughts moved from endings to beginnings. On that first date, he looked so boyish and silly, but dapper in his grey tweed three-piece suit and his tweed safari fedora his mother had made for him. She had remembered not knowing whether to giggle to herself or find him incredibly handsome. His fedora had looked too big for his skinny head would grow into it one day, and she had remembered that he had fancied himself to be in full maturity in wearing it regardless of his baby face. To add further quiet amusement to his posturing was that it was much too hot to be wearing what he wore, but such was the impression that he had desired to make on her. J.G. had found herself to be in full affection for his efforts, however silly they were. She knew by instinct that he had wanted to be viewed by her to be of much sophistication and maturity for 17 years, and he was not to know the uselessness of his attempts that day, and J.G. had been sure never to tell him over their decades of marriage. He had long considered that a day like this, along with his breasted suit, would be a sort of coming of age. She thought of this folly with much fondness. That perfect day so long ago, J.G. had been sitting with her bottom on the ground, and her knees bent and feet tucked away beside her in her new blue smock, which she had purchased for just the occasion. And she knew he liked this soft shade of blue, just as she had too. J.G. had gotten to the park a little early, and had laid out a picnic of lemonade, sausage rolls and sandwiches, just in time for his arrival. She had bought the china plates for the picnic, and her mother had even given her crystal cordial glasses, plus 2 sets of bone china cutlery with golden trim, consisting of knives and forks and dessert forks and their well-pressed gold-embroidered napkins for the day. Inside the picnic hamper, J.G. had left the homemade chocolate cake hidden in the picnic basket for a surprise for later in the afternoon, as well as a bottle of homemade ginger beer that was only brought out for special occasions. This was one such occasion, as suggested by J.G.'s mother, who seemed to be full of more glee than J.G. herself at the prospect of J.G. gaining a potential beau. The pair had almost been embarrassed at John's arrival, for they had both recognized the effort each had gone to impress the other, and they had both blushed with shyness. The first times that they had met, they had talked to each other with ease, joy, and carelessness. Now, on their first date, both had exposed their realization of their true intent toward one another, and this realization evoked a bashfulness in themselves that neither had expected, and they had eyed each other almost too shyly at this realization. J.G. had remembered breaking the ice with a joke that she had long forgotten, though John claimed to remember and thought it to be something to do with an elephant and a mouse. What she did recall was that it had caused them to both laugh, and they resumed the usual banter and discussions that they had become accustomed to with one another. The afternoon had been long and lazy, and the pair had decided to walk in the late afternoon sun. It was a day much like J.G. experienced that day, warm, sunny, and pleasant. Along the riverbank, they had strolled with John taking her arm in his. She had looked slyly at him as he did so, and she had remembered wondering why he still had his hat and jacket on such a warm day, and she had felt the tweed scratching at her as they continued to walk together. She had remembered not minding this at all. In the present time, 𝐃𝐨 thought about the strange and inconsequential things that stay in one's memory for the entirety of a lifetime, and she touched the inner part of her left elbow at her remembrance of the tweed jacket as she continued on in her thoughts as she hobbled with her walking stick. 𝐃𝐨 was not sure if John had noticed her glance at him because he stared straight ahead, a little stony-faced, or if it was shyness that she noticed as they meandered, and she had smiled to herself as she turned her head to look at the path in front of them. John had stopped by a wild pink rosebush and was leaning in to pick a rose when 𝐃𝐨 let out a small gasp. The young man had swiveled around to look at her just as she was making her way off of the pathway and behind the bushes of wild roses. John called to her, and she gave a muffled response. 𝐃𝐨 had already made her way through the bushes to seek out the subject that drew her with abandon. He stopped again, when 𝐃𝐨 had let out a second soft gasp, and stood there as transfixed as she was. Before them stood a young creature, with owl-like features, wearing green and purple elf-like clothing, and they stood together for more than a minute before anyone moved. It was supposed by 𝐃𝐨 that they had not meant to stumble upon such a whimsical sight, and surprise had been caught by all, and the absurdity of the situation had caused her to let out a little laugh, and both John and the owl creature had stared at her a little bewildered. "Well, this is a strange set of events, which is a fine costume and a brilliant mask that you are wearing." 𝐃𝐨 sounded upbeat and tried to break the ice. Neither John nor 𝐃𝐨 knew that this was not a costume that was being worn, and 𝐃𝐨 was much too intrigued about the entire scene to want to scare the owlet away. She wanted to know if it could communicate in any form. No words were spoken, and only a light gust of wind offered a response. The owlet, nodding once politely, took one step backward and disappeared into literally thin air. So, it would be unknown, until their next encounter, if the nod of the head were a gesture of polite exiting or acknowledgement of 𝐃𝐨's request for a response, and it would forever be a bother to 𝐃𝐨 not to know should they never meet again. John took a step forward and felt the air where the person-owl thingy. He did not know what to consider it at this point, and had decided that it was a person-owl thingy, had been standing before him and could not quite grasp what he had just witnessed. Well, that was the strangest and most peculiar thing that I have ever seen. I can hardly believe what we just saw. I would never have believed it had I not seen it with my own eyes. We both did see it, didn't we? That cannot be mistaken, and something to tell the grandchildren. 𝐃𝐨 caught herself and blushed, and in an even more astonished state than one moment before, John had stared at her doubly flummoxed and a little red at the same time, for he had been thinking a very similar thing. This was how it was to be after their first encounter with the unencounterable, a glorious tapestry of intrigue and mystery, of love and dreams and mystical adventures for all the days of their lives. 𝐃𝐨 would not change a thing regarding her life if she could do it all over again. In fact, she would even endure the physical suffering and pain that had restricted her physical activity for so many decades. Yes, she would endure it all again to re-experience the life she had upon completing. It was John that she was not so sure about. 𝐃𝐨 really did not know if he could or would endure it all again if he was given the chance. She could tell that it had all taken its toll on him, though he never muttered a single syllable of his burden to her. It was true that the eyes were the windows to the soul, and 𝐃𝐨 had seen his emotive expression through them, and had never offered a word of consolation or comfort to him over the years. Her warfaring in Alesia had mostly lain unspoken between them, and they had just accepted it as part of their lot. Much were the selfish motives of 𝐿𝐮𝐿, for she loved her second life and dared not speak of such unusual things to John, for fear she might not like what he had to say in reply, so she let him endure his pain silently. This was how they continued to live right up to this very moment, where she hobbled toward unknown destinations. A great comfort would have been had if she had the internal skill to not ignore her own personal regrets. She knew that she did have the wherewithal to counter her regret, and even atone for it. Though, with much preference, she coddled her folly with fanciful reasonings and lived in her state of willing ignorance. The matter had been decided upon in these very moments, that she would not share anything but a story or two with her husband. Things would continue on as they always had been, and they would both have to be satisfied with that, and part of her would remain in 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿, and part of her would remain by John, her dear husband's side. The Wind and the Water. Wendy had led Guthrie through a birch tree forest on what he thought would be another training exercise, only to be given his first, if somewhat menial, task. He had been riding on Wendy like he was riding a flying skateboard and weaving through the trees of the forest at high speeds when Wendy came to an abrupt stop, and he flew off the skateboard cloud and skidded along the ground on his torso for what felt like hundreds of meters, and stopped just in time to not hit a girl lying flat out on her back on the ground. Her head had fallen to one side, her brow was heavily furrowed, and her lips were etched together with tight stress. He could tell she was breathing with tiny but laboured movements from her chest, though nothing else about her would indicate that she was alive. Everything about her looked lifeless and heavy, almost like she had had the life sucked out of her. She even looked grey and stiff. She lay as if frozen by an emotion that she had felt at one moment in time. Wendy was standing almost translucently in human form next to him, but it took him a few moments to notice as he stood observing, trying to understand the mystery of what was before him. "You have to take her back, Guthrie." "She looks like a corpse. What happened to her? How on earth did she get all the way out here? Who is she?" "She is like you, Guthrie, but for the water, and you have to return her safely." He nodded and then asked, "Where? How?" "Pick her up, Guthrie." "What's her name?" "Her name is Brooke." "But who is she?" "Just pick her up, Guthrie." Wendy's tone grew firmer. He leaned over and placed one arm under her neck and his other arm under her knees, and he slowly picked her up and whispered, "Come on, Brooke, let's get you out of here." She felt a little stiff, a little like he imagined a corpse would feel. She was light in his arms. He thought that she may have felt heavier, like he imagined a corpse would be. "Settle down, son." He spoke to himself. He had to keep reminding himself that she wasn't a corpse. She just had the colour of one, or at least how he imagined the colour of one to be. She was alive, and he was so thankful for it. It was just that she looked so much like one. He stood holding her and contemplating her condition as Wendy had created out of thin air a door for him to step through and made commands about where he was to lay her, or Brooke, as he thought he should call her, because she was, in fact, alive. He had to remind himself for the umpteenth time that he did not actually know what a dead body looked like, but she sure did look like one to him. "Cut it out, son." He shook off his overactive imagination. Guthrie had entered back through the portal after he had laid the unconscious, virtually comatose girl onto the sand on that desolate beach. Wendy had instructed him to leave her there, and it left him feeling a little uneasy. After he had queried Wendy about who she was for yet another time, he felt even a little more uneasy, knowing she was quite like him in her talents, and that he had left her there to virtually burn to a cinder under that insufferably blistering sun. If she had been left in that condition after enduring whatever it was she had endured, what was he in for as a chosen one? The prospect sent goosebumps of exhilaration throughout his body. He reckoned that he could endure just about anything except for the heat from that damn sun. Even in the minute that he had been there on that foreign beach where he had placed Brooke, he had felt the rays of the sun burn through the shoulders and back of his jacket, and even minutes after leaving, he could still feel the heat of it on his skin under his clothing. That bony whippet of a thing that he laid on the ground surely couldn't endure heat like this, could she? He acknowledged that her skin had looked weather-worn, and even a little leathery, especially for someone who appeared to be only a little older than himself. He comforted himself with this. This was normal weather for her. She could hack it. He used this thought, and the thought that Wendy would not have allowed him to lay her in such a spot, just to let her die if she were a chosen one. Wendy had got him to lay her there in that peculiar spot on the beach in the scorching sun for a purpose, and for that much he was certain. He just had no clue what that purpose was, and guessed that he may never know, though his curiosity about it all burnt in him a little bit. So here, Guthrie stood back amongst the birch trees in the middle of who knows where for who knows what reason. Wendy had dissipated into thin air after his mission with Brooke, and had gone off to who knows where to do, who knows what, and with no explanation to offer him at all. So Guthrie wandered, and because of his wandering, he noticed a little white marker on the tree, pointing in the direction that he was wandering. Well, of course, curiosity won, and he followed in its direction and soon enough happened upon another. A few hours later, he was wondering if it was all worth the bother at all, until the sight of sand dunes displayed themselves between the trees. He thought that he had smelt the ocean, but thought his mind to have been playing tricks on him. He knew better now, though. Guthrie walked to the edge of the forest to take in what lay ahead. It wasn't anything too spectacular, just large white mounds of sand that he had no interest in climbing. If he were to be asked by anyone what his interest in climbing sand dunes was, he would say, to climb them would be like climbing a mound of salt or grain or quicksand. As he stood here now observing the dunes, he couldn't imagine even being able to stand up on them because the sand itself seemed so fine. He could just imagine himself sinking, 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 as if one would fall into a grain silo. Guthrie also recognized that he knew nothing of such things as sand dunes, as he had never seen them before. He had considered himself to fear very little, except for that wretched and boiling sun that he had experienced earlier that day. That was an experience he wanted to never have again, and he couldn't know exactly why it had shaken him so much, but it did. "Stop being so gutless, Guthrie. Start climbing, you gutless wonder." He chastised himself for his cowardice. "It is only sand. Come on, son, do it. And also, why the heck was he so scared of sand and sun?" He could not understand it. Despite himself, Guthrie did climb up those sand dunes. To his surprise, he did not sink that far into the sand. His boots sank a little past his ankles, and it took only a few steps for him to grow in discomfort at the sand in his shoes, which also somehow made its way into his socks. So he promptly removed them, shook them out, and carried them as he walked up the side of the dunes. On top of the dunes, with his socks in his shoes, and his shoes in his right fingers, which hung by his side, Guthrie stood and contemplated all that he observed. The first was the cool breeze that blew over him, cooling him off and relieving him of his sweat and light stench. Tiny ripples of the sea were observed by Guthrie as they formed small white foam waves out on the sea, whilst small gentle waves formed in the shallows and crawled gently onto the beach, and just as quickly were retreated and quietly sucked back into the sea by an unseen current. the sea and sky as they stretched for miles, and not a bit of land or vessel or even bird in the sky could be seen. It was only the melody of the waves as they crawled up the sand that could be heard, and nothing more than this was to be beheld by eye or ear for Guthrie, and these very things enamoured him. He relaxed his shoulders, and stood, and stood, and stood some more. Eventually, the young adventurer shifted from holding his shoes from his right to his left hand, and lifted his right hand up to ear height, to stretch out his fingers, and feel the breeze run through his now cramped, white-knuckled fingers. This inconvenience had been courtesy of holding his boots for an extraneous period, and caused his instant noting of pain across his shoulders. In resistance to numbing his own pain, he stretched his fingers as wide and long as he could stretch them, making designs in his head about where to stretch out the rest of his arm, and, if so, which direction to stretch the aforementioned. The good thing about Guthrie was that in the ensuing moments he was indecisive about his movements for fear of causing himself further aching and unwanted pain, and this indecisiveness in a few minutes' time would soon prove fortuitous. John in probable negotiation. John had had enough of the television for one day. He had finished watching the cricket, and was relieved to know that his country was several wickets ahead, with plenty of runs to boot in the international test. At least that had left him satisfied. Not having 𝐿𝐵𝐵 at home had left John a little bereft. She had been gone a little while now, and he was losing interest in things, even in her beloved garden, which he knew that he would have to get in moral order before she came home, for she would be incredibly upset with him. John contemplated not doing the garden at all, because if he was honest with himself, he wanted to pay her back a little for leaving again, and without him. He knew he would take care of the garden, just as he always did, because no matter how cranky he was with her when she came back home, all was right with the world again. It was John who did most of the cooking these days, and it turns out he had quite a gift for it too, and it was a remaining joy he relished whether 𝐿𝐵𝐵 was present or not. John got himself out of his, intending to make his way into the kitchen to get his evening meal in order, when he heard a familiar scurry and felt a light breeze about him. The room grew a little dimmer with grey, and a cool dampness filled the room. He stopped and rubbed the goosebumps off of his forearms as he spoke. "What brings you back here?" "You're good company," came a droll response. "I wasn't expecting to see you again." John stood unperturbed by what seemed to manifest in front of him, which was a dark shadow of a form that chose not to fully develop its own features, as it had no care for John, who stood before it. "I thought that we were done." "Staunch friends are never done, John. Are they?" The figure which loomed paused. "We friends count on each other, no matter how much time passes our way." A certain time had passed, quite a considerable amount, in fact, as John's memory would have it. "What would have you come by then, friend?" John was a little too tired for games, and he did not have the mind for wit these days, but a mind for impatience, and a personal desire for this company to end quickly and be in solitude once more. "You care that little for your wife, do you, that you want me gone so quickly?" John winced and tensed a little. He had clearly forgotten the astuteness of his present company. "Again I ask, what is it you want?" "My brother Typhon grows closer to breaking the protection around 𝐿𝐵𝐵, and then she is gone. Unretrievable to you, John." The last words were almost a whispered taunt, goading John. He continued, "You sold out 𝐿𝐵𝐵 once, and almost lost 𝐿𝐵𝐵 with it. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 calls her strongly, John. Is it 𝐿𝐵𝐵 who calls her so deeply, or is it Typhon that she hears and doesn't know it? Is it really my brother she hears and longs so deeply in her soul for?" John recognized the goading, and years of wisdom told him not to be drawn into taking the bait as he did years ago. He knew it wasn't Typhon that drew her. He knew it was 𝐿𝐵𝐵 that had his wife spellbound. John grunted, giving no other response to the dark loom that stood before him. "You can have her back, John. Even with no memory of ever having been in 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐿, I can even take you back to another time with no 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐿 in it, and her womb still intact." This caught John's attention. He eyed the shadowy form before him, who materialized and stood before John. The two stood before each other, ready for negotiation. "And how do I get to 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐿 undetected?" "Well, well, well. Look who we have here. Did you wake up with a hole in your stomach this morning? If you get that food down your throat any faster, you are going to choke and then vomit, young lady." Bridie's mother came up behind her to tickle her. "Don't, Mummy, I'll be sick." "I can see how much food you are scoffing into your mouth. How come you're so hungry? Have you been out playing in the cold in the woodshed again?" Bridie nodded, barely able to keep her mouth closed from the sandwich she had shoved into her mouth as she nodded, pushing the mass of curls out of her own eyes. "That is a terrific fire you started in the lounge room. It has been keeping the entire house warm all morning, and you haven't even been here to enjoy it." Bridie, with her mouth still full of food, nodded. Her mother eyed her as crumbs had fallen all around her young daughter's feet. "You'll clean that up once you're done, young lady." Meredith offered her daughter the mildest of warnings. Bridie knew that the desire for a clean floor was less the desire of her mother, but more the province of her father, and would do her best to make sure the floor shone like a beacon once she was finished. Bridie wanted to do everything she could to make sure favour was gained for a successful outcome regarding going on her fire camping trip, and knew that her father was the key to her long trip to 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐿. Bridie had swallowed her big bite. "Yes, I will, Mummy, don't worry," she said, wiping the crumbs off of her clothes and onto the floor. Meredith frowned a little but said nothing, and hoped that Bridie would do a good and thorough sweep, something that she knew her child was not adept at yet. The little venture of sweeping had come to a satisfactory conclusion a few moments later, and the broom was placed back in its usual spot in the closet hall, when one young, bright-eyed conspirator had re-entered the kitchen. "Remember, Mother, when I was telling you about the fire camp that was going to happen in the woods? I would very, very much like to go on it. Remember you said you would talk to Father about that? Remember, Mother?" An eager voice pleaded. "Yes, Bridie, I do remember, and I did have a talk with your father, and it is a big fat. Yes! Now you remember that you will be away for 1 entire week, and there will be no way to contact us except in an emergency." Meredith studied her daughter. "You weren't sure you wanted to even go a few days ago, but now you are almost too excited. What's changed your mind?" Bridie picked her words carefully. "Well, you just told me what a wonderful fire I made, and I figured that if I want to be treated like an adult, I must start acting like one. And that means going away to a camp all on my own. Plus, think about how much I can learn once I go. It is almost too impossible to resist." As much as Bridie had loved fire, she did not want to go on the wretched camp and be stuck in all of that snow and muck. Everything that she could learn about wood and trees and all types of fires, she could learn on her own. She knew that. Things had changed now since 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐿, and a whole new world were ready to be explored, and a tremendous adventure was to be had, and an entire war to be won, of which she had learnt that she held a bit part. This was way too much for her to resist, and the camp would allow her to escape regularly to 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐿, if not even stay there for the entire week. She might even not take herself to camp at all and tell them that she was not allowed to go, but head straight to 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐿, though Bridie had not decided yet. She was unsure if any plans that she had concocted were all going to work yet. The one certain thing that she knew about 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐿 was that time worked at much the same speed as it did here in her realm, unlike it did in all of the books that she had read. Time usually moved at a different pace in all of her favourite books, and she thought that it would be of immense help in her current situation, but it was not to be. Bridie decided that she would have to plan her escape route to 𝐟𝐵𝐺𝐵 very, very well. At least the first stage of it all was having permission to escape off to camp. Bridie wasted no time at all getting to packing up for her camping trip, which was not yet to happen for another wonderful week. Did not matter, though. She knew the importance of needing to be ready, especially in perilous times such as this. Bridie just hoped, with the urgency that had been placed on her to save all of 𝐟𝐵𝐺𝐵, could wait a whole entire week. Guthrie's sore lament. The ache in his shoulder, for which he had only recently become aware with full thanks to his current state of relaxation, now reigned over his thoughts. No doubt the damage had been acquired at some point in his training with Wendy, and the soreness that was rearing itself caused mild concern in him, and he hoped that he had not damaged or torn anything. That would put him out of his team for the next football season. Guthrie was contemplating stretching his arm up over his head for stretching out his torso as he was gaining a desire to move on from his current locale, which was still upon the sand dunes. Apparently, it was not just Guthrie's desire for him to move on from his own locale. The young man's own desire was met with further encouragement from unknown origins, for which he was to instantly become known. If he had not been indecisive at that moment about stretching upward for the cause of paining his shoulder and risking further injury, he would have had an object of unknown material from an unknown interjector, or interjectors enter right into his upheld palm. If he had held up his hand a further millimetre or two, he may not have had a hand remaining at all. The moment passed too quickly for him to have seen what flew through his middle and index fingers and travelled on over the dunes and into the distance. Thankfully, or unthankfully, he was not sure which. He was offered the experience of receiving not only one, but a second, and then a third object being gifted by way of air to him, rather than couriering very closely to his left, and then right ears. He could feel them in quick succession brush past before he could even turn around. Guthrie's instinct was to hit the ground on impulse and instinct, and as he did so, he caught sight of the arrows sticking out of the sand at the bottom of the dunes. On his torso still, Guthrie looked behind him and over his shoulder. Of course, he could see nothing of an assailant. From where he was, because he could not see the ground behind him from his trajectory, everything looked quiet and still from where he was. He could not see any movement along the trees. He could not hear a rustle or a leaf move. Except for those arrows being shot, he would have put money on the fact that he thought he was alone. Guthrie listened as his eyes scanned the horizon and exhaled. He could not see if anything was coming up the side of the sand dunes, so he engaged his ear for sound. He sure could not hear the sound of cloth rubbing against itself to indicate the movement of a person, nor could he hear weaponry being moved about or over anyone's shoulder. His imagination ran wild because of this. The arrow had to come from somewhere or something, though. Surely he was not dealing with ninjas or any warrior just as deadly. "Rein it in, dude!" He pulled his own thoughts into line. The only right thing to do was to roll himself down the side of the sand dunes. At least if he were at the bottom of the dunes, he could see who or what, if anything, was climbing to the top as they ascended. That would put a little bit of distance between them. Here, if he chose to stay, is where he would be bombarded, and he had absolutely no defences. Wendy was not with him, and he had nothing but his shoes, but they would not do anything to protect him. Guthrie knew that his body was too stiff to reach for his socks and shoes anyway, and his immediate instinct was to get out of imminent danger, so he rolled himself down the side of the hill almost landing against one of the arrows that were jutting out of the ground. "Crap," he breathed. The arrow was long and silver, about 1 inch in diameter and about 4 feet in length. That is not an arrow. That is a freaking spear. It had shot past Guthrie up on that sand dune with such velocity that its length could not be determined. It became apparent to Guthrie that he was lucky to be lying here. He remained on the ground, looking the spear up and down. He shuffled away from the spear, realizing his immediate potential demise. The other spears came into focus for the first time, all identical to the one he was trying to distance himself from. It was dawning on him that if the assailant had wanted to hit him, they would have done so with precision. Well, he had hoped that was the case. Or not, actually. It dawned on him that maybe his fate could be worse than death if the powers that be didn't want death. "Snap out of it, son," he scolded himself. "Focus yourself, dumb one. Move, get out of here." Though Guthrie did not know where to go, there was only the ocean in one direction and a big sand dune in the other. There was not any cover on this side of the beach, only water and sand and dunes. Something flew right over his head as he lay. He glanced behind him. It was an arrow this time, and it had just fallen not much past where his feet lay. He looked in front of him, and his unknown assailant had shown himself standing in front of him, though quite a distance away. He stood tall and slight, with his bow hanging by his side in one hand, and he was holding an arrow in his other hand by his side. His feet stood slightly apart, but firmly pointed in his direction. He was not sure whether to lie where he was, or stand up. He could not see either ending well. If he stayed lying down, he was vulnerable to any attack, but he knew that he looked passive on the ground. If he stood up, it could be mistaken for a sign of aggression, and he for sure knew that he did not want to get shot by spears and arrows. The lad knew nothing of bows and arrows and spears, and did not know if the stranger's posture was poised for attack, even though he appeared to have taken a passive stance. To Guthrie's mind, it was almost as if the offender was inviting him to stand. Guthrie would not stand, though. He would sit on his bottom, with his knees bent, and the crooks of his elbows rested loosely over his knees. He too had decided to take a passive stance, or rather a passive sitting posture. Guthrie watched the stranger as he stood, and the stranger watched Guthrie as he sat. This man, in his shimmering silver regalia, took a step toward Guthrie. Guthrie bounced off of his haunches and took a defensive stance. The assailant stood still again, having not shifted his stance, except to take that one solitary step. Guthrie held his position too. Neither of them spoke. They just stood eyeballing each other from that considerable distance. Guthrie, knowing that he had no escape route or any feasible plan of escape, was not even sure that survival was in his future, given the nature of weaponry possessed by the warrior and the inherent accuracy with which he used it. He watched the marksman continue to stand with focused poise and purposeful deliberation in his silent stance. The boy knew that the marksman could tell that Guthrie knew of his own vulnerabilities. Guthrie also knew that the marksman was holding it against him and making sure further uneasiness ensued within him as the standoff continued. If Guthrie rushed at him, he might easily cop an arrow or spear right through any of his body parts, though on the other hand, if the enemy wanted him dead or maimed, surely he would have done it by now. In that split second, Guthrie had determined after his nervous deliberations that the assailant had simply wanted him unnerved and off guard, and that he was curious about Guthrie himself, or wanted something from Guthrie. He could not be sure of any of this, but felt this to be his only course of action, given his circumstances. So, with firm boldness and sureness in his stride, Guthrie took his strides forward, and the marksman holstered his weaponry as he took his own strides forward. These are a little wider than Guthrie's, and at a pace a little quicker than Guthrie's. Guthrie noticed that he was taller and more lithe than himself, and this show of dominance was not lost on Guthrie. He would not let his body betray the timidity that was in full flight in his mind and spirit. Instead, Guthrie increased his own pace and had to even run to outpace his aggressor. But he would not back off, come what may. Come what may, in full force, as Guthrie felt some kind of soft but sturdy armour of the forearm of his enemy come across his throat and then his chest. Guthrie spluttered and choked as spittle and blood came up out of his mouth, coupled with heavy wheezing, as his chest expelled air and seized up from the blow. Guthrie went down to his knees, wheezing and heaving as his chest tightened from the blow. His veins pulsated in his temples, and he knew that if he did not calm himself, he would end up having a panic attack from lack of oxygen and pass out right at the feet of his aggressor. Guthrie was staring at the boots of his assailant. They were made from a material or substance that he could not identify, but knew for sure that they weren't steel. For they seemed to be made of pliable but sturdy armour, and something about those boots made him know with certain surety that he did not want to cop that boot to the chest or face. But he couldn't bring himself to move for the moment until he calmed himself. The choice for another moment of reprieve was taken out of Guthrie's hand as he was lifted up by the scruff of his neck and brought to his feet by an almost effortless force. This did not install any comfort in Guthrie. Guthrie resisted the urge to rub his own throat as he did his best to hold his neck up from the pain. However futile, it was all that he could do to not appear vulnerable. The young warrior stood, trying to size himself against his aggressor. Guthrie was not small for his size, and was quite stocky with it, but this stranger stood over him nearly a head, and stared at him with an unnerving and steely expression. Still, no words had been exchanged until the stranger spoke with another worldly voice. Was he benefice or malevolent? Guthrie could not tell, but wanted to figure it out. Maybe it would give him a clue whether he was friendly or truly a foe. "Where is she?" the stranger's voice almost whispered, and with it came a deep intensity. Guthrie's compulsion to rub his throat overtook him. He needed to soothe his larynx and throat to speak. "She," Guthrie returned in a whisper. Whack! Guthrie's head jolted to his left as that damn forehand whacked him across his cheek, though with much less force this time. The boy moved his jaw and rubbed it. His head throbbed, and his body throbbed. His nerve endings were in overdrive with the sensation of pins and needles, and he could barely keep his thoughts together. He had never taken a beating like this. It would be his lot in life to never take one like this again. He was going to learn to fight and fight well if it was the last thing that he ever did, even against almost impossible strength, like the strength this being had that stood before him. He whispered to himself under his own breath, trying to collect himself and his thoughts about the question that he had just been asked. She, her, whom? The woman. It must be. The realization hit Guthrie, and he looked the assailant in the eyes, whispering quietly to himself, "Her, yes, the girl, Brooke, she is back on the beach through the portal." Guthrie felt ashamed at how quickly he would fold regarding revealing the whereabouts of the girl to save himself from another beating. He justified his betrayal to himself by assuring himself that he got the feeling that this freak already knew that he was with Brooke, and lying to him would not help him to not get another walloping. It also dawned on Guthrie that he had figured that if the brute wanted Brooke, he would have been able to get through the portal and retrieve her himself, but he did not. This being could not or would not enter through the portal back to Guthrie's own world. So, therefore, at least for now, Brooke was safe. Guthrie further kept the revelation of his foe's potential debilitation regarding his interworld travels to the forefront of his mind as he wittingly betrayed Brooke to the enemy. He vowed that it would be the first and last time that he ever did so. I dropped her through the portal. She's not here. She's back over the water, he repeated. The opponent cocked his head a little. A look of emotion conveyed with confusion, and a little fire came over the assailer's eyes for just a momentary second. Guthrie could not quite make out the look, mainly for its fleeting nature. No, he spoke in a breathy voice, mainly to himself. No. Guthrie saw that look cross his eyes again, the same one as a moment ago when he spoke of the girl, though his perfect ethereal features remained expressionless. Huh? Guthrie spoke softly, rubbing his throat. The stranger watched Guthrie with callous amusement for a moment before he spoke. I can't sense her. She is here, though. I know it. I always know it, but I can't sense her. The grey eyes carried a veil of concentration, along with a flicker of bewilderment, as though he were trying to sense something, but could not quite believe that he could not. Guthrie, in his current vulnerable position, had only one course of defence, and that was to watch and learn and study this stranger, and to keep what he learnt backed up in his memory bank. Guthrie observed and studied, for he knew that by instinct he would encounter this man for many times to come. If Guthrie had understood anything from him in these brief and intense moments, it was that emotive tenacity motored the stranger, but for what or any reason, Guthrie could only guess. Those grey eyes shifted slowly back to Guthrie. She isn't over the water. She is here. I know it. I just don't know where. I want her here. Guthrie cut him off. She's not. He shook his head, but really, he didn't know for sure if she was not. Maybe she had come back through the portal, but he really wouldn't know. He didn't think it likely, though, given the condition that she was in when he left on the beach. The stranger cut Guthrie off. I can feel her. I can always feel her. The stranger cocked his head, and his demeanour changed in one instance, and at Guthrie, with a scathing tone, he transferred his internal rage to an external one with Guthrie as his target of choice. You are a useless choice boy, a weak choice for a keeper. Whack! The powerful man backhanded Guthrie's other cheek with a little more force and a lot more loathing. Guthrie's neck twisted, and his throat and all of its innards felt like they had been torn through. Guthrie's esophagus, larynx, throat, and whatever else, unnamed, that lay inside, left him unable to speak for the pain of it. His jaw felt dislocated, and he didn't think that he could move it at all, if ever again. He chastised himself to stop with the internal melodrama. Of course, he could move it again. Guthrie refused to convey any emotion. Of all the things that bothered Guthrie about that declaration and the beatings that were received, it was that he had been called boy. The person who stood before him looked only years older than he did. Guthrie chose to be bothered by this and nothing else, hoping to nullify the pain his injuries bestowed upon him. The stranger had a fire about him that suggested he wanted to flatten Guthrie out once and for all, and Guthrie knew it. The stranger wanted to do this badly. He wanted to kick the little maggot in his gut so hard he vomited and sent him flying through the sand dunes as he did so. He wanted the maggot's internal organs to bleed out of his mouth. Such was his hatred of the little useless imbecile. The stranger didn't, though. He just studied the boy, who was breathing heavily and barely standing upright. His fear, dismally masked, was emanating off of him like a foul stench, and from this, the stranger's hatred grew. The little maggot had no understanding or control over his element, and could not even draw muster to call upon it to prevent his own demise. The stranger thought that it would do himself well to put the maggot out of his misery. But this would only cause him to give rise to another keeper, and in doing so, a competent keeper of the wind might be found and sought. This one was useless, and a toy to be kept for play, an amusement for himself. It would be one less trifle for him and his kind to deal with. Yes, better to keep the maggot alive, he assured himself internally. Outwardly, in his soft, cool voice, he said to Guthrie, "I have been looking for a while, and I am not going to stop till I find her." He watched Guthrie lift his eyes to him, and the stranger could see Guthrie search his face. The boy looked defeated and a little confused, but tried not to show it. He was trying a little too desperately to hold himself together. The stranger lifted his hand, placed it over Guthrie's forehead, and held it there for a moment or two before removing it. "No," the stranger breathed. "You don't know where she is now. This is true." He leaned into Guthrie's ear. "Tell her I am looking for her and will not stop." He pulled back from Guthrie to stare at his face. The whisper sat in Guthrie's ear. The presence of the stranger was almost palpable, and, along with the voice in his ear, vileness hovered around Guthrie like a dark cloud that he could not shake off. He even tried to swat the presence away with his hand, but to no avail. The Keeper of the Wind was not going to forget the presence of his royal vileness, a name Guthrie had coined in these very few seconds. Nor would he forget the beating that he received, or those words that rang in his ears, "Tell her I am looking for her, and I won't stop." Guthrie did not know that he would do that, given his afflicted state, or even in a healthy, fit state. What he knew for sure was that the creature was never getting anywhere near Brooke, as long as he was alive. The stranger with his flowing silvery grey locks took a few steps backwards and turned on his heels, and with a few steps he was gone, either vanishing into thin air or moving at an unprecedented pace. Guthrie could not know, as his exit was far too quick to tell. In the blink of an eye, there stood Guthrie Wilfred Wilkie III, one solitary person in a place he could not identify, and on the verge of collapse with injuries he did not know the extent of, and with all this in mind, he had no clue how to get home. The tiniest of wry smiles made its way to his lips. He was kinda liking the exhilaration and the pain of it all. "John, oh John, what have you done again?" A do-over for their lives. It was more than John could ask for. He could go with �11 back to where it all began, back to their early days, and they could do things right. They could do things their way, without interruption, just as they were supposed to be, happy with no interruption to their lives. Two people raising a little family together in the humdrum of life, with mowing lawns and Sunday roasts, and fending off dogs and nosy neighbours. Just how he dreamed that life together should be. Just himself and �11, with some grubby little offspring running around. The previous event should have given John pause, but it did not. What went wrong the first time could surely be rectified a second time. Whilst he was just as desperate for the same outcome as he ever was, which was a simple and ordinary life with �11, he was wiser and more patient now. Neither of them would remember one thing in their new life, so what would it matter anyway? John kept his eye on the presence before him. The temperature had dropped a degree or two in the room despite it still looking sunny and warm outside. A little chill caused a goosebump or two on John's arms. Though wanting to, John did not blink. He wanted to adjust his eyes to the growing dimness in the room, and he wanted to observe the shadows on the walls. There were no trees outside the windows of this particular room, and he tried to keep his thoughts on the proposal of the one that stood before him. "You have never been a treacherous fiend to me, at least not yet, until I have outdone my usefulness to you," John contemplated. "I consider you a compadre, comrade, and, friend." Returned was a sizzling but smooth reply. As he spoke the last part of his sentence, The temperature in the room dropped a sharp degree or two, and goosebumps rose upon John's shoulders and arms, and he shuddered involuntarily from the cold. John's friend's eyes flickered in recognition, but John did not catch this. "It has been a long time, but I think that I have enough gas in the tank, yet I say yes." All John wanted was his wife and his life back. John's task. What would be required of John was to enter 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐸 and for John to source and switch off the sealant dome of protection that hid 𝐦𝐵𝐵𝐸. No time would be wasted. John's comrade would disappear him to 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐸, which he did with immediacy from his own house, to place him just outside the village of 𝐦𝐮𝐬𝐜. John would be held in disguise, and at the first available point of availability, he would enter the little township and into a small, steepled hut that sat just off to the left of the town centre. In it, John knew what a trove of secrets and treasures it beheld. At the time of 𝐦𝐵𝐵𝐸's last fight, John had managed to find a key in one of her shoes, and it was a key that John was not familiar with. He knew that 𝐦𝐵𝐵𝐸 had been wearing those shoes when he had been delivered to her unconscious and almost dead. He knew that the key must have been from that despicable place that had rendered his wife to being merely more than a corpse. In the early days of her return, 𝐦𝐵𝐵𝐸 had been in and out of consciousness. He had sat by her bedside both day and night. A few times he had shed tears. In those moments that were touch and go, especially in those deep, dark hours of the night when the doctors had thought that she might not make it. In the times that he had not shed tears, he had been angry. That anger had not really subsided over the years. It had merely sat there simmering away. He had never turned up his own internal heat on the situation, but there it simmered. These years he had been waiting for that internal searing pot to wear through, and for the simmering water to spill out and cause a complete scalding of his inner psyche. He had guessed over the years that his certain role in challenging that great place of 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐸 had been some small part of his doing. If nothing else, he had been a cog in the wheel of that great war. This brought both anguish and glee to John. The anguish in those days of recovery had far outweighed the glee that he would come to feel upon her recovery, and he had convinced himself in those early days that 𝐦𝐵𝐵𝐸 herself would not want to ever go back to 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐸. His anguish had soon returned, whilst watching her in the garden one day, from the kitchen where she was, still with a broken body, and only weeks out of the hospital, talking to Alora, and he knew exactly what the look on 𝐦𝐵𝐸𝐸's face was, and his heart both broke and sank that day. It was in those moments of anguish, and when 𝐦𝐵𝐸 was barely conscious, that he took his opportunities to ask about her key. These were not his proudest moments, but he knew her well enough to know that she would not tell him what this key was for. 𝐦𝐵𝐸 had told him in her delirium exactly what the key was for and where it would open. To this very day, 𝐦𝐵𝐸 did not know what or how much information she had given to him, and in his mind he would take it to the grave. So, John had taken that key on one miserable winter afternoon to a locksmith and had 2 more keys cut, both of which he buried. One would be buried under an apricot tree in the backyard, which she had, for some unknown reason, considered almost sacred and would never allow anyone to touch it. One day he would ask her why, or maybe he would wait until their new life. He wouldn't remember anyway. He wondered if the funny little intricacies of their current lives would somehow flow into their new one. The other was placed in a little box by way of the manhole in the ceiling. He knew 𝐦𝐵𝐸𝐸 would never go up there, and he had made sure over all of their years of marriage that their roof and ceiling maintenance was impeccable. He knew this bemused 𝐦𝐵𝐸𝐸, but she never questioned him on it, for she knew who she had married, a man who liked order and tidiness. So now in his present time, John had taken one of those keys, the one from the ceiling, and brought it here to 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵 to haunt that little room once again. But for now, he and the comrade had to sit and wait and wait. They did. The comrade who now considered John a friend sat with John outside the walls of the village of Name. He was bound by an unbreakable curse preventing him from setting foot in the village of Name. In the time preceding the devastating war, a curse was said to be lifted only when a new namesake emerged. However, this particular curse was not cast by the namesake, but by the Great Spirit itself, forever barring him from entering this sacred land, even if the village ceased to exist. This did not bother him too much, especially for the person named John, who was beside him. As long as his wife motivated John, and as long as he could recycle the pair repeatedly, he would never need to enter that accursed town again. Over the centuries, despite the tedious nature of meeting John for the first time on many an occasion, this comrade had developed a decided affection for him as somebody would for a favourite pet that could be trained well. Only this one could talk, and with occasional reason and wit. Any reason, and it did seem to be lost on John in these moments, for the comrade knew what occupied John's mind. So they waited. They waited for the township to head off to the clearing. Unfortunately, the wait was not too long. 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭 continues en route. 𝐃𝐨𝐵𝐿 continued hobbling along the old worn track, knowing that her travel had not moved her much down her chosen path. This 𝐃𝐨𝐵𝐿 did not mind, because she knew that the journey would be long and painful, and she had prepared for it the best way that she could. Her clothes were warm, and her shoes were comfortable. The handle of her walking stick was covered in sheepskin to stop any blistering on her palms and fingers, and to also help prevent her fingers from seizing up. Leaning heavily on her walking stick, she turned her face upward and northward. There were storm clouds brewing in the distance, and thankfully they were still quite a distance away. Even 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐿 was not immune to the occasional bout of bad weather, and she was well accustomed to it from her own neck of the woods back in her own plain. After a moment's contemplation, 𝐃𝐨𝐵𝐿 resumed her slow forward trajectory. There was still plenty of daylight left, and she was relishing the warm sunshine, which she felt through her blue cardigan. The sun felt so good on her skin, and she could feel the sun's gentle warmth even into her bones, and her old bones drank it up like a cool glass of water on a steaming hot day. It was so good not to feel cold in her bones, and it also helped ease the stiffness and swelling in her joints, which brought her much personal relief and a little joy in her heart. It sure helped her feel younger, and 𝐃𝐨𝐵𝐿 was certain that if she had a mirror, there would be a considerable decrease in the wrinkles on her face. A little wry smile came to her lips, and also a twinkle to her eye. As much as 𝐃𝐨𝐵𝐿 pretended that she did not care about her appearance at her age, she did. The old lady had mostly given up on caring too much for her own appearance after her injuries from the last great fight for the pain of them all. It really was too much for her to care about her own vanity, and her day-to-day life was consumed by the severity of her injuries, healing them, and then living with them. She had convinced herself, even after being able to resume some kind of semblance of a normal life, that physical appearance just did not matter. John had certainly made this known to her on more than one occasion. He was rather incessant about it. 𝐃𝐨𝐵𝐿 had then, after the insistent reassurance of her husband, decided that vanity did not matter at all. Her husband had constantly assured her that being alive was all that mattered in the world, especially to him. So 𝐃𝐨𝐵𝐿 had suppressed any desire to retain or maintain any of her former proud nature regarding her appearance, and, with it, suppressed her desire to indulge in much personal care other than hygiene and general personal maintenance, and with it, the oppression of the style that she loved so much in her young womanhood. In her elder years, as she was now, it was quite expected that she would certainly be wrinkly, grey-haired, and hunch-shouldered, and these things she certainly was. Had previous and certain circumstances not been what they were, 𝐿𝐵𝐵 now indulged herself with the thought that she may have been able to stave off the appearance of old age for many more years than she had. She may have looked considerably more noble than she currently did. It stung her a little too much to think that she may have looked much younger than she did now. The elderly woman refused to entertain this thought at all. She blocked it out with immediate urgency. No matter, she told herself. What use is vanity anyway? No proper use at all, certainly none, as I waddle here along this path. Even now, alone on this path with nothing but her own thoughts, 𝐿𝐵𝐵 still suppressed the thought that fine clothing and beautiful adornments, scented cream and perfume did not matter, yet they did matter to 𝐿𝐵𝐵 though, even if she would not admit it to herself yet. Again, 𝐿𝐵𝐵 sighed. Sighing was a cathartic experience for her. It helped her expel any unreasonable agitations that she considered herself to have. It really helped her nerves to sigh. In fact, it had become a great pleasure for her and a source of comfort too. She frequently felt calm after she sighed. Somehow, sighing also seemed to give her the allowance of letting her thoughts wander inside of her with abandon. She did not allow her mind to settle on any particular thought for too long if it was not a thought or idea that she wished not to imagine or explore. This free-flow thinking encouraged 𝐿𝐵𝐵's body to keep moving forward without the nuisance of focusing on her physical afflictions. She could dream. And this is what she did. She dreamed up many scenarios of what life may have been like had she lived in another country, or if she had never been married, or even if she never had such wonderful parents. She imagined life as rich and poor, both slave and free. She imagined her life as a world-class violinist or intellectual, even as a musical prodigy, living in abject poverty. She imagined her life in many varying states as she walked, and her imaginings were only broken because the sun was bowing for the evening and her stomach was letting out a modest growl. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 did notice that the storm clouds were quite a distance away, but moving in her direction. She could tell by observance that the storm should not hit until tomorrow, and was deciding within herself whether to continue her journey on foot through the night and bed down until the morning. She had certainly covered a little more ground than she imagined that she would. A few things were to be considered in her decision-making. The first was that she could continue on through the night and rest during the storm. But that would leave her body clock out of whack, and she was not sure whether it would be easy for her to recalibrate it back to a normal sleeping pattern, and this would make her tired and bone-weary for the great fight. A second option would be to bed down from now and rest until the storm passes tomorrow. This made sense to 𝐿𝐵𝐵. It would give her lots of rest and keep her strength strong. She could always call on her helpers to move her along faster, should she be losing too much time if the storm was a long one. She sat on a rock and watched the orange and yellow curtain descend for the night. But before darkness kicked in, 𝐿𝐵𝐵 called upon the earth to construct her shelter. A large oak tree shrunk to 1/3 its size and opened up its trunk, and 𝐿𝐵𝐵 entered. The oak tree had used its own branches, leaves, and surrounding moss to construct a bed of full comfort, with a pillow and coverings included. Next to the little wooden bed, a Cape gooseberry plant had formed, and the paper coverings on the Cape gooseberries lit up like little lanterns, giving her gentle light to see the night through. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 popped her head into the tree trunk to notice these things and more. It was more than sufficient for a good night's sleep. Being satisfied with this, she decided that she was quite hungry now and called upon the earth for nourishment. The earth and its plants, delighted with her request, offered her up a banquet of delights of all kinds. The earth, in only seconds, grew plants to full bloom with produce in full ripeness, and offered its guests all manner of things. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 ate all the honey, figs, dates, kumquats, apricots, and berries. Those were just a few. She ate various kinds of vegetables too, and she ate until she was more than sufficiently stuffed, and she felt very good and very nourished. It had been her desire to wait until the end of the day to eat, for it was something to look forward to, and she loved to go to sleep on a very full tummy. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 had wiped her hands and mouth on some moss and had found a place to relieve herself before entering her quarters for the night. The oak tree had kindly made a little side table for her, and on it was some eucalyptus oil and some lemon balm. She thanked the great spirit of the earth and the oak tree, and used these substances on her various aching body parts. Her knees were red and swollen, and she found instant relief with a few drops of the tonic. She applied these to all the aching parts of her body that she could reach, and then got into her bed, fully clothed, except for her blue cardigan, shoes, and socks. 𝐿𝐵𝐵 was tired and content, as her eyes closed on the pillow of moss. She pulled the green moss blanket over her body, tucked it under her chin, and instantly fell asleep, happy, peaceful, and carefree. One moment in time. It had taken time to process that last encounter in that strange wonderland, and even more so, what had happened in her bathroom at home. Brooke had been subdued in her nature for the best part of a week, and had spent most of her time at home, snuggled in her bed or in the hammock in her backyard. She had even taken time to cook and be in the kitchen with her dad, who loved to cook, at least more than her mom did, anyway. Brooke did not feel any great desire to go back to the beach or even take a bath. She still felt wounded, though every other day she showered. The process of processing her thoughts and feelings was something that Brooke did not want to face. She felt like her psyche and her soul were wounded, and she felt tender there. If anyone around suspected anything was wrong, they did not say, and she was grateful for this. Brooke guessed that they thought that she was just going through one of her melancholy stages and left her to her own devices. So she occupied herself with other things. One of those things was sitting on the front porch before the sun kicked into full strength with her father. She lifted up his arm, placed it over her shoulders, and snuggled into him. "Morning, Dad." "Morning, my girl. What are you doing up at this hour?" "Wanted to watch the sunrise with you. I couldn't sleep. I reckon that I have been home too much this week. You know how sometimes you just feel like staying home, Dad?" "Yep, I sure do." He kissed the top of her head and then stroked the hair off of her face. "I am glad you and Mum chose this place to live. It's my favourite place in the whole world to see the sunrise and the sunset." "Mum and I think so too. We both loved it the moment we saw it. You know we chose this town to live in because of the house. We had no intention of living here. Your mum loves the city, but there was just something about this house." He squeezed Brooke's shoulders. "And you know what? I am going to tell you a secret." He leaned in to whisper in her ear. "We hated this town and still kinda do." Brooke felt his breath as he chuckled a little. "Really? Why?" "Well, it is pretty enough, but the people are mostly morons." Brooke smiled. "Ain't that the truth?" "And it is as boring as batshi." "Stew! Bat stew, Dad!" she exclaimed, keeping his language in place. After a moment, Brooke asked, "Why'd you stay, Dad?" "It can't be just because of the house." Her father exhaled through his nose and then paused before he spoke. "It wasn't just the house. We wanted you to grow up in freedom without the confines of a city. We didn't want big city stresses. We wanted to live simply and happily and have lots of time with you lot while you grew up. I'm glad you did, Dad, even if it is an odd, strange little place. You noticed that too, did you? Are you happy that you grew up here, Brooke? Yeah, I am, even if it is so hard all the time. Look, here comes the sun, Brookie. Lots of red in it today. Going to be another scorcher. Yep, not gonna lie, my heart kinda sinks when I see that red sunrise. Maybe we can go to the snow next summer, Dad? I reckon we could do that, my girl. And after a pause, I asked, Are you doing okay, Brooke? In life? It was Brooke's turn to exhale out of her nostrils, and she had a penchant for a moment before she spoke. Yeah, mostly. Mostly, Dad repeated. This is a strange little town, Brooke. I can understand that you would only, mostly, be doing okay. You keep saying that it is a strange town, Dad? What makes you keep saying that? They both eyed the sunset. Brooke's dad was on the verge of speaking when they both heard someone calling from the front door. Oh, there you two are. Coffee's up. Thanks, love. Thanks, Mum. Both Brooke and her father stood from their positions and made their way inside. Brooke got the distinct impression that her dad was going to open up about something, and this cheered her up. She flirted with the idea that maybe he knew something about what she knew, and this gave her much internal comfort. In fact, despite not really having any clue about what he was going to say, she felt warmed by the whole encounter and felt her spirits lifting. She knew her dad quite well and felt like he knew he had something to open up to her about, and she felt like she may have an ally in him regarding her foray into the unfamiliar. She had never really known what her parents had thought about the peculiar, but her father alluding to it in their encounter this morning left Brooke believing that he may actually be familiar with the unfamiliar. This left her peppy for the whole day and feeling mostly like her old self again. A smile came back to her lips and an appetite to her stomach. She was ready to face the world again. She was not in this alone. Her dad was by her side, and everything was right with the world again. A lost friend found! The little Cape gooseberry plant, with its many miniature lanterns, gently offered warm and soft light, but it was not enough to stave off the haunting dreams that Gigi had endured. She groaned and made little noises in her sleep and tossed a little. The storm had yet to hit outside, and no sound could be heard in the forest. Only the sound of Gigi's murmurings could be heard deeply within the tree stump. The frail old woman could not refrain from the visions she was having. She could not refrain from them at all, no matter how much she had tossed her head about on the pillow of firm moss or turned in the bed. As much as she wanted to open her eyes, she could not. In her dream, she could not see anybody, because it was all black in her mind's eye. She could hear a smooth, silky voice calling to her in soft, whispering tones. She could sense the dark but caressing affection in his voice. He repeated her name several times over with sentiments of affection and harassment, with a touch of urgent desperation once or twice, but always in measured tones, and with being sure never to express aggression. Gigi knew this voice, and knew it well. It had kept her from sleeping over the decades, and certainly on more than one occasion. Somehow she saw herself in her dream, standing in the darkness and, with it, in silence. She saw herself looking around for the owner of this voice and his position. Even in the blackness, she tried to pinpoint his locale and knew that it was in vain to do so. She could not locate which direction the voice was coming from, and this bothered her. She knew that he knew exactly where she was, and she had no clue where he was. Every time he spoke her name, his voice sounded like it was coming from different directions. In her dream, even though Gigi refused to respond to the voice, she listened intently to it. I have found you, 𝐬𝐮𝐲. And just a second later, 𝐬𝐮𝐝. The voice sounded a little distant and said, I never stop searching for you, 𝐬𝐮𝐲. His breathing grew a little more rapid and a little more excited. And now I am right back here with you. Now the voice was in her right ear. 𝐬𝐮𝐲 tried to swat it away, but nothing or no one was there. He continued with his taunt. I never stopped looking. I will never stop, 𝐬𝐮𝐲. In her dream, 𝐬𝐮𝐲 stiffened. Little did she know that lying in her bed in the trunk of the oak tree, 𝐬𝐮𝐲's body stiffened too, and her own hand, in reflex, tried to swat the voice away from her ear, her physical body somewhat mimicking her dream responses. She lay partly paralyzed in her bed, as she stood partly paralyzed in her dream. In her resolve, the old woman absolutely refused to show him any physical fear, and she stood resolutely. He sounded exactly the same. He had not aged one moment, just like he had when she had first encountered him many decades before, though she had been much younger and much sprightlier then. This truly was far from their first encounter, and she had defeated him before, and she would again, hopefully with finality this time. Thinking of such things caused 𝐬𝐮𝐲 to recall their last altercation, and this tired woman's conditioned response was to cease her own remembrance regarding the matter and to do so with immediate urgency. So, instead of engaging with emotional response and against her own will and better judgment, she whispered. This whisper was endowed with a similar seductive emotion that matched the perpetrator's own. I will finish what I started, Typhon. A little smile left her lips, and a fire came over her eyes for a moment as she breathed his name. She knew what it did to him when she spoke his name. And I won't turn away from you like I did with your mate. I will watch until the very end, while I scream with gladness and both whisper and shout your name as you fall to your demise. She breathed the words with scathing callousness. I will be the last voice you ever hear, and the last face you ever see, and my voice will haunt you. And I will make sure of that. I will haunt you forever, Typhon. You will never be with your mate. It will be me that haunts you while you lay in your fiery grave, longing for your love and your recompense. Your longings will be severe and will never be satisfied, and you will continue on with much love and hate. Then, in an even lower and breathier tone, do you hear me, Typhon? Tell me you hear me, she taunted, and then in her lowest whisper yet, I know you hear me, Typhon. A screech came long and loud, forcing 𝐬𝐮𝐲 to cover her ears and bend over herself, hoping to alleviate the noise level and pitch of the scream. The screech was so loud that she felt small, warm drops of blood come out of her eardrums and onto her fingers. She pulled her fingers out of her eardrums as the screeching faded. Then, in the darkness and out of nowhere, she felt something, even though there was no sense of Typhon's presence except for the sound of his voice. She felt a solid, but not too severe whacking. In an instant, she felt a scratch across her face, and more warm blood dripping down her cheek. She felt her cheek, and could feel a scratch had been made across her cheekbone. The scratch was not long, and only a little deep, just enough to cause blood to be drawn. She instinctively knew 3 things about this occurrence. The first was that this was a warning shot only, and secondly, he had not laid her out, so he had other plans for her, and they would not be acceptable plans, one little bit. Thirdly, he now knew where she was at all times, and that she did not like it one tiny little bit. 𝐼𝐻 had told her that she would remain under invisibility, but Typhon had found her. Before she had time to gain her wits, both in dream and slumber, she heard a loud clap of thunder. This clap of thunder was not in her dream, though. It was outside of the safety of the oak tree, and it woke the dreamer from her slumber. The rain came down heavily with force, and the rain sounded like drums in its own right. She could hear it slapping on the ground outside. Qiqi shot up in bed, and a second clap of thunder sounded. Her little hideaway was dark except for the Cape gooseberry lantern plant and the lightning sheets, which shot their brightness through the makeshift moss door. She briefly wondered why the oak tree had not given her a solid oak door, but did not dwell on it, because she had other matters that required immediate attention. She had no idea what time it was, but guessed it must have been heading into daylight, or at least early morning, because the storm was due about that time. It was too hard to tell because of her position inside the oak tree, which was deep and quite naturally dark, due to the expanse of the branches and the thickness of leaves overhead. Her face stung, and she felt something dry and itchy on her ears and cheek. Her ears were ringing, and that damn thunder, which was thundering every other moment, was not helping. One key question was racing around Qiqi's head. How did Typhon know where she was? She was supposed to have been under the invisibility cloak. She was supposed to be untraceable. Qiqi called upon the earth to offer her balms and poultices to help with her wounds and ringing ears. She took remedies of potent turmeric, onions, and unusual wild mushrooms for the ringing in her ears. She used a balm of coconut oil and castor and comfrey powder mixed with a little chickweed. A little honey on marshmallow leaves acted as a band-aid over the cut on her face. She lay on the bed to ease her swollen head, hoping upon hope that the storm would let up so her aching head could ease. Typhon thought of Qiqi and raged inside as he did so and kicked his stallion. He would ride this horse until either he calmed down or the stallion fell from exhaustion. With wild agility and clear abandon, Typhon rode his stallion at full pace, geeing the horse onto maximum pace. And his horse neighed in derision coupled with remorse, for the horse knew what was to come. And on cue, Typhon whipped the horse's flank, and the stallion responded, knowing better than to aggravate his master further. Typhon bellowed as he rode, a deep, guttural bellow that shook the trees and animals around him. More than a few miles radius, the birds rustled the leaves and the branches as they flew off in fear, and the ground fellows scurried from their duties and into the safety where they could find it. All creatures, great and small, knew of these screeches and bellows, and despised the source of where they came from. All and sundry were thankful their woeful visitor was here but for a few moments, and all their eyes watched him passing dubiously from the safety of burrow and bush. She is likely here for the battle and for him. He did not doubt it. Even in old age, that fearless and glorious creature, who knew no fear of him, wanted recompense just as he did. His thoughts and memories raced through his mind and body as he rode. That first time they had faced each other in the first great war, she knew no fear of him even back then. In fact, he could sense her hate of him. It was like a perfume from her, this hatred, and he breathed in every scent of it, and even to this day he relished and basked in it. The first time that he encountered her, she had not taken her gaze off of him when they came face to face in the wooded land, and she had eyed him with not an ounce of stress or fear. He had seen her watching him, and had watched her back. She was calling on the earth to create an arrow and bow of her own, and cause the tip to be drenched in the poison ivy of the most serious kind. She did this without taking her eyes off him once, and without hiding any secret of what she was doing, or her intentions of doing it. He had stayed on his horseback, a distance away from her, and watched as she picked up the freshly made arrow off of the ground, and dipped its tip into a little puddle on the ground. That little puddle on the ground was steaming, not from heat but from a poison nettle, and the earth woman had dipped the tip of the arrow into it slowly, eyes still firmly upon him, and no expression upon her face would be made. Even though it was the first time he had ever laid eyes on her, he knew exactly who she was, not only by her stately appearance, but also by her steady countenance. He still did not know if she knew him before that day, and knew that 𝐿𝐵𝐵 would never tell. She did like to keep certain secrets. This he discovered over the decades, and he hated that. He hated that she held things to herself that he did not know. It ate at him internally more than he liked to admit to himself. With certain intent, they eyed each other. Typhon was not moving on his horse, and the Wonder, as he had come to call 𝐿𝐵𝐵, was holding him to ransom with her gaze, for he could not read her. He watched as she slowly turned her oar about, in the poisoned pond, a little longer than necessary. If that arrow stayed too long in the pond of poison, it surely would have disintegrated, and if he had true and honest thoughts about this, I sincerely hoped that this would be the case. She was an expert marksman for someone so new to the task, even when her target was on the move. The markswoman picked up her bow from the ground with her free arm and positioned herself to execute her desire with slow, calm, and even movements. She raised her single arrow and placed it in the bow, and without hesitation or warning, the arrow was expelled from the bow and propelled toward the target. It came too quickly at him for him to respond hurriedly. He was hit in the rib cage. He felt the tip penetrate with not much more force than a pinprick between his ribs. Typhon had merely been out riding for pleasure. He was innocent in his position that day, as no task of work or war had been assigned to him, and he had not consulted his guide for any impending wariness or danger. Therefore, no armour or any protective clothing that day had been worn, nor had any protective chant been cast, something that he would never be guilty of again as long as he lived. Breaking sight for the first time, Typhon glanced at the arrow, then at 𝐿𝐵𝐵 in disbelief, and then dug his heels into his horse and fled. He knew that even though he had regularly consumed protective concoctions, they would only act as a buffer or guard against the poison's effects and reduce the poison's effects for a time. He had fled, and fled quickly back to his place of safety. If the arrow were to stay in his flesh for any unreasonable length of time, it would cause the poisoning of the blood, and then the stiffening of the limb, and then the eye and ear would bleed. This would be the occurrence before the breaking down of all internal organs, resulting in a slow, lingering, and highly unpleasant demise. He had recovered well, albeit slowly, and his doctors had told him that he would carry a little of that poison in his body permanently. I explained to Typhon that this was the most unusual side effect that had ever been noted in a survivor of such a poison. It would never be made known to the doctors that the poison of the pond had melded itself together with an experimental concoction. The concoction comprised substances of unknown origin by an alchemist of dubious credibility for making both skin and organs able to withstand all forms of physical penetration. This was being produced with the hope of physical invincibility, being a natural state of one being. So, for Typhon, once he learnt that such an experiment was occurring, he knew that this was too much for him to resist, not being part of it. His penchant for desiring what should not be sought was a part of Prince's nature. He could not resist such things. Little did he know that the very thing he sought, which was invincibility and resistance to all things that he considered vulnerable or weak, would be the very thing that would give him his greatest weakness. This was emotional subordination to another person, a much worse fate to him than physical subordination or weakness would ever be. The experiment of the past year, coupled with ingesting the concoction as recently as the previous day, had left Tyson in a particular state of vulnerability for which nobody was equipped. The experiment was taking hold of Tyson's body, and his skin and organs were definitely becoming resistant to all forms of penetration. what was an untested and unknown side effect had also been imparted. Not only had the concoction been a success in reducing the penetration of the arrow in Tyson's torso, but it had also worked as a binding agent inside of the vessels of Tyson. The experimental concoction had bound itself to the poison of the pond, and, with it, a caveat of emotion that was delivered by the messenger of the poison arrow and his own. Despite himself, and out of immediate admiration of Qiqi's immediate and brazen shot, admiration had risen in Typhon the moment. He knew her by reputation, and by this reputation he had long considered her a worthy opponent, regardless of their lack of acquaintance, and now he had witnessed her guile first-hand for himself. The grounded, earthy passion and the poise that she possessed as she conducted herself in their first encounter were all he had ever imagined about her. He had been enthralled in those first moments due to her stealthiness and intensity, especially for her fearlessness, for he was not used to bearing witness to such things. The emotion with which 𝐿𝐵𝐵 used to call the poison pond and the bow and arrow into existence, the focused intensity with which she had dipped that spoken of the arrow, the dominance she felt when she let the arrow go, and the triumphant passion that she felt, had entered into Typhon's very soul the moment he was hit. Add to this his own deep responses to her, as well as the dire state of the situation in which he found himself. This left him with what would become a permanent sense of unease regarding the peculiarity of his newfound emotive state. The woe of being bound up in an unexpected moment of emotional intensity upon his receiving an arrow to his rib would be the fate that would forever define Typhon. Typhon at the moment of being hit with the poison. The poison in the arrow caused him to be in a permanent state of deep armour, admiration of 𝐿𝐵𝐵. This also birthed with him a deep loathing of this keeper of the earth. He loathed it because she had incited in his responses that he spent his life trying to dispel himself, or even never knowing what could be felt before. He held a loathing of her because she caught him unawares in the forest, and almost in one instant brought about his demise. It was not just this encounter that he loathed her for. He loathed her because he recognized in her what he despised in himself, and he loathed her because he loved her for being those same very things that he despised for himself. He loathed her because he loved her. Both victim and victim had encountered each other in that serendipitous moment, with emotions running deep in both of them, and an invisible three-chord strand that had entwined them together by way of an experimental concoction, a poison arrow, and with it their own internal longings of their souls, particularly his. He would come to learn her response to him was somewhat more rudimentary and less vile in nature than Typhon's personal response to her. Her parcel of responses to him and their situation was wrapped in bafflement and bewilderment, and seemingly nothing more. To this he could not understand, and musings of this only kept him up some nights, and not all. If he could know thankfulness and appreciation for this, he would. However, he did not know these certain things. Over the months, years, and decades, their encounters would get a little more hostile, a little more intense, and a little more violent. He could tell that 𝐿𝐵𝐵 was a little perturbed by him, but she always matched him in a war blow by blow. She seemed to always take his behaviour in her stride, and he knew that she understood him to be her chief nemesis, and had, in her calm way, accepted it. He knew that she was here because she knew that there was a major storm coming, and he also knew that she did not know what was laid out before all of Alasia, and he relished the thought of that first initial moment that 𝐿𝐵𝐵 would know and understand. A fire flickered in his eyes for just one moment, and a sensation ran through his body. He snarled for a microscopic second, and the corners of his mouth gave way to a microscopic, fleeting smile. She must know of the smokestack and what it meant, so he gathered in his own mind that 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭 must have known the war was brewing. "A little sore and sorry!" Guthrie did not walk. He lay, unsure of where to go or what to do next. The lad just lay where he was, contemplating the blue sky. He could see that very, very far into the distance in the east was a very dark and stormy sky, and wondered about it. He focused on the dark sky to try to ignore the pain that was now seizing up his body. Where'd the storm manifest from? He guessed it was not from the west. He hazarded a guess that this storm may come in from the north and was heading south, because there were no signs that a storm had been where he was for quite some time. His surroundings were sun-drenched. Testament to this was that soreness, stiffness, and dizziness had now consecrated themselves within his body, and he resigned himself to the fact that lying here on fairly arid beach sand, in this unknown place, and this would be his portion for the time being. Instinct arose in him that suggested that as unpredictable as Wendy was, unless she had dropped him as her charge, she would eventually come for him. With surety, in his own reasoning, he allowed the pain to take over his body and the throb to pound at his head, offering no resistance to any of it, which would only make him feel worse. "This was one hell of a beating you took," he told himself. He gave a little chuckle, which immediately turned to a cough of pain that rose from his chest and seared through his nervous system. He closed his eyes for a second. Even moving his eyeballs hurt and caused pain, which resulted in increased throbbing in his jaw and head. Guthrie lay and contemplated the storm in the distance, which was in contrast to the blue sky overhead, deciding to focus his attention on the storm in the distance. He had seen a few storms in his time, but marvelled at how dark and thick the cloud cover was even that far in the distance, and so he remained staring at the storm, contemplating it. Guthrie had only seen clouds that were black and low to the ground a few times in his life, and remembered those times as something quite extraordinary. He had remembered that those storm clouds had made the middle of the day almost like the blackest and most moonlitless of any night, and full silence reigned with it over his city on those days. This storm, which was far in the distance but so vivid with its random lightning bolts and black clouds, made him wonder if the place over yonder, the source of those storms, was back home. He wondered if these two worlds had collided before, and it made him wonder if whatever was coming was also coming for his world too. Wendy had told him what and who he was, the keeper of the wind. He was charged with controlling and using the element for good. Wendy had told him that he had learnt to control the wind well, but he still had to learn how to use the wind and what the wind could do under his control. His lessons here were only just beginning, and she had walloped him a new one on the side of the cliff the last time they trained. He knew by Wendy's temperament that he was burdened with a cumbersome task, as he knew through his teacher that the wind would blow where the wind would blow. This was why mastering the art of control was the crucial part of his learning, and probably exactly why he had copped such a bruising from whatever that unworldly creature-like man was. His lack of understanding and mastery of the talents and gifts of the wind was most likely why he copped such mockery. It ate at him, though. It ate at Guthrie deeply and quietly. He vowed, at the time of his physical and verbal berating, that he was going to be the greatest keeper of any element that was ever called upon, and whoever that man was that flattened him out, he would suffer at Guthrie's hand if it were the last thing that he ever did. He certainly was not getting his hands on Brooke or anyone else on his team. It did leave Guthrie wondering about his enemy and his fascination with Brooke. Brooke was a brand new keeper. What on earth could he want with her so early into her journey? Surely, with her in the infancy of her calling, he would know how to locate her very easily. And what on earth was it about Brooke that caused such a vehemently urgent response in the dude? A wind that appeared in the stillness stopped the boy in thought. Wendy had made her way to him and took her usual loosely shaped human form as she stood over him and contemplated his injuries. "My goodness, child, what on earth happened to you?" Guthrie just tried to smile but could not. Wendy, still in her same form, hovered over the top of him, and she blew over him with her breath. She started at the tip of his head. Wendy felt him like a cool and very soft fan as she blew her soft breeze over his face and body. She blew into his eyes, which he tried to protest too, but in jest. He did not have the strength to proffer any verbal or physical defense against it. He was glad that he did not, because, as she blew over his eyes, his nervous system braced itself. Though too much relief, his eyes did not feel the pain he expected. The jolt of his nerves gave way to sweet relief. His eye sockets did not feel like heavy weights of searing pain anymore. There was no sensation, except a small tingle and the feeling of his eyes returning to normalcy. Wendy blew on his left cheek, and then his right one. This lightness of breath was the coolest and softest sensation to be experienced. The tempering of searing pain and laborious breathing that a broken jaw had gifted felt like this sweet relief. In fact, his jaw felt stronger than ever before, and so did his teeth. There seemed to have never been any experience of relief to have ever been encountered before, ever in the history of the universe, according to the mind and body and the very soul of its receiver. This bodily restoration was happening all over his body as Wendy went to work, healing and rejuvenating his body. Guthrie waited on the ground for a few moments for his tingling sensations to pass. He moved his fingers and then his legs, trying to comprehend what had just occurred within him. Guthrie contemplated what had put him in this position. He had copped an absolute beating, and had absolutely no physical defences at his disposal, nor did he have any idea on how to call on or use the wind for his own advantage. Guthrie was vile with anger and hatred for that creature, and this rose in him with an active volcanic rage, which was only subdued by the sense of self-loathing for being so ill-prepared and weak in his defences. He had thought himself a mentally weakling and grossly unprepared for what he had encountered. Guthrie bounced to his feet to test out his body. He was not wrong in assuming that he was stronger and healthier than he was before he was hurt. With swift martial arts movements, he quickly realized his strength and quickness had greatly increased. He had let known the whereabouts of Brooke, and who knows what else he had revealed to his newly appointed nemesis. Though, if Wendy could strengthen his body, why couldn't she strengthen his mind and his resolve too? She could make him an absolute force to be reckoned with, unstoppable even. "That was something remarkable that you did with my body, Wendy. I have never felt better." "We need you in dominant form, Guthrie. I could have done with this extra strength and form a few hours ago before I got my butt kicked by whoever that was." "Is that what happened to you, son? Who beat you so thoroughly?" Guthrie tousled the back of his head. "I don't know. He started at me with a bow and arrow. I didn't even see him coming. He came almost out of thin air, like a friggin' ninja he was." Guthrie shook his head before going on. "And then he just started at me about where Brooke was." "Brooke?" queried Wendy. "Yeah, he just kept saying, 'Where is she? I know she's here.' Just stuff like that. He was almost crazy with it. I told him she was through the portal and back on the beach, and then he started wailing at me about how useless I was, and then gave me the hiding of my life. Never had a beating like it before, not even from my old man." Guthrie's voice trailed off, and he spoke with quietness and shame. "I folded pretty damn quick too, and let him know where she was. He averted his eyes and studied the ground. I hate myself for it too. He used the opportunity to change the subject. I am feeling a damn sight stronger now, though. I just got to toughen up me mind now. You reckon you could help me out with that, Wendy, since you've done such a great job with me body. I reckon I will be close to invisible if you fix me up that way. He was almost shy in his asking. You only get repaired in your body to greater than your previous state if your beaten body will put you at a disadvantage, and yours would have been rendered useless, so I took liberties that I possibly shouldn't have in upgrading you. What do you mean upgrading me? You haven't turned me into some kind of freak, have you? Wendy was still uncharacteristically patient with him, and whispered, No, Guthrie, I haven't. You are still completely human, just a stronger and more coordinated you. Well, if me mind were stronger, I could outwit that slithery creep. I will too, if it is the last thing that I ever do. See, my lad, talking like that will convince no one to increase your mental gains if you're out solely for your own benefit. It's not why you are becoming who you are, why you have been gifted, Guthrie. He averted his eyes again and resumed looking at the ground. I nearly let him have her. I was freaking scared I nearly Guthrie, you didn't let him have her, though. All you did was give away her whereabouts. You never led him to her. Guthrie didn't want to hear it. Anyway, who was he? I suspect that it was one brother. I suspect that it was Typhon. Are you sure it was Brooke that he sought? Inner childhood insolence briefly took his resolve. Thinking of it, he didn't say her name. I just guessed. After a pause, Guthrie queried, One of the brothers? Typhon. That's a pretty stupid name. That is what a wannabe he is. He is the middle of 3 brothers. Their father, Alastor, rules the Alktons, which are all the wastelands and the barren lands and the skies and the underground around that land. It is a great province outside of 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐴 and to the west. The valley of 𝐸𝐿𝐵𝐿 lies there, and it is where Alastor and his 3 sons run their headquarters. I'm guessing they're the enemy then. Is that who we're fighting? It is Guthrie, yes. What do I have to do to beat him? What do I have to learn? First, you have to know what drives each of them, what motivates them, and what their strengths are, and then learn what their weaknesses are, and then you can defeat them. First things first, Guthrie, you have to learn your own talents and powers. Well, let's go then. No time to waste. No time like the present then. I want to take him down. It seemed that an improved body is not all that you received. Your zeal has increased, and your temperance is even less in check. We shall use that to our great advantage. Let's get started then, Guthrie, but first eat. There is fruit on those trees 100 yards over. Get your fill, son. Guthrie ate an unusual fruit, with a peachy hue. The fruit was sweet and bitter, and filled him in only a few bites. He marvelled at this, but said nothing. His body, upon eating this unusual delight, enjoyed a surge of even more increased energy and physical strength, not only to his body, but to his mind as well. He felt sharper and clearer-minded with it too, and even more alert. He wanted to know what tricks and knowledge he could gather regarding the wind and what it could offer. Guthrie felt ready and focused like never before. Wendy knew this and was ready to teach. In the valley of 𝐸𝐿𝐵𝐿, angst is afoot. Past the boundaries of 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐴 and through the vastness of the blackness lay some black stumps. Further beyond these black stumps were steaming hot pools of gases with rotting, noxious fumes, which carried rock and stone pathways that floated on the surface and were the pathways into the desert plains of the valley of 𝐸𝐿𝐵𝐿. If one could make it through the many, many hundreds of miles to its centre, a person would find themselves in a luminous and decadent valley. It was not so much filled with the glorious wonders of nature, but filled with opulent structures, constructed with the finest of gems and metals and precious stones, and such things as emeralds, opals, and rubies. Entire structures had been laboriously put together with painstaking precision. This dwelling offered an illusion to any eye that beheld it, a design that pleased the eyes of the beholder, for its construction had been done so with magical metallurgy and meticulous precision. The shape of the magnificent construction was adjusted according to what the viewer wanted to see, and not its true form, which was, to Alistair and his heirs, the most unusual and refined form of any noble structure in all of the seen and known universes. The true form of this construction was to never be known by anybody else but those with proper lineage and who are true heirs to the building. This was Alastor, the recently retired ruler of all of the Alkdens and his 3 male heirs. The great headquarters itself had been constructed with very fine diamond and ruby dust and nothing more, and this building had taken more than an 𝐿𝐴𝐶ian century to complete in its entirety. Creatures were designed and developed to be used as labour for its construction, and no regard had ever been given to the thousands of creatures who had been worked to their very deaths for its construction. Rumour had even had it that these creatures of labour had once been the children that had mysteriously vanished from that plane that was known as the Flat Earth. It was rumoured also that these children had been kept and experimented on, and mutated to such a point as to be unrecognisable as humans anymore. These rumours were further perpetuated by the belief that those experimental pursuits had been undertaken right underneath the mentioned structure. These rumours had been swirling around for quite millennia, and it could not be verified by whom or by where these rumours started. This did not matter, and the story was passed down through the ages to scare offspring. While scaring the children of the healthy 𝐿𝐴𝐶ian provinces was something that had never been promoted or ever entertained, it certainly was by the inhabitants of the Alkadines and its surrounds, and was occurring on this very day. Alistair was currently listening to such tales being regaled, and smiled at the gasps of horror by all the little ones who listened. He was sitting hidden from any seeing eye on a bench that was carved inside of one wall of his palatial dwellings, so there was no awareness of his presence, for he loved to listen to these stories, and never tired of the shrieks of those that adorned their ears to such tales of horror and woe of those children of the earth forever lost to the underground chambers dedicated to the cause of human refurbishment. 𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐿, the eldest of 3 brothers and current ruler of the Alkdens, was in a state of euphoria. Whether anger or pleasure, immediate observation could not know it. He stormed through the halls of the impressive structure. His presence caused the most luminous of the precious stones in the walls to dim to an almost blackened state as he passed, with the stones taking the best part of the rest of the day to recover their illuminating form. Such was the emotion with which he passed them. Any creature that thought 𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐿 might see them as he passed by recoiled and hid for fear of any recourse. They hid by tree trunks and burrows, and by any hole or crevice in the ground or wall. From quivering bodies, tiny eyes watched from safe confines as 𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐿 came by, hurrying with both intensity and focus. Creatures were grateful for his quick passing, for it was not unusual for 𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐿 to strike down any creature in any manner of cruel fashion in any of his given moods, good or bad. It was a delightful pastime of 𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐿's doing so, and all creatures, great and small, knew this. With confidence, it could be said that all and sundry would not be sad should 𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐿 find his demise, and the sooner the better in all of their minds. Easily noted that 𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐿 was emotional, though the source of this emotion was not easily noted, and was yet to be revealed to Alastor. Alastor stood from his chair and moved out of his position inside the wall, making himself visible to all as he presented himself to all under a vestibule. Nobody seemed alarmed or perturbed by his sudden appearance from the wall, though they were even further silenced by the approaching presence of Hindra. They could feel his presence from quite a distance away. By all that observed, there had been an unspoken suspicion amongst them that Alastor already knew what caused such emotion in Hindra, but all stood by, waiting with quiet intent. Name's call of duty. After Neem and the Flame's very private conversation earlier that morning, to which Bridie was not privy, Naomi had told his young charge that he had gathered some of the local children to regale her with stories of 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿 from times and eras gone by. In doing so, it was his private hope that she would learn all about 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿 and its history, and the result would be allowing her to gain through this sneaky device a memorable love and a deep, beating heart for the land. It was also his further hope of her becoming enthralled with and developing a soul-binding connection to the place she would soon be fighting for. It was his hope that she would fight, not out of a sense of duty and responsibility to which she had been called, but out of a sense of duty and love of land and a sense of citizenry. Naime had seen this tactical work of persuasion by sentimentality work on keepers of the elements time and time again. In fact, in his own youth, a young Naime had been one of these little children calling out over all the others, excited to tell the tales of woe and hardship, romance and victory of both villain and hero of Elijah to the new up-and-coming heroes. Neem's current act of truancy against Elijah policy and personal responsibility allowed him the permission of using a little further spiritual manipulation on the child to encourage this course to come to its full fruition. He softly laid his hand on her little Bridie's head for only a moment or two while uttering, with barely more than a movement of lip and tongue, a small prayer. The girl did not notice and suspected the laying on of hands was Naime, prompting her to move over to the small gathering of children. As he led Bridie over to this group of gathering children, Naime had caught Mrs. Brownstone's eye, who had been watching as she knitted a scarf in her rocking chair under a coolabah tree. Her lips were a little pursed. Even the great Naime himself did not like being on the receiving end of such a tight lip-pressing from the likes of Mrs. Brownstone. He avoided her eyes, which had narrowed so very slightly, and he felt them on him like two burning hot rays. Naime picked up his speed just a little bit in the vain hope that he could avert her a little more quickly, for he knew that she very clearly did not approve of his tactics regarding young Bridie. Right here in this moment he knew that she knew, and his heart felt like it shrunk a little and blackened a little in his chest. 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿's sage and seer felt anything but that currently. He had long been considered the purveyor of wisdom, and a revered ruler in roles in which he felt like a charlatan more often than not. These were positions that had been thrust upon him, and never at one time did he feel he had earned them by merit, contrary to what the elders of 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿 had assured him of. He knew unequivocally that the elders were inherently compulsive truth-tellers, and therefore could not lie by natural default. The Great Spirit would revoke them of their positions with immediate urgency should such a heinous thing as lying occur, which Naime knew would not or couldn't occur. This knowledge that they were wholly truth-tellers is what contributed quite grievously to his own personal worries. These thoughts bothered Naime to a level that felt to him to be almost without measure. Neem's mind and heart were sorrowful for his unbelief and mistrust of himself. He knew that his own internal compunction had some influence on his distrust of others. Naime asked himself whether such a distrust of others did in fact exist within himself, and concluded with even further sorrow that it, being his own disbelief and mistrust of himself, and therefore others, must, in fact, exist fully and completely. Though he knew that if he afforded himself such allowances, there would be recompense. He knew not of what kind the recompense, but it would be a most distasteful recompense of this, he was sure. He had often thought of Mrs. Brownstone, and considered her more up to leading 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿 than himself. She had never been known to give in to any moral dilemma. Maybe relinquishing his position to her would be a suitable recompense for his manipulation of this young chosen one. The previous keepers of the elements always knew of their personal callings, and were given the choice to engage with these callings with the full knowledge of their responsibilities, even before discovering 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿, whilst they stood on their own soil, in their world, Earth. The keepers first learnt the skill, and then the management of their prescribed talents. It was only after full and thorough mental, physical, and spiritual training that the keepers each embarked on their responsibilities, and never a moment before they were ready. All of the training occurred once the keepers had learnt to both give and receive love in the land of 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿, and all had learnt of its ways and understood its heartbeat. Only under the conditions noted above were the 4 keepers in every honest, earnest, and correct way, and without compromising their unwavering bias toward their own elements prepared for their tasks ahead. And this was how it worked through all of 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿's history, until now. Grace had been afforded 𝐸𝐵𝐴 because of his position, which allowed a little bending or embellishing of the rules in certain conditions. He had felt an urgency that doom was impending, and time was not of the essence. He could not place why he understood this. The elders had informed him that there was no movement in the valley of 𝐜𝐡𝐴 or in the wastelands of 𝐼𝐴𝐵𝐿. Some days he felt this more strongly than others, and today, more than ever, he had never felt more at home in his beliefs that there was a certain urgency at hand. 𝐸𝐵𝐴 was heavy with heart in these moments, and Mrs. Brownstone was right. And he knew his shame would be like a shame and a stench on him for some time to come, if he ever lost it at all. If he searched himself a little further, he breathed a little breath out of his nostrils and decided that just now, after delivering the girl, he would remove himself for a day and night of meditation and some very serious contemplation and soul-searching. Bridie and her flame were now in full rambunctious conversation with some townfolk for what felt like more time than she could count, and her head felt like it would implode. It was not so much that Bridie had been in conversation. Rather, it was her that was being spoken at, rather than being spoken to by several of the township's children. This was not so much annoying to Bridie. It just made it very difficult for her to follow all the strings of conversation. All that she could do was look around at the crowd, hoping for tangible snippets of information from what stories they were trying to tell. It had been explained to, or rather frantically spoken to Bridie about, all the matters that concerned 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐿 and all the evil plots that lay before it. Most of what she was told she could not remember, this being solely due to the large volume of information that she had been expected to ingest. Bridie did her best to remember as much detail as she could, but knew that this would be in vain. She could not be expected to remember 𝐿𝐵𝐴's entire history and its founding animals. She couldn't even remember what kind of animals the founders were, and why it was even relevant to know anything about them. The townsfolk and her flame had been full of gusto and exuberance as they prattled about the series of adventures that had taken place over such a long period. She listened and nodded with enthusiasm, where she thought that she was supposed to nod. She smiled and showed concern in the places that she thought she was supposed to do that too. After such a long time of listening, Bridie thought her head was going to burst from a headache, and she could tell that no one seemed to notice this. Her thoughts wandered wide, and they wandered far. She was more interested at this point in having her stomach filled with sandwiches. She sniffed the air almost out of reflex. She imagined that delectable coffee aroma and was filled with more than minor disappointment that her desire to taste the coffee remained unfulfilled. A little sigh and a little drooping of the shoulders resulted from her disappointment. As so heartily mentioned, 𝐬𝐿, in his own childhood, had partaken in the ritual of historical learning through storytelling. What 𝐬𝐿 was unsure of, though, was whether his sly gains by way of children would work on someone not that much older than the children themselves. Of this he could not be sure, but would now allow his cunning to be tested. He knew that everybody fought better when they were personally connected by spirit. He could not believe others regarding the value of himself and the worth of his own leadership. And as a result, he couldn't believe in himself. If he could not believe in himself, how could he lead? And now here he was, about to embark on an act of coercion of a young girl into leading a fight into a war that she knew nothing of. It was never her fight, save for the gift that she was given. And this was how 𝐬𝐿 nursed himself into his sly coercion of the 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐿. With these poor musings, 𝐬𝐿 decided that he would leave with immediacy and embark on his quest for peace and sanctity. And so 𝐬𝐿 walked quickly away without even a glance toward Mrs. Brownstone and those filtering eyes. He could not bear them a second longer today. Brooke, in contemplation and discovery. A glass of water, which was held in hand and stared into my green eyes, courtesy of Brooke, who was sitting on the step of her back porch in contemplation. She had not long finished work, and no one but herself was home. The relentless repetition and boredom of her job had led her to be in a dull state that afternoon. She was wondering and contemplating the pointlessness of her world. She lived in a pointless little town, working a pointless little job, not really knowing what pointless uni degree she wanted to study or whether there was any point, anyway. Her friends had no purpose in their worlds, even though they were a saving grace for her. And even though she had come to discover very many impossible things, such as commanding water and travelling for who knows how long and how far underwater to improbable unknown places, this too came with no purpose. She continued to stare at the glass while making funny shapes with her lips and contorting her mouth into various shapes as she thought of it all. Brooke knew that her dad's career was not what he said it was, and for sure she did not know exactly what he did. There were many various clues over the years to attest to that, but she did not question it. Brooke could not quite figure out if her mother knew, but she suspected that she did, and just went on playing the dutiful wife. Occasionally, Brooke came to suspect her mother was probably in on it all, whatever it was. Brooke put down her glass, tucked her knees tightly into herself, wrapped her arms around her shins, and rested her cheek on her knees. She closed her eyes and thought about letting a tear or two dribble out of her eyes, but did not. Brooke exhaled out of her nose instead, before resuming her normal breathing. She calmed herself again before moving her cheek and positioning her chin on her knees instead. There was a contemplation of going to the beach and heading back to lands unexplored, or she could just swim in the pool in her backyard. The water did look lovely, but she sat and she sat and she sat some more, until she felt almost dreamy as she watched the backyard trees swaying so softly in the breeze. The sun had shifted, creating more shade over the backyard, though it did nothing to quell the heat. She was just thankful the afternoon breeze was still active and cool on her skin. The afternoon breeze was too high in the treetops to cause any rippling or noise in the pool water. The familiar sound that water makes when someone emerges from it could be felt in Brooke's ear, and she looked down into the pool and was not alarmed to find an emerging presence from the water. This presence took the form of a tall and very striking woman. She emerged from under the water, but remained standing in the pool. Ethereal and otherworldly would be the words to describe her. She definitely did not come from here. Luminous would be the word that Brooke had decided would fit her description. The woman just stood and remained where she was. Brooke could not decide whether to remain or go down the steps and down into the pool area. The decision was taken out of Brooke's hands, and Brooke could not decide whether or not she was relieved. In the end, she decided that she was. Miss Ethereal, as Brooke had named her, walked out of the pool and through the open pool gate. Brooke imagined that the woman would have walked through it if it had not been open, and had even taken to wondering about these days later. Over the grass, the woman glided to the bottom of the steps where Brooke sat. The woman did not come up the stairs, but sat on the bottom step, then looked at Brooke for a moment before her soft voice spoke. Her hair and silk dress were drying rapidly under the warmth of the sun and under the gentle breeze, which caught Olwyn's hair ever so lightly. To Brooke, it would be that Olwyn would be better suited to appearing in a hallway in an old mansion on some dark, blustery night. But here, this woman, who seemed to Brooke to be a ghost, sat in full sunlight at the bottom of her stairs. "I'm Olwyn." "Brooke, I reckon you already know that." Olwyn smiled a little and gave a small nod of recognition before speaking again. "You visit us in our land, so I come to visit you in yours." Brooke heard an accent in her voice, but for the life of her, she could not identify it. Part of her wished she had it herself. "Not much is going on here, that's for sure. You're not missing much here." "It is a very pretty place." Brooke nodded this time. She felt as though she was being coaxed even in these few brief moments, and she wasn't ready to bite yet. "Your neck of the woods is a little more than pretty. It is surreal." Brooke looked down at her knees before she spoke again. She felt a little embarrassed. "I don't even know what your place is called or where it is." Smiling a little, she continued, "It is not like it's signposted anywhere. 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐴 is the name of all the land and everything that is in it." Before Olwyn could continue, Brooke interrupted. She could hear a car entering the driveway up the side of the house. She stood and motioned for Olwyn to come with her, and took her to the little pool house at the end of the yard. "Some of the fam are home. I don't want to have to explain about you to them. No one comes back here much during the week." Brooke turned the little air conditioner on, for it was quite stifling inside. "And I'm not gonna lie, you look kinda out of place here. Anyway, keep telling me about 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐴." This is what Olwyn did. She shared and answered all manner of questions posed to her about 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐴 by Brooke until Brooke herself was thoroughly satisfied. However, she held back from asking questions regarding the strange events that had occurred to her the last time she had been to the beech forests of 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐴. She sensed that Olwyn knew this too, though both skirted around the obvious. Instead, Brooke quizzed her about the talent she possessed with the water, the schooling regarding the role of the keepers of the elements. "You're chosen because you are chosen. We don't always know why. My people and I have often surmised that it is not because of talent or even positive characteristics. Our best guess is that it is a purity or motivation of the heart, and we cannot even be sure of this. A question for the ages has always been this: are you born and created for it, or are you selected?" Olwyn studied Brooke's face for her level of comprehension before she spoke further. "None of the elements themselves are good or bad, Brooke. The elements just are. They do what they are created to do, which is to be as they are and respond to that call as they will. Olwen waited for a moment, seeking reassurance from Brooke that she understood. Brooke responded, "There is a saying that I like. The wind will blow where the wind blows." Olwen's face beamed a little. "Yes," she breathed and continued on. "These elements need keepers to harness their natures for good, except for Earth, who does act like a goody two-shoes, but even she can have her moments." Olwen seemed to amuse herself with this, but the irony, or the joke, or whatever it was, about the Earth was lost on Brooke, so she asked instead, "Why would they need to be harnessed? 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐿 seems to be a calm and perfect place." "It is true, but there are dark forces at play. There is an evil place in 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐿, Brooke. A new heir has taken over the provinces of 𝐬𝐿𝐫𝐿, and he wants the lands of many worlds, and the power of the elements, who are highly susceptible to whims of both good and evil, for they are mostly neutral in nature, and carry more than a natural ability to give life or to destroy." Olwen paused. Brooke said nothing, wanting her to continue. "In a war, many, many moons ago, and a great fight was on for control of the elements. This war was fought by both good and evil, who knew that if the power of the elements could be harnessed, then several worlds could be conquered. Whoever won that war would be granted rulership over the elements by the noble spirit. One condition of receiving the prize of rulership over the earth, wind, fire, and water was that keepers would be appointed over the spirits of these elements, as protectors and guides to make sure that they stayed the course and served the master who had won them. That great war had caused a lot of bloodshed and sorrow. I am not sure the scars and stains of bloodshed will ever be truly healed." Brooke was a little stirred up inside. "A great war? How did that come about? I did not think evil existed in that place. I have never had any sense of it since I was there. War, that is. I want to know about this war and how it came to be. How did evil come to exist there?" "There is another great war coming. A new heir has been appointed in the deserts, and he wants complete rulership. His goal is not to control so much as it is to enforce an idealism. He wants his system in place, one that was formed by his ancestors who began to forge it out. This new heir wants to resurrect this idealism. It seems he is quite the family man after all." Olwen smiled a little. Brooke thought that she smiled at the strangest of things and decided there was inside knowledge about these things to which she was not privy. "You have a big role in this as a keeper, Brooke. You have a destiny to carve out, and to this point, you have been left alone to do so. But it is time for you to spend time in 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐿, for the darkness is rising a little quicker than expected." Brooke tilted her head and narrowed her eyes a little. "I don't even know who I am to fight or what I am fighting for." "Your primary role, Brooke, is to control the water, for it is neutral. Fighting for goodness is the purpose with which you do it, regardless of where it leads. This is truly only the lesson you need. This must be etched in your brain and in your heart. You must control the element only for good." Brooke understood this. It almost felt like instinct. It was a command she had decided within herself never to sway from, and hoped with all hope that she had the wherewithal to do so. "Enter 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐿 through your normal means in 2 nights' time. Someone will be waiting for you by the water's edge." It was dark now, and Olwen's porcelain form, to Brooke's mind, looked much more at home in the darkness of the little pool house. "I will see you soon, Brooke." Olwen did not leave by the way she came, but she would leave in the little pool house by a portal created by the simple wave of her hand. Olwen nodded at Brooke, who at this point was transfixed by a glistening doorway of silvery blue which lit up the entire room. This visionary stepped through it, and instantly the pool house was back to the dimness. Guthrie and Bridie become fast friends. Guthrie's physical recovery had been miraculous, and his body had been feeling almost superhuman. His energy levels were off the chart. He did not want this euphoric state to be ending any time soon, and it felt like it was not going to either. He had not queried Wendy about it, though, for he feared that she would answer that it would wear off. "Well, if that's the case, I'll have to rip myself a new one again," he said to himself. All he needed to do now was focus enough to master any fighting skill at all. The best part of the last few days had been spent using his excess energy on surfing the wind and perfecting his parkour skills. The better part of a few days had left Guthrie, not really knowing or even caring about where he had left or where he was now. He was now flying through the air in who knows what part of 𝐬𝐵𝐫𝐿. On his makeshift hoverboard, which he had fashioned out of some low-hanging clouds, he was staring at the ground beneath him as he rose to greater heights in the air. Unbeknownst to the lad, he was about to smash head first into a little hut, which was on the outer perimeter of a village. This village, which was not particularly small in diameter, had entirely escaped Guthrie's notice. His trajectory had not escalated enough for him to escape, colliding with the tip of its thatch roof. Thud! There went Guthrie's torso first into the ridge piece cover, and he let out a sorrowful oof as he collided with it without ceremony. His makeshift hoverboard evaporated into thin air, and he slid down the side of the roof helplessly, his face red from the impact. Thud! Guthrie smashed to the ground. He took in a few deep breaths whilst he was on his back on the green grass ground. "Are you okay?" asked a young female voice. Guthrie took a second to lift his head a little and look to his right to see a young, curly-haired girl standing quite tall and dressed in hunting clothes with a flame on a stick standing beside her. Behind her were a couple more folk dressed in peculiar attire, of which he could not distinguish. Guthrie presumed them to be townsfolk. If he were anywhere else but somewhere in 𝐸𝐵𝐿, he would have thought he had a concussion. But such were the oddities of such a place as 𝐸𝐵𝐿. He exhaled, putting his head back on the ground. "What on earth were you doing on the roof?" the girl queried, brushing the bush of red curls from her eyes. Guthrie exhaled and grinned. "I wasn't on that roof. I banged myself into it. I did. It just came out of nowhere." "How?" "I can't see a ladder or anything. Plus the great noise that you made would suggest you banged into it, so how—" "Did you?" She almost whispered the last part, and her eyes grew wide with curiosity. "Will?" Guthrie was leaning up on his elbows now. "I made a hovercraft out of a cloud, and I have been riding it round for a while now. I mustn't have been looking where I was going. And whoop! I banged myself right into that roof there. Who are you? I'm Bridie, and next to me is Flame." Flame flickered a little higher and brighter in acknowledgement. "Not a very original name, that." Guthrie stood to his feet. "Me name's Guthrie." He nodded to the flame, and then eyed Bridie. "Are you a keeper, then?" would be me guess. Bridie nodded and cautiously asked, "Are you a keeper too?" "Hang on, let me guess. It isn't hard, really, especially if you were flying about in the sky. I would say you're the keeper of the air." "Yep, that'd be me, Bridie. Yep, it would." "Well, I am so happy to meet you. You are the first that I have met. Are you feeling better now?" Her eyes became sunny. "Of course you are. You are on your feet." Bridie motioned him as she turned on her heels, and in her most grown-up voice she said, "Let's get you some afternoon tea, Guthrie. You must be very hungry if you've been flying about for days." It only took a moment for Bridie to return to her innocence, and she almost whispered to contain her excitement. You will not believe your eyes when you see what lies before you. It is a feast for royalty." The feast in the big hall annex did not disappoint Guthrie, and he devoured food like someone who hadn't eaten for days. Of course, this was fitting because he actually hadn't eaten for days. A desire for sweets and savoury pastries took his palate over, and his appetite was voracious. He ate for what seemed to be 3 people and washed it all down with a jug of sweet, honeyed pomegranate mead. There was great contentment to be had in leaning backward on the dining chair with a placement of arms behind the head and a protruding gut on full display. A smile of pleasure sat firmly in place. "You must have been hungry, Guthrie. I don't think I have ever seen anyone eat like that ever before. It really was quite amusing." Guthrie nodded without moving a muscle. "I needed that." The pair sat for the afternoon, with Bridie sharing her story of how she came to be in 𝐬𝐵𝐺 and how she had managed to skirt around her parents and everyone about her whereabouts for at least the next week, for which she felt both guilty and proud for doing so. Bridie eagerly quizzed Guthrie about many things, and he didn't mind abating her curiosity in the least. It was rarely anyone bothered to know much about him, and he kind of relished someone, even someone so young, taking such an interest. Guthrie eyed the girl, wondering how, what, and how much to share with her. Though there was nothing in her appearance that was remotely similar to his younger sister, he felt an affinity toward her. His sister was most definitely more streetwise, but this girl was smart as a whip, and his sister, whilst curious about the people and surroundings around her, learnt through studious observation. The girl before him did no such thing. If she wanted to know something, she asked and probed until she got what she was after. "I got a little sister. She ain't much like you, though." "She isn't." "No, she likes to sit and watch the world go by, sizing things up. She does, and watches things from afar. But she is wise and smart as a cracker, with it." Bridie snorted a little, but with no derision, just curiosity. She said, "You change your accent a lot, even mid-sentence. I am very curious about that." A little gruffly, Guthrie responded, "Just depends on me mood sometimes is all." Bridie sensed not to push the question, but to take his accents into her own observance over the time they spent together, to see what she could make of it all. He was curious about her, and she couldn't help but keep on probing him further. "Where do you live? Still at home with your parents, or in a flat somewhere?" No, not with my parents. I haven't lived at home for a long time now." "Oh, well, where do you live then, if not with them?" "Here and there and around the joint." Her eyes widened with a little excitement. "A bit like a nomad or a gypsy. How exciting to be so free like that." It was Guthrie's turn to offer a little smile at her excitement. She was still just an innocent child, yet another thing that separated her from his sister. His sister had not been childlike for quite some time, and he regretted that for her. A part of Guthrie left like he could somehow make up for it here with Bridie, and he was going to play along a little. Very much like that. Free to roam and do as I please. No one or nothing to hold me back. Just a shame I didn't have a boat, though, like a pirate of the high seas. Feeling disappointed, he told her that he had just had a bike, and then a broken-down old car when he got his license. Guthrie painted stories that were, in a small part, true, and regaled these tales with hearty embellishments that were almost too preposterous for words to benefit Bridie. One party relished the role of storyteller, and the other relished in the receivership of the spoken-of preposterousness. They took in every word with the veracity of a sponge soaking up liquid. Her eyes never left this face as Guthrie made her recoil and gasp in horror and giggle too. The lad's life was not one of ease, and it never had been. His mother was from the good part of the city, whilst his father was not. Not long after mutual attraction had caused an unlikely pairing, his mother was soon to be considered as not being from the good side of the city anymore. This did not bother Guthrie's mother, as she remained for quite a time, several years in fact, in the weighty throngs of a blinded romance. She herself was an idealist after all. Passion had taken a while to give way to the harsh life now endured by being married to a dreamer who relied on nothing more than a silvery tongue and a slippery way. After exhausting the resources of his local compatriots and somehow averting the responsibilities of any monetary payback, Guthrie's father usually atoned for his slights, whatever they were, by some backdoor dealings of certain nefarious kinds. All of his father's business dealings had never been made known to Guthrie, so he could only speculate as to what they were, resulting in Guthrie's dad coming a cropper for the last time. In Guthrie's early years, and under his 10th decade, Guthrie's father, Bill, succumbed to the hand of a merchant who was from a good part of town, quite far away. These merchants from London were not quite as forgiving of Bill's creative swindlings as they were from Guthrie's dad's own town, and this led to his untimely demise and never reaching his 26th year. Guthrie's mother, Edith, took to working a supermarket position not too soon after the loss of her beloved, and had eased her own mourning by taking comfort in a local neighbourhood mechanic. Edith had managed to find a suitor quite different to her dreamer husband, and she knew her new fit well as both a hard worker and a fast drinker. For Edith to find her solace, she bore more children in quick succession, and her 4 children soon came to know the workings of both the good and bad sides of town well. It was only after the death of his maternal grandfather and the fact that his own mother and stepfather had split up that he himself and his younger siblings for the first time and his mother for the second time were considered part of the family on the good side of town once more. It was even rumoured that Edith might find herself back in the family's will. Fitting into Edith's family was difficult, and Guthrie and his siblings would live in constant reminder of where they truly belonged, which was not on the good side of town. Edith had no such problem herself, except for the odd chiding by friends of the family, and Edith herself would give her children no ease regarding their status. She simply accepted this familial acceptance for herself, and ignored any mention of her offspring's bastardhood. It would not be uncommon for Edith to visit her good family without any of her children in tow, and this suited Guthrie just fine. He was happy and content on his side of town, and there he would keep his solace either on a friend's couch or in someone's spare room. His siblings were to be found constantly with their own father, but Guthrie himself was not welcome. His mother had weekly offered on more than one occasion to come and stay at the family estate, but Guthrie declined many more times than he accepted, only ever going on his mother's insistence for the odd special occasion, and usually for her own benefit. "Guthrie, have you got another story? Your life is so exciting." Guthrie had realised that his thoughts had wandered off. "Yeah, I do. The last one, though," he warned her. "There was this time once where I was feeling a bit bored and didn't know what to do with myself, so I took myself off on me bike into the woodlands near the creek, near me old house from when I was a kid. Anyway, when I got down by that creek, I couldn't believe my eyes, you see. The creek wasn't a creek, but a river that went all the way into the sea, and we lived near the sea at this time." He paused and then said, "I couldn't believe my eyes." "Brady!" Someone was calling for her. Her shoulders slumped, and she looked at Guthrie disappointed. This story was going to be a good one. I just know it. Then she exhaled, remembering her cup of coffee from days gone by, and sighed. "I never get to finish anything around here. Promise, Guthrie, you'll finish the story for me soon?" He grinned at her eager face. "Of course I will. Anyway, who's calling you?" "Oh, that sounds like Namie. He's the wise one around here. kind of like the town mayor. "Bridie! Coming!" she called, taking Guthrie's hand and motioning for him to get up, which he had, and she guided him into the village square. 𝐴𝐾𝐺, the lonely little star. Along the road, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞 continued to amble, having now fully recovered from her previous encounter. She was in good spirits again and feeling like her old self. Allura had offered, and so had the earth, to heal her of all ailments, but she had always resisted. 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞 loved her war wounds. Of course, there were certain days in which the pain was so great that she had almost called upon the elements to ease her of her ailments. But the old woman resisted. A stream could be heard very gently and not too far away, and the sound of that sweet water was a little too much for 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞 to resist, and so she made her way towards the sound. The earth had kindly forged a little pathway for her, guiding her to a little stump by the stream, which allowed 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞 to sit down and not bend too far over to take water into her palms and gulp. She did so without caring or being self-conscious about her slurps, and she relished the moment. At the end of her little delight, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞 wiped her mouth with her wrist, and as she did, she noticed a little silver glow in the water. Could it be? She leaned in a little closer to look under the water, and a little pointed star sat under the clear and small ripples of the stream's surface. Some shiny stones sat on the stream bed underneath it. "Oh, my little star, 𝐴𝐾𝐺," 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞 was delighted. "How I thought that I lost you, little star." The little star reverberated a little more brightly in response. "What are you doing, little star 𝐴𝐾𝐺, underneath the water? That is not the natural place for you, you know." 𝐴𝐾𝐺 reverberated brightly. There was a quiet, soft voice that echoed through the still air and seemed to come from nowhere but everywhere at the same time. "I am lost and stuck, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞. I can't get out. You know who put me here." "Yes, I do know who. But how do we get you out, little star?" "Only by the light of the moon. But the moon won't shine here any more, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞." 𝐴𝐾𝐺 shrieked softly, emitting a little despair. "What do you mean the moon doesn't shine here any more? That is preposterous. I only saw it last evening." 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞 chided, and then felt a little guilty. "It is getting to evening now, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞, and you will see for yourself. In this little spot where I am, the moon won't shine any more, and I can't ride the moonbeam home. I am very homesick." "This is a dreadful spot that you are in, my little 𝐴𝐾𝐺. I wonder what we can do about the mess. How are you surviving in there with all of that water and no moonbeam rays? It is a wonder that you are alive at all." "The curse didn't say anything about my other stars shining down, so it is their starlight that feeds me by night. What a strange little curse this is." With curiosity, 𝐦𝐶 continued in almost a whisper to not alarm the timid little 𝐴𝐾𝐺, and she leaned in closer to the star in the stream. "Are you sure it is you know who? It doesn't seem like it's kind of a curse at all. And a very important question with it is, why were you cursed at all?" 𝐴𝐾𝐺 shriveled back a little and lost a little of her shine. I don't want to say really, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞, my friend. It was such a time ago and really not worth remembering at all." "Well, okay then, friend. I won't push the subject, but we must get you out of that water." 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞 shook her head a little. "It is beyond me how you are still alive at all, but I am very, very happy about it. I thought I lost you long ago. Nam!" That retreat of sweet solace into the cabastrial realm, that place of sweet rest and restoration, had eased the soul of Name somewhat, though not with that full, sweet completeness that comes from rejuvenation in such a place as Cabastrial. Cabastrial was the celestial place of solace, a place of serenity whose atmosphere bathed any soul in a proverbial chicken soup, or a real one if a creature or soul decided. Its atmosphere produced a quiet balm of one's own choosing, which cleared the mind and soothed the body. Each person or being that frequented the place named 𝐾𝐵 would experience 𝐾𝐵 in their own personal way. To some, it would be a place of cocooning and being wrapped in a warm blanket. Others would enter the place and experience it as their own desired reality. It was a way to expel nervous energies, displacements, and various pains to bring one back to equilibrium. Whatever was needed for healing and restoration of body, mind, and spirit, 𝐾𝐵 would be. It could be an anchorage to steady or a harbourage of refuge. For Naimi, 𝐾𝐵 was a mountain from which he sat on top and meditated for several days and nights without water or food. 𝐾𝐵's balm was a balm that felt like the warm cotton blanket his mother had wrapped him in childhood. For it was his mother and that blanket that gave him his first taste of comfort and peace. 𝐾𝐵's balm, which felt so much like that blanket, held the faint smell of chocolate and cinnamon, his first hot drink in memory. For the first time in Neem's experience, this place named 𝐾𝐵 had not given him the complete absolution for which he longed, and this added further to his turmoil. There was a minor loss of hope within his soul, and with it a small scarring. Naimi saw in his own mind's eye his error to be a small blemish that tainted his own soul, like one tiny speck of dirt on an otherwise pristine white wall. Once this speck was seen on this pristine wall, it could not be unseen, and regardless of how perfect the white wall was, there it was, that tiny black mark on which he fixated both day and night. As Naimi saw this wall to be his very own soul, he wondered if there was any chance of its repair and that tiny black speck to be removed from this wall. For if he could fix and remove this speck from the wall, he would, therefore, fix his very own soul. Regarding this matter, Naimi realized that all one had to do in his own personal analogy was take a cloth and wipe that dirty little spot off of that pristine white wall, and it would be gone for good. And if sense were to be had, it would never be thought of again. Unfortunately, even in his own analogy, he could not even find a damp cloth anywhere around himself to wipe off that damned speck on that pristine white wall. And Naimi, so bereft at not locating this proverbial cloth, could not see the forest for the trees even in his own mind's eye. Therefore, he did not, or maybe could not, find the sense in his own thought to spit on his own shirt and wipe the mark off with his very own sleeve. If he had thought of doing such a thing as wiping that blemish with his own spit, his conscience might have been somewhat appeased, hoping his grievous actions in reality may have a redemptive outcome. Therefore, it gives him ease in his position as sage and seer of Alesia. The inevitable feeling for Naimi was that he would not feel tarnished as a leader. Thus, his own inner sanctions would not allow him to find this solution in his own analogy. And so it seemed that his own inner self had purposed and caused Naimi to find sanctions, and therefore absolution in reality. As tiny as that minor ache was, it seemed to throb more heartily than all of the peace and virtue that was the normal countenance of Naimi. He wondered, despite his internal and external countenances of peace and virtue, if he could ever redeem himself for his manipulations of the young bridie and remove the blemish that plagued him so much. Naimi shook off his own wonderings and shifted his mind to the tasks at hand. He still had his sense of duty, and, with it, his full measure of equilibrium. And it had been noted to him as he pondered all these thoughts in his chair in the village that finally Guthrie had made his way into the village of Naim. Naim had also been informed that young Bridie had acquainted herself with him. It was not a custom of Naime's to call out or yell. He had considered it uncouth and undignified, and a completely improper thing to do. But reckless abandon had been his portion in these moments, and he decided to call out, and it felt quite cathartic. To his own surprise, he broke his own thoughts and heard himself call, "Bridie," called 𝐸𝐵𝐵, and it was not lost on him the looks of surprise and bewilderment of the forest creatures around him, and he secretly basked in their surprise. 𝐸𝐵𝐵 needed to call only once, "Coming, 𝐸𝐵𝐵," and Bridie came bounding around, holding the hand of Guthrie, who hobbled a little behind her as she dragged him and looked a little worse for wear with it. "And who is this that you have with you, young Bridie?" 𝐸𝐵𝐵 looked the bedraggled boy over and pretended not to know. Excitedly, Bridie exclaimed, "This is Guthrie, the Keeper of the Wind." "Is that so?" "Yes, he rode on the wind and bumped straight into the invisible wall and knocked himself clean out." "Not too bright then, eh?" There was a twinkle in 𝐸𝐵's eye as he continued to look at the young man. Guthrie didn't protest because he did indeed feel a little dumb. "Well, at any rate, you have impeccable timing. You have arrived right on schedule, lad. Good work. Wendy isn't with you, I see, though I suspect she had a lot to do with your arriving right on time." Again, Guthrie said little, as he was regularly attuned to observing and weighing up new environments before engaging or taking part in them. His usually guarded facade was not so guarded. Something in his instincts could not fully lift his guard, though his guard was there. However, he mostly felt relaxed, and it was an almost instinctive feeling. Is this what little kittens felt like in safe hands? He liked the feeling. There was a softness, a placidity to this place that he had not experienced before in his own world. Not only did he like it, but he was trusting this place with it, and this was another condition that was unfamiliar to him. Unlike any other time in his life, Guthrie gave himself up to the feeling of security that this village of 𝐸𝐵𝐵 offered, and he had no qualms about doing so. In fact, Guthrie relaxed. His jaw and his muscles almost felt pliable, and for the first time in a very long time, he felt peace and joy. And he also felt what he could only assume was a condition frequently referred to as feeling relaxed. "You okay there, Guthrie? You look like you are off with the fairies." Guthrie snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Bridie, who was watching him curiously. He just nodded down at her. "Well, let's get you fed then." That is the first thing that he likes to do before anything when someone arrives. Again, Bridie took Guthrie's hand and led him to the food hall. Both John and the comrade sit in wait. John and his comrade still remained in the brush and had witnessed a new young handler, a big, dumb, useless thing by the look of him, all brawn, no brain cells to speak of, just a mass of cells with no usefulness attached to them. It so happened that both John and his comrade were thinking much the same thing as they both spouted the same sentiments. John hated that. He did not want any part of his own personality associated with such a devilish form. John considered himself a good man, who only wanted good things, and who mostly had good thoughts. He wasn't perfect. He knew that, but he was good. The comrade who sat next to him knew better, though. He had been around this merry-go-round many times before, and he knew that John considered himself to be good, and he always started out that way. But things eventually turned, and he eventually surrendered himself, and the comrade always had 𝐵𝐵𝐵 to thank for it. This life cycle was playing itself out like all others. John and 𝐵𝐵𝐵 were the only players that ever remained the same. Their lives kept cycling while all others moved on, and the comrade was tasked with hosting them every single time. The only other player to receive any benefit at all was Typhon, who both relished and despised seeing 𝐵𝐵𝐵 relive her life repeatedly. Hours now had passed, and the feasting in the hall was completed. Guthrie's initiation by way of feast and town hall introductions in the town centre had been completed, and it was time for the township to turn in for the evening, which was by custom and not by command in this quaint little place. Whenever a newcomer arrived, the same welcome was always given, and much merriment was had that it tuckered all of the townsfolk out, and they, all by joyous exhaustion, turned themselves in for the night to sleep without sound or stirring. This was when John would strike and enter the township through woodlands and take the back entrances through to the town centre. These rear parts of the township were mainly the back walls of buildings and shops and had no rear entrances. The paths through these buildings were mainly unlit, due to them never being used in the evening. These buildings were built and scattered and in no particular order, which allowed them to cast shadows, and therefore easy to hide against should anyone stir. Of course, no one ever really stirred, for there was never anything nefarious or sinister that ever occurred here. It was quite easy to wander about at night. What was kept locked and secretive were the portals that entered other realms. They were always under heavy guard and virtually impenetrable. These portals usually resided inside homes or sacred vestibules, and were not in John's pathway. Once he made his way through these back entrances, he would come upon paths that were only dimly lit, and these did not bother his journey too much either, for no one stirred in their little huts and houses either. These dimly lit lamps were only for the guards of the portals to have enough light to light their way to report on their duties. John knew that the guards were changing only at 7 p.m. and then at 5 a.m. Both times, the township was in darkness. The further John had to travel into the heart of the town, the brighter the streetlights grew. More townsfolk frequented these areas in the evening time, and even in the early hours, particularly if people were setting off on one-night time journeys. These journeys were for townsfolk to go nocturnal creature watching, or for the younger ones to go into the woodlands to share scary stories over campfires. John did not think that tonight was one of those nights, as all would be tucked up tightly, but his comrade had given him the invisibility cloak, just in case. His only obstacle now would be opening the door to the little hut undetected. He had remembered from previous times from entering the hut that the door was getting creaky. Unsure how to bypass the issue, he should have sought advice from his comrade beforehand. "Nevertheless," he reassured himself, saying, "I'll figure it out as I go." He reassured himself. 𝐿𝐻𝐵𝐻𝐻. And so John walked on with confidence and poise through the village, even coming to pass one little house to which he, ensconced entirely in thought and deed regarding his mission, failed to notice. This little house emitted a warm, low glow coming from a little window, which belonged to a bedroom. John also failed to notice that sitting on the end of a bed in the dim yellow light was Guthrie, now known as the Keeper of the Wind, and who was sat, wired, and still fully alert in these deep throngs of night. Guthrie was wide awake and full, thanks to the intensity with which he was received at the village that very day. From his jovial and intense encounters with Bridie to his subsequent meetings of severe importance with 𝐸'𝐸, which lasted into the evening, he had had no time to process these occurrences and what they proffered. Guthrie sat for the better part of the night in contemplation at the foot of his new bed. He had been in meetings with 𝐸'𝐸, and for the better part of the afternoon he now felt weighted and girded by the role and the tasks with which he had been appointed. His limbs felt heavy, and he was not even sure he could speak if someone were to offer conversation. Guthrie was thankful that there was not a soul about to test this, and with this, no sleep. His eyes could find that night either. There was both a heaviness and emptiness, and a dull ache in his chest, where merriment and happenstance had only hours ago played a long-term role. Now, his heart's dual occupants, merriment and happenstance, found themselves to be currently displaced from their duties. Even here, in the village of 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽, this place of virtue, goodness, and effervescence, unease could still be found, and it well and truly found Guthrie that night. So, he kept himself in thought rather than feeling. Of one thought, which he had felt on many occasions throughout his life, particularly in his childhood, he would not allow to have the current occupation of his mind. He would not allow himself to be caught in thought or feeling, remembering his own acceptance of his regular and common displacement in societies, namely the so-called upper and lower classes, to which he often found himself compared. Guthrie, unbeknownst to himself, was doing his utmost not to process the town's unconditional and unquestioning acceptance of him. The poor boy was, therefore, further repressing the unconscious need to connect the rejections of the past and the acceptance of the present together. The repression of recognizing this dug a little deeper into his internal emotional state and would not be discovered as the true reason for his discourse. All that Guthrie knew was that if he did try to feel or think about these new emotions, of which most he himself could not define, they would overcome him. A sense of belonging evoked him. He would not know how to handle it, and did not have the current wherewithal to process this new internal data. So, here he sat, staring out the window on his bed, trying to think of all other things, such as the wild beating he received in the sand dunes days prior. That sense of acceptance and belonging overwhelmed him. He would much rather be reeling in the humiliation of his beating. Even Wendy, the element he was the keeper of, who treated him with coolness and a little disdain, would find more comfort in the thought. Maybe Wendy was wise and knew that was all he could accept. Maybe Wendy knew any other response to him would render him a little emotionally catatonic, and she would not get the best out of him. Maybe Wendy knew him just as well as he knew himself. All Guthrie knew was that he felt vulnerable, and the one thing he did know for certain was that he felt exposed, incapable and useless when anything but the familiar was evoked in him. What does a person do with unfamiliar sensations? Ignoring them would be the ideal thing. Go and do something with my hands. Shake it off. They would leave eventually, and I would go back to being how I always was. Guthrie felt a full sense of relief in both mind and body when something caught his eye through the little window in his bedroom. Guthrie refrained from moving from his position as he adjusted his eyes to a figure walking on the cobbled path. Not with so much speed, but most definitely with purpose. He made quite the spindly figure, and, with it, round-shoulderedness. Guthrie guessed the figure to be an old man who still held much strength in an old, skinny frame. He certainly did not recognize him from the township that day, though surely he could not have met everyone today. The young man was held in intrigue, maybe more than he normally would be, given his current frame of mind. He took this as an opportunity to distance himself from the turmoil of the day, and decided he was intrigued enough to take a walk himself, and maybe even satisfy his curiosity by asking the elderly man about the need for his walk at such an hour. This intrigued Guthrie, because the man seemed not to be for a midnight stroll, for his walk was too deliberate. Nor did the old man appear to be up to any good, for his walk seemed not deliberate enough. What else intrigued Guthrie was that the old man would occasionally look about himself as if to keep his eye out for something or someone. The intrigue was much too much for bear, so Guthrie decided to quietly exit his bedroom and enter his lounge room. He was still fully attired from the day, and so he slipped out of his front door, which was faced in such a position that the old man would not have seen him exit outside, nor exposed him with any streetlight. Guthrie shut the front door quietly and waited for the old man to totter on further up the cobblestoned path before Guthrie would cross his little front lawn and over the road, placing himself under the very street light that the old man occupied when Guthrie first noticed him. Guthrie contemplated just approaching the man from another direction and cordially introducing himself, but decided that he needed the intrigue and its distraction that much more. On the street and in the cool of night, nothing stirred. There was no wind, just the dark sky and the twinkling of stars. Guthrie was thankful that the stones were soft and soundless under his joggers. He dawdled, making sure that he kept well behind the night wanderer, while still keeping him in sight. The old man continued his focused but laboured walk to what appeared to be the city centre. The walk continued on for not more than another 5 or 6 minutes when the old man stopped at the edge of the town square, the city centre. John stood and bent his head low, almost as though he was in contemplation. And if Guthrie did not know better, the old man looked as though his head hung, as if in a moment of grief. This only happened for no more than a second, before his composure was regained, and he lifted his head high as though he had resolved to do something and resigned himself to his fate. Taking any steps closer to the town square would have caused Guthrie's exposure, so he waited to see what the old man's next moves were. He would then decide for himself his own next move, and try to move himself closer into the action, for he knew that the old man was up to something. He just did not know what yet, and he sure wanted to know. John has a moment of conscience. John stood at the edge of the town square for a moment and dropped his head. A quiet sigh came from his chest to his lips as he hung his head in a moment's contemplation. It had taken John over half of his life to learn to trust his gut instinct on issues and follow up on his own instincts. He had some gut instincts now, and he felt a little unease in his stomach. Something was off about the night, and he was feeling a little unsure about his task, but could not put his finger on why. He could feel it in the air. It felt like a monitoring or a warning, but he could not discern it. This would be the first time in over 30 years he would not obey his gut instinct. John knew what was at stake for himself and refused to recognize himself as a pawn, and instead recognized himself as a man with not much to lose, but a whole damn lot to gain. Guthrie's happenchance continues. An old man standing alone in a town square in the dim light of a streetlight had given Guthrie pause to continue closer. The air was strong with a scent of contemplation, and something in the way the old man stood and held himself told Guthrie that the old man knew there would be consequences if he was to proceed further on his walk tonight, and that if the old man went any further in his quest, there would be consequences for which he could not return. Guthrie did not know how he knew this, but he did know that this was no midnight stroll for a man whose arthritic body could not sleep because of the sufferings of old age. Guthrie had wondered what had caused the old man to stop so quickly and stare into the distance. He did not appear to be staring at anything in particular, for there was not much to stare at. There was no movement of any kind anywhere, for the night was still and quiet. It dawned on Guthrie that the old man had sensed that things off-centre were afoot that night. The old man did not look to the left or the right. His head was tilted further and his shoulders tilted forward. The man's arms hung at his side and his hands hung loose. He gave Guthrie the impression that he had resigned himself to something, and with it a sense of defeat. No, it wasn't defeat. Guthrie sensed that. This was more a sense of fate. The old man lifted up his head and then pulled at his jumper to straighten it out and pulled back his shoulders. Guthrie wondered what was going on in the old man's head, as he swore that he could see a little smile come to the old man's mouth. It was a waiting game for Guthrie, as he watched the old man, who was much firmer and more determined in his stride, walk with discipline further into the town square. Guthrie had a full view of the entirety of the town. as it was not more than cobblestones with buildings that surrounded it. The only thing that stood in the town square was a small stone building that appeared to only have one point of entry via a door. Guthrie could not see behind it though, so he did not really know what was behind the building. 1, 2, 3. Guthrie counted the steps, which equaled 22 by the time the old man had reached the destination, and Guthrie could still see enough of what was going on. He was not close enough to see or study any fine detail. He wanted to be closer to the action, but did not want to blow his cover. He could see nothing at all from any other vantage point, and the action may be over by the time he even changed position, and he did not want to miss a thing. This position will have to do. The old man placed his hand on a stone, about halfway up the wall and next to the door. Underneath the palm of the old man's hand, the stone lit up with a very soft but dull greyish light. The light did not reflect much outside of the old man's hand, and would probably not be discerned by an unwatching eye. When the old man took his hand off the stone, a little keypad appeared on the door to the stone building. Guthrie could not see whether it contained numbers or letters. He assumed the keypad was a numeric one based on its size, for he could not make out exactly what was on the pad, due to his distance away. Guthrie squinted and tried to peer closer to make out some kind of pattern that the old man's hand was making on the pad. Yep, how he is moving his digits, which look numeric. Guthrie studied and tried to etch the pattern of finger movements into his brain. It appeared to be 6 digits. He spoke to himself. Top corner left, digit directly below, then top row middle, damn, can't see the next one. Was it middle left or right? Anyway, then, in the bottom right corner, did he press that more than once? Twice, was it? And then top left again? Guthrie knew that his memory was a good one, and he would etch it into his mind, and when he got the chance to return back here, he would figure out those remaining numbers. If the stone would accept his palm print, that is. The old man waited for the door to open, which it did slowly and without sound. Somehow, in his imagination, Guthrie expected some great white light to emanate brightly out of the room. But no. It was a dark space, just like any other room that had no light, and he watched the old man feel around for a light switch on the inside of the door, and he must have found it. On came a light, and the room lit up like any other ordinary room. From what Guthrie could see, this room was not quite ordinary. There were what looked to be large machines. He could only guess at this distance that they looked like some kind of control panels, with lights and levers and whatever else that he could not make out. Guthrie was shuffling on his feet now, his muscles twitching as he was fighting the urge to run across that town square and see what was going on in there. Any desire to see what was happening in that room was cut short as the door closed behind the old man. There was no time to be lost. The younger spy leapt at his chance, eased his twitching muscles, and sprinted across the town square to stand at the right side of the square stone building. It only took a moment to decide to see if his palm would cause the stone to light up, and this would decide whether he needed to somehow put some kind of jam in the door so that it would stay a little ajar after the old man departed. Of course, Guthrie did not know how long the old man would be inside, so he wasted not a second moving himself around to the door and placing his hand on the exact stone. He nearly jumped backward. The stone did light up for sure, but it was not the same coloured light as he saw on the old man. His stone glowed a pale yellow, and he felt a charge go through his palm, which caused him to leap backward. Guthrie, with his sore hand being nursed by the other, bolted back around to the side of the building, none of which John was aware of, and as he journeyed through the night, John could not know that Guthrie's coming of age would surely have consequences to which John may possibly or possibly not succumb. The Stranger. The strange anomaly of colour, which did not reflect the same hue as an ordinary light bulb, was not seen by the residents of Brooke's own house. It was witnessed by an unfamiliar neighbour of the Andersons, though. There was a large and well-kept house, which was quite ordinary. This large but ordinary house. The house stood erect on an elevation slightly higher than almost any family home on the same block. This allowed a certain amount of view out of a certain number of windows. But there were too many in the backyard from the upper story. One of these visual access points contained 2 windows, which belonged to a bedroom. One of these windows from this particular bedroom would hold a view to not only the household backyard, and of the backyard of the property directly behind them, but to another yard, for which a certain bedroom window of a very particular note was located. The second bedroom window in the house of observance also allowed vision into more than one backyard, one of which would be the next-door neighbour's house, which was a house of plainness, consisting of nothing more than fence-lined flower beds and a neatly mowed lawn. The house was occupied by no one of interest to the house of observance, and, as a result, was largely ignored. This second particular window of mention also afforded a view into a backyard, one of which was located directly behind the house of observance and held to it a mild interest. The location of this window was at the side of a large white weatherboard house and held a garden bed. A large rock sat quietly under the window, and the ground also ran along the length of the driveway. Of much greater interest was the backyard next door to it. The aforementioned whiteboard house contained a lovely pool with an old, squeaking, rickety gate, of which the sound was familiar to many a neighbour when it was opened and closed. This quaint yard full of trees contained a pool house, and due to its location being so close to a fence line at the back of the yard, it was tucked away quite privately, which was a disappointment to the observant house on many occasions, for the fence line was quite high against it. Lights could be seen inside the pool house from the vantage point, and peering into one little window of the pool house could be had by holding certain positions from the upstairs window. The physical situation of these 2 houses was that they shared the corner boundary of a fence, and one house was wittingly the house of observance, and the other, unwittingly, the observee. The stranger, who had lived in his dwelling as long as any family on the block had resided in theirs, took full advantage of his opportunities to observe the lives of those around him. Even despite his opportunities to turn his dutiful eye to too many varied locations, only one particular backyard had kept his interest over the years. No matter how pretty a girl was, even as pretty as Christina, who was widely considered a great beauty around town, and who had lived across the road from him for a year or 2, could not keep his interest for more than a week. This stranger, who now sat in familiar observation, had decided that the very hand of fate had put there his window itself. Fate must have also put Brooke where she had laid her head, on many nights in conditions of warmth and cold, or wetness and dryness, to assist him and be his guide. Aside from observing her in atmospheric conditions, he had observed her too, in this, her very own bed, donning postures of elation and despair, and in an assortment of various mental and emotional conditions. The stranger was now sure of his own reasoning that she was his stimulus in life. It had certainly, of his existence, felt that way. Thanks to his observances, the stranger believed that she was the catalyst for being responsive to the human condition. To feel what he did not think he would be able to because of having heard her laugh that first great and terrible day, and with it, his own responses were ignited. He could feel her within himself every time that she expressed herself, and this was not enough any more. The stranger knew he was losing patience with the whole situation. He could not even really remember if he felt much before Brooke. His own age had been young, and his memories of the time before Brooke were weak, and he was now frequently wondering what his internal life and his external world would be like had he never known her at all. Even though he no longer fully occupied his old bedroom, he had made sure his parents had left it untouched. He also used the excuse of its close location to the town centre as a reason to continue to frequent it and stay near Brooke, for she was home to him. Now, here he sat. His bedroom window had a completely uninterrupted view into Brooke's room. He had watched her from afar for so long, and since they were children. It frequently occurred to him that she never seemed to be aware of the house on the hill on the adjoining corner fence behind hers. The yards were large, though, and he guessed it never concerned her. Previously, when his curiosity got the better of him, he had sat on her bed and in her bedroom alone on more than one occasion. And it was true that her room did not really possess any observance to his own room. Such was the positioning of the window and the disturbance of a few large trees, which to his memory had never been cut back, that had blocked any upward visual trajectory. He could see down to her, but she could not see up to his windows. Brooke and the stranger. Today he worked from home. His parents were away overseas, and he took the opportunity to know she was home that afternoon. The stranger knew Brooke's movement by heart. He tried to concentrate on his work in vain, but he knew he could not. He had sat watching Brooke on the back step, huddled over her knees. She seemed despondent. He noted her wiping at her cheek and sipping her water. Moments later, he had watched her lift her head up and tilt it. He watched her watch someone emerging from the pool, a tall, thin, ethereal figure. He had watched but could not hear the interaction between them, and then some time later they had entered the pool house. The interaction ended with the pool house lighting up with a silver light, and then, some time later, Brooke exited the pool house, her arms folded tightly and her head bowed. He knew that she always walked like this when she was plotting something with which she was not entirely comfortable. The stranger had, on more than one occasion, thought about crossing his self-imposed boundaries and listening in on her. It was getting more difficult not to tap into her world for more than the observance. He could do so in no time at all, and he could easily convince himself to do it for her protection, and that he was watching out for her, which would be true. He knew it to be an even greater violation of what he had spent the best part of 20 years doing, which was ensconcing himself into her world without her having a single idea about it. Even though he felt that he knew her more than she knew herself, it somehow seemed harder than ever before to even talk to her. He watched as her bedroom light went on. The blinds were up like normal. It must not bother her because her room could not be seen from the street because of a fence blocking the front of the house from the back, and it was rare that this part of the driveway was ever used. Thinking she was in complete privacy and being understood, she didn't know he could not see his house from her window. He wanted to ask her to close the blinds when she changed. She was not changing now, so he kept watching. She put herself onto her bed and huddled, and she lay for a long time, and he watched her lie for a long time, and he wondered a lot. After a time, Brooke Anderson lifted herself up off of the bed, pulled a backpack out of her wardrobe, and packed a bag. The stranger felt his heart thump a little in his chest. He recognized the bag as her waterproof backpack, and he had seen her take it with her on more than one of her expeditions. His instinct told him she was heading out to sea again, and he knew her by now to know something about this trip was grappling with her consciousness. It triggered in his thoughts that he did not want to think. His focus was on when Brooke would move, not if she would. He had wanted a line of work that would take him wherever she was, and so he got it. He knew that he could work anywhere, until now. The stranger guessed that he probably could not work where she was going, though. He ran his hands over his hair and shook his head, shaking off the thought. Now he had an unknown threat. No, it was an obstacle, that is all. Just an obstacle. He had not banked on her running off into some oceanic otherworld. His worries were a bit more of the mundane kind. Her meeting and shacking up with someone were constantly on his mind these days, too. He knew how much interest hovered around her, even if she was oblivious to it all. It was not only the strange happenings in her life that intrigued him to a distraction, but it was also his inability to communicate with her, even just to say hi. He had no problems with anyone else in that regard, and had easily had a girlfriend or two, and could have kept them if he wanted to. It was Brooke. It was always her, his only one, from the time that he had first seen her when they were children, in her little flower dress, laughing and dancing and running in the backyard. He had heard her from his own backyard, and thought she sounded like what he imagined an angel or fairy to sound like. From his own backyard, he ran upstairs and saw her from his window with his little binoculars. Her hair was bright and messy in the sunlight as she brushed it off of her face, and she smiled. Her 2 front teeth were missing, and she had the prettiest eyes he had ever seen. Ever since then, he had watched and loved from afar as they grew up, and his intensity for this one-sided relationship was only deepening and not getting better. It just wasn't getting better, it's only getting worse. It was not enough just to observe anymore. The stranger wondered what he was going to do about it. He went for a run and saw if he could not settle himself down. He might even catch up with the boys that usually settled him down, even if a very long jog didn't. And then things went bang. It seemed that the old man was in that room for no more than a minute or two, and this had been enough time for Guthrie to have put a small stone at the bottom of the door frame, hoping this would create a door jamb. After its placement, and not a moment or two after Guthrie hid himself at the side of the building, John exited. He walked with a purposeful, though heavy-handed stride. He looked as though he wanted to leave, and wanted to leave quickly and not look back, which he did not. Guthrie waited for the man to be out of sight before he made his move. The little stone appeared to have done its trick, and Guthrie did not need to employ his hand or memory to enter into the little building. The first thing that struck Guthrie was the smell of must, the kind of smell that came from dust rather than old air. Despite this, Guthrie made sure that the door was shut firmly behind him as he felt the wall for the light switch. He could hear the gentle humming of machinery and computers before the room was alight as he continued to find the light switch, which was hard to locate, mainly due to his attention being fixed on the computer mainframe that lined 3 out of 4 walls of the room. Lights flickered on the various computers, and each machine was encumbered with multiple buttons and levers. Each of these machines contained monitors, some of which were blank, and others had various lines and dots running across the screens, which Guthrie assumed to be coding. He found the light switch, and just like when John turned it on, it lit the room up as any normal ceiling light would do. "What the old fella be doing in here now, then?" Guthrie looked at the remaining wall, which was behind and contained the door with which he entered. It held a small square table and 2 kitchen chairs, and next to the table in the corner, a small white fridge stood. Curiosity got the better of Guthrie, and he wanted to know what was in it, particularly because the room was so dust-ridden. What could possibly be stored in there? I already filled his nostrils with a stench, and he thought of opening the door to the little hut first, but decided against it and opted to hold his breath instead, unsure of what stench would face him when he opened the fridge door. Guthrie stood in front of the fridge, pinched his nose with the fingers of one hand, and reached down to open the door of the fridge with the other. He ripped open the door of the fridge quickly, and rather than finding the contents of months-old mouldy cheese sandwiches, he saw that it was not really a fridge at all. This fridge was not cool at all on the inside, and contained no shelving of any kind. This small refrigerator was merely the casing for none other than a sole green plastic mushroom-shaped button, which was about the size of Guthrie's palm and protruded from the wall. He was surprised and relieved that it was not off milk and mouldy cheese sandwiches. Guthrie had to admit to himself that he was now overawed with intrigue regarding the newly discovered mushroom-shaped green button, and all that he wanted to do was press it. He held himself back, reminding himself to think before he acted, and so he asked himself, what if it is one of those buttons that, if you press it, may reset everything in this room to who knows what, right before my very eyes? Or I could press it and not see what'll happen for days or even weeks and upset the running of things around this joint. Or even all over the universe. Was this what the old fella came in for, this, button? Guthrie closed the fridge door and turned his attention back around to the electronics that sat dusty and humming. Inner chastisement rose quickly in the young man, and he chided himself for thinking that the green mushroom-shaped button had any relevance to anything at all. Trying to put the button out of his mind, Guthrie turned back to electronic units and decided to examine them one by one to see if he could make any head or tail of what they were and why they were here. The dedicated examination had taken place on every one of the 13 machines that lined the walls. No two machines functioned the same way. Guthrie concluded this because of the ones that contained consoles, some did, and some did not contain computer screens. Each of the computers that did contain consoles had varying amounts and types of levers, buttons, and keys. Of the remaining computers that did not have consoles, some did, and some did not have screens. Instead of consoles, 3 of the machines had keyboards, and only one of the 3 had buttons. This led Guthrie to believe that each particular electronic unit had a very specific purpose, which he had no way of identifying, and it led him to believe that maybe the green button was an on-switch reboot or start button. Every fibre in his being wanted to rip open that refrigerator door and press that damn green button, and he fought his urge to do so. So, Guthrie stood strumming his fingers on the top of the refrigerator, knowing that at this very minute he should leave or risk doing the unthinkable. If I leave, I might never get back in if I can't get the keypad right. I shouldn't be touching this button. I know that for sure. Whack! Guthrie jumped at the sound of the thud. He swung around as he stood by the fridge, his back now facing the wall. His face grew ashen, and a couple of drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Guthrie was ailing, not from the alarm of the thud, which appeared to be coming from outside the hut, but from where he had just whacked his sore hand. As Guthrie swung about abruptly with full thanks to the whacking sound, he swung his left arm and, by extension, had whacked a lever. It could not be known which lever was hit, as there were 2 rows of identical levers on it to its own left, and these levers were sitting at different levels to each other, making it impossible to tell which one he had hit with his hand. Guthrie's language flew thick and furious for a few moments. The pain had seared up his arm like a shot of lightning. For the first time since he had pained it, it occurred to Guthrie that he may have broken something in his hand during his earlier ventures. He glanced quickly at the computer that stood next to him. It did not feel cold like steel, though it sure did look like steel, and it certainly felt a lot tougher than steel, that was for certain. That machine doesn't feel like steel or any metal I've ever felt before. Maybe this broke my hand. Guthrie observed the silver machine for a moment. So many blimmin' gadgets in it. I ain't got a clue what I touched. So many effin' buttons Another small tinkle caught Guthrie's attention. He glanced at the door, his sore hand being nursed against his chest by his good hand. He decided that it was time to go, nudged the door open slightly, and peered out into the still, quiet night. The spy gave a quick but sharp glance. Even upward, not a thing other than infrastructure, and the night sky was to be seen. The young explorer decided that this was as good a time as any to leave. Because of the number of gadgets on the last machine, Guthrie knew that he had no clue as to which lever he hit, and that it was true folly to try to figure it out. He had been in the shack for long enough. So, off into the night, Guthrie jogged, never knowing the source of the tinny-sounding whack, nor knowing what he himself had whacked on that computer. He hoped that it was nothing more than an inconsequential lever. Alastor and Hindra. Alastor had sufficiently calmed Hindra from his hyped state. He knew that his boy was prone to euphoric states. All good and bad and high and low states of euphoria were Hindra's portion and curse. Hindra was running on a high from his return from the wastelands. He was elated at the state that his army was forming. He had explained to his father that the giants were waking, the wolf-men were hungry and vile, and the scampers were ready for observation and infiltration. This arm of the army was not long to be deployed, and Hindra was feeling confident that the next steps he formed would not need to be taken. This would be enough for him to complete stage 1 of his plan. "The army is strong, father. The fodder is weak. They're unprepared. The keepers are new and fresh ones. They are green, except for that damn keeper of the soil. She still pains us all." Hindra continued. "I have been able to circumvent their privacy shields, so I know their movements." Hindra's eyes darkened and grew piercing. "They know that we have access through their shields, but they don't know how, and they don't know that we use the power now to shield ourselves." Hindra almost shouted now. "We haven't been this strong for a long time, and 𝐟⁴ with so little fortitude, leaves us with a ripe advantage." Hindra spat. "Nami is weak, the weakest 𝐟⁴ ever had." Hindra breathed in a low, breathy voice, of which Alastor could smell the stench of fresh rat. He breathed, "Victory has such a sweet scent." His steely, pale blue eyes glared into his father's own, his sentences changing as quickly as his thoughts. "The lungs of the operation are burning and pulsating with force. The smoke burns thick and high. We should be ready in 2 months to release forces. Be ready, my father." Alastor, unmoved, watched Hindra. Composure was never an adjective used to describe his eldest son. Theatrical was, though. He had been this way since taking his first words, which Alastor recalled were, "Burn them." His boy had been remarkably young when he first garbled those words. They were not unintelligible either, his enunciation perfectly adequate to be understood. Hindra had been giggling as he spoke to them, Alastor recalled. He was bouncing around in his chair, and his chubby little arms and legs were moving excitedly at the spectacle before him. It was Hindra's first time seeing a live burning, and he knew that his son had remembered it too. He remembered that his wife had thought the child was too young to be privy to such things, and had objected to it. Alastor had taken the youngster anyway, and was elated at his firstborn's response to the procession, saying that he had been jovial for a good week straight. So jovial, in fact, that he had commanded a live burning for each night for the next week, and he kept his son in tow for each one of them, and each time the child was full of joy and glee at the sights of the flame, and the sounds of the screams, and that supreme smell of fresh young flesh. He never said more than those 2 words, "Burn them," for many, many months. But Alastor could not care. His firstborn was on his way to receiving his father's legacy, and his son could go further than he ever did. Alastor had known it from those very early months. This ruler was relishing in the joy of his child. his heir to the rulership of the 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐷𝐻𝐿s, and eventually 𝐿𝐴Zia, though he scarcely dared to dream of the cosmos. And now, these years later, he watched as his heir worked, and he had surpassed the intelligence and tenacity that he himself once had possessed. The fire that Alasdair had held had been continually dwindling, mainly because of his wife. That splendid, marvellous wife of his, the person that had almost managed to turn him from his ways. Now that he was in his older years, he wished that she had succeeded. Those stubborn trifles of youth had him thinking that he knew better, though, and the fire took him in the belly that drove so many young men like himself into foolishness. It was his own folly that had cost him his heart, who was his very own wife. And all drive had left him on that terrible day, and he, on that day, lost his penchant for everything, including any desire for systemic domination. And so, it was on the very fateful day that he lost his very own heart, which was his wife, that he knew, without any doubt, that 𝐻𝐿Dra, his firstborn, was the rightful ruler of 𝐼𝐻𝐿Ds. It would take a few more years for 𝐻𝐿Dra to be ready, but a great and mighty king of the cosmos he would be. As 𝐻𝐿Dra grew from child to adult, he grew in intelligence, and he was gifted in the arts, sorcery, and all languages he outgrew. All of his peers and those older and younger in these such things, as well as mastering most weaponry, he had completed all of his learning before he was even 13, and mastered it all by 22. Alasdair had always considered 𝐻𝐿Dra to be the best of his mother and father, except he had nothing of his mother's character within him, and Alasdair could see nothing at all of his mother in him except his physical countenance. Both mother and son possessed exceptional physical beauty, a male and female physical version of each other. His mother had ultimately chosen a life of virtue, which she kept with no bounds in her later years. But 𝐻𝐿Dra had no such burden of goodness to quell. He truly belonged to his father's side of the family. Alasdair was sure that 𝐻𝐿Dra would not be the recipient of any such burden of goodness, or put himself in such a position that would require any part of himself to be quelled that would contradict his own destiny for unbridled rulership. Alasdair knew that 𝐻𝐿Dra had watched the harnessing of his father and had watched his drive for leadership dwindle, seep, and become weak over time. He vowed to be the master of his own ruling, and it was clearly paying off. This father knew, as he stood before his son, that 𝐻𝐿Dra had one destiny only, and that was masterful dominance, a very large sadness. Where the ground on the surface of the earth is warm, a quiet calm remains, and a little creature burrows into the ground and excises itself from the warm sunshine and the hot earth. It has been decided that this place would be the ideal place to create a burrow deep in the ground, a feat that it could manage at almost 50 kilometers an hour. The little creature would have a family soon, and the ground was fertile with insects, even in its barrenness, 3 days deep. It was a quiet place too, and free from all danger, and so the little creature began its quest. It burrowed and dug with happiness and veracity, and was gleeful in its duty. The creature dug quickly and deeply, scurrying deeper and deeper into the soil. The soil grew softer and damper, and under the surface it was, oh so quiet, which delighted the little creature, and it continued on its quest for depth. "Dig and dig and dig," sang the little creature merrily, and a quarter of a day into his digging, the little creature began to hear a stirring, or, rather, a rumble. Unperturbed, the little creature kept digging, the quiet rumble resonating ever so gently in his ear, but not enough to alarm the little creature. This only happened sporadically, and the little creature forgot about it, except that after a full 2 days of digging, the rumble moved from a distant sound to more of a loud thudding sound. It really was enough to doff the nerves of any creature, particularly ones who burrowed deeply for the specific requirement of silence. The little creature's nerves were a little shaky, and its nervousness was not helped because the earth was rumbling too, and the path that the creature had forged was seeing tiny clumps of sand coming away from its walls. The creature stiffened and pooed itself where it stood. It had nowhere to hide as he heard clanging, and if a creature could know such things, he would recognize them as chains. As well as its poor nerves being shot, its muscles stiffened as he could hear what he understood was the screeching and screaming foul roar of an impossibly loud kind. All the little creatures could do was faint. It felt almost too frightened to die, and as consciousness left the little mite, the ground cracked beneath it, and he fell completely unaware 30 feet into an underground den. The underground den went for miles in any direction and was as dark as any dungeon could be, and a creature of average stature would have to walk for days in any direction to find its end, and would perish long before he did not have adequate air, food, and water. Mainly because of the density of the air and the stench of urine, faeces, blood, and vomit, which perfumed the air and penetrated the floors and walls. Even as accustomed to dark tunnels as the little creature was, if it woke, it certainly could not see in the blackness, and would likely not wake anyway due to dioxide poisoning. Such was the condition of the area. Unbeknownst to the creature, it had fallen into a perversion of giants, and was right next to one, which possibly could be identified as a female because of its size in comparison to the other enormous giants that were present, and which were now in a perilous state. The giant thrashed about in its chains, its noises causing the dungeon in which she was housed to shake. Hairline cracks appeared in the wall near the foundations of the floor as her physical anguish languished in deep, guttural screeches. The reverberation of her shrieks ricocheted off of the walls and echoed back through the space. Her head turned toward her left, and her eyes formed tears, and she kept thrashing against her chains. The sounds at decibels too loud for normal hearing to bear ricocheted, and these sounds reverberated against the walls of the room, causing an echoing, which was influencing the other sleeping but slowly waking giants. The mother was in grief, and had only a short time before witnessing her young offspring be electrocuted and fry in its chains right next to her. Her young'un had started to pulsate with small motions, which its mother had assumed to be wakening, and had not been awake enough herself for her instincts to register anything being amiss. The pulsating had quickened to a ferocious gyrating, and with it, the mother, still in a state of semi-consciousness, had sniffed, recognizing the smell of flesh burning, and as she opened her eyes, the first thing that she saw was white smoke flowing from the skull of the gasping offspring. Grief eventually subsided to sadness, sadness to anger, and anger to revenge. Her cycloptic black eye had not left the sight of the charred corpse, and once the giant had steadied itself, it gathered the presence of mind to tap into its own recall memory system. That single eye of the giant blinked itself twice in rapid concession, and a thin, sticky membrane covered the eye. That cycloptic eyelid blinked rapidly over several minutes as the giant remembered and focused on the smoke that billowed from the offspring's head. The giant relaxed its body and allowed the vision of the smoke to remote view in reverse. She kept herself as still and relaxed as possible as it allowed the events to replay in reverse. They kept back the flow of tears so as to not disturb her eye from emotive responses, and laid as still and relaxed as possible as her mind's eye felt the gyrating of an electric current through the offspring's body, in its last moments of life to the moments before that, as it lay peacefully in hibernating sleep. The giant smiled a little as she witnessed its pleasant dream of annihilating little humans by treading on them like little useless ants in the wasteland deserts of the 𝐟𝐸𝐾. And she laughed as her offspring laughed. The giant wanted to stay in this dream world a little longer, but knew she had to keep moving backward toward the source of the electrical current. Her mind's eye followed the current back into the air and up through the kilometers of cold dirt to the surface of the ground. A blue, invisible current resembling lightning surged from the ground and soared high above the desolate grey wastelands of the valley of Huxley. It swiftly raced eastward, over the woodlands, and into the heart of the village of Name. The giant watched as it entered a little hut and back into a strange piece of metal that the giant had never seen before. Her body gyrated a little in alarm, but it kept its focus as it entered back into that strange contraption and watched as a wretched little human knocked something which had sent the sequence into motion. This was the first time a giant, or any creature that was not of 𝐿 had seen the village of Name since Hindra had broken through the invisibility shield of protection, and a witness of such a place and such strange objects stirred and alarmed the great giant. It had never witnessed such vivid colour or strange objects that it could not compute or identify, and was reviled at the sight. The creature itself could not know that viewing such imagery was due to a disdain of what it saw, or a jealousy of never witnessing or being a part of it for itself. It only knew that it wanted that cretin dead, ripped apart from limb to limb, and the smell of blood on her hands and on her tongue. The giant screamed a high-pitched scream. Large clumps of yellow drool dripped through its teeth and slobbered over and down its brown, cracked lips. Green snot poured out of the large, flared nostrils that looked reminiscent of two holes in its head. The giant took no notice and made no attempt to clean up any slobber as her goopy, wet messes of yellow and green hit the ground with the sound of soft thunder. Every muscle and fibre in its body grew tight, realizing that what had occurred was at the hand of a human. It calmed its own body, which was on fire and burning hot by now, and focused on the physical attributes of the human who sat in its mind. It noted the human's vibrational movements, colouring, height, weight, breathing patterns, and the black eye of the giant, which recorded in its own mind all that it saw regarding the human. The giant blinked once with deliberation and followed the movements of the human after the wretched thing had set things in motion. The giant watched as the human exited the building and made its way back into the night and back to its little house. In its mind, it continued to watch the little human for a period of time over days, all in the space of a few minutes. The giant had thrashed itself around enough to loosen the chains, and after considerable observation and recording of its movements, the giant had given itself one last thrust and broke free from its shackles. And there was only one thing on its mind. It sat and glanced down at the corpse of the little giant Cyclops next to it, and it stood up on 2 feet, which shook the earth all around the compound in which it was housed. A little quiet, a little noise. Days had passed in the valley of Name, and merriment was the town folks' portion. Everyone, including Name, had been in high spirits, and no one really knew why. Life had been carrying on, and nothing seemed to have changed at all. There were no significant events or triumphs to celebrate. Name himself wondered if there was just a sense of security because regardless of how new the keepers were, they were all in 𝐿 at one time. Brooke had arrived the day before, unspectacularly, and had integrated herself into the town nicely. She and Guthrie had been exchanging stories about his rescuing her when she was passed out, and Bridie had listened on with great intent. The 3 had been ensconced in showing each other the wares of their trades, shared tips, and encouraged each other with their learning. They grew as they toyed together, teasing, toying, and bonding, all with a healthy dose of showing off and one-up manship. It was often Bridie and Guthrie siding against Brooke, mainly due to water being an easy target to side up against. Their alliances would wax and wane with each other, depending on who would be the most useful for their own tasks of survival and dominance. Guthrie thoroughly enjoyed the fact that both girls would sidle up toward him, as he could maneuver his wind to either blow out the fire or dry out the water. It was Bridie who was learning rapidly how to enforce her fire not to succumb to the wind or water, and she was grasping how to keep her fire at temperatures that would withstand water and keep them at a velocity that would not be tempered by wind, and she was ecstatic with her accomplishments. It would be correct to assume that Bridie, the younger of the three, had the most control and grasp, and it was true that she had been unofficially training for the longest time of the three. Brooke seemed to have the most trouble gaining control, though she certainly had the power of the water under her grasp. It was quite commonly known that the wind was the most unpredictable of all of the elements, and, therefore, the most difficult to harness, for the wind has a mind of its own. Guthrie was learning about what he needed to do to put the wind under his command, and what he needed to do to get from the wind what he needed, and minute by minute, and hour by hour, and day by day, and he was learning, growing, and mastering his task. It was quite a sight for Naomi to watch Guthrie, not just today but over the course of months, harness his tasks. He had watched Guthrie in various states of disarray. Naomi currently watched Guthrie command the wind with the movement of one hand to blow Brooke's water to the cyclone itself, up out of the small golden pool in which it sat. The small gust of wind obeyed, but Brooke sprang into action and verbally shouted, a little too loudly to remain where it was, and commanded the water to form a molecular structure as solid as steel wool, and the water obeyed much too. The disgust of Guthrie and his face said it all. It was red, and a little shocked, and it left Bridie laughing and Brooke grinning triumphantly. Neem's thoughts turned to 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐭, whom he had not seen 𝐃𝐨𝐽 in person since she had entered back into 𝐬𝐿𝐫𝐽, but had spoken with her a few times, and she had made her way on foot by her well-trodden path to the wastelands. These days, 𝐃𝐨𝐽 had worked with the conservation of movement of both mind and body, which Naomi had thought an odd choice to walk her way to the wastelands. He had concluded that she was keeping her body lithe and as agile as possible, but still, he thought that there were better and gentler, less painful ways to do so than trudge through the woodlands, backwaters, and pathways of 𝐬𝐿𝐫𝐽. He guessed that 𝐃𝐨𝐽 had her reasons and respected her enough by now not to question them. From his chair, he leaned toward the ground, picked up a flat crystal rock, and held it in the palm of both of his palms. He whispered to it to reveal to him 𝐃𝐨𝐽, and he watched as the crystal brought into focus 𝐃𝐨𝐽, who was walking at a glacial pace with the trusty walking stick. She looked at peace, and her face looked glowing and rested, unlike how he had seen her in a very long time. She even had the smallest smile upon her thin, dry lips, and despite her sallow and deeply wrinkled features, she somehow looked youthful, almost like a girl again. Naim commanded the crystal viewer to move ahead of 𝐃𝐨𝐽 and scan all areas within a few kilometers of her for any impending danger, and to his relief, all was calm, clear, and bright, not a sign of disturbance or harm. He closed down his view of 𝐃𝐨𝐽 and commanded another view to open. This view was that of the wastelands. He viewed no life there except that of the gases from the bubbling swamps and a few crows circling needlessly for food that they surely would not find. He moved his screen to give himself a bird's-eye view of the entire wasteland, and this too was desolate. Naomi thought it was almost too calm. It seemed almost too calm everywhere. With his screen still scoping from a bird's-eye widescreen view, he continued to move the screen to show what was happening toward the west and into the desert lands. Again, there seemed to be nothing but a yellow desert, with its heat radiantly permeating off of the sand. 𝐼𝐸 kept scrolling the screen across, and he studied every inch of the screen as he did. He was looking for tiny signs of life, any movement at all that might indicate what was happening in dark places. Just as he scrolled one last scroll before he gave up, he jolted in his seat. An enormous mass had come into the screen. Even from screening the desert from such a distance away in his lens, the great mass filled the screen. This is what had alarmed 𝐼𝐸 the most. He was viewing this from at least 100 kilometers above, and what had come into view on his screen was massive. It was one absolutely massive giant. Such was the size of the mass that he could make it out. It wore a brown dress that was torn and holey and held staining so prominent as to look like a pattern. The creature had thinned and barely any hair on its head, but 𝐼𝐸 could not make out the face, which was tilted, looking a few steps in front of itself and toward the ground. The thing's arms hung low at its sides, and from what he could see of its fingers, it only had a few on each hand, and both were in tight fists. As the monster moved along the desert sands, its bare feet left excessively enormous foot and toe prints. Each toe was spread widely apart, and the heels left deep imprints on the ground. 𝐼𝐸 requested that his screen give him measurements of the monster that he saw on the screen and the depth of the imprints left in the desert sand. 𝐼𝐸 wanted to record every measurement of the creature, including the depth and breadth of every digit and even of its hair strands. His trusty crystal screen also complied with every diameter and weight measurement, including the approximate weight of the attire that it wore and its material. According to the calculations of the crystal screen, it seemed to be made of a rare material, bark, only to be found in the Valley of 𝐸𝐿𝐵. Once this rare bark had been turned into a garment of any kind, and it was placed on anything living, it could be removed, and the object, therefore, became the property of 𝐸𝐿𝐵, or 𝐸𝐿𝐵's rulers, at least. If there was a known way to remove this garment, it was this realm's best-kept secret. To 𝐼𝐸, who had heard of such a giant, but never considered one to be in actual existence, it concluded that this had to be the handiwork of Alastor. 𝐼𝐸 just had to figure out the purpose for which the giant had been released. 𝐼𝐸 kept his eyes glued on the screen and watched. The giant was not heading east in their direction. It appeared to be heading north. Now, 𝐼𝐸 had to ask why. 𝐼𝐸 got up out of his chair with his eyes still fixated on the screen, and he walked to his house, only not before he tapped on a tree with his own secret code. Even before fully entering his front door, 𝐿ura greeted him as she stood leaning against a wall with one leg crossed over the other. She was eyeing 𝐼𝐸 with a cocked eyebrow. 𝐼𝐸's eyes never left his screen as he addressed 𝐿ura. "This is an extraordinary thing. What do you know of it?" 𝐼𝐸 rightly assumed 𝐿ura knew of what he spoke. "I know that there is an army of them somewhere in the deserts. They are deep underground. The Great Spirit says that this one is not supposed to be loosed yet, and its course is not a kind one. It has been awoken out of turn and before its time. This is due to young Guthrie. That Keeper of the Wind is the innocent culprit, and the one this aggressor seeks." 𝐼𝐸 arched his eyebrows and shifted his gaze towards 𝐿ura, a hint of surprise mixed with shock evident on his face. "Guthrie?" 𝐼𝐸's astonishment was thinly veiled, revealing his unexpected action. What we have gathered about 𝐸𝐻𝑟A's scheme is that it follows a specific sequence, with each plan unfolding in a predetermined order. However, the release of this giant, contrary to 𝐸𝐻𝑟A's plan, occurred out of sequence. Thus, the Great Spirit felt a compelling need to observe and witness this anomaly. and through the eye of the giant, the Great Spirit beheld what had transpired. Naim watched Allura inquisitively. His old, wise eyes looked softly at her, and he said nothing, just waiting for her to continue speaking. Interestingly, what is not known is how Guthrie knew about the hut, and how he came to be there, in the main hut. Naomi nodded once and turned his attention back to the screen before him as he eyed the giant monster who just kept trudging forward, one gigantic footstep at a time, seemingly with no direction and with no major movement to its body except for its forward motion. "Do we know why it is heading north?" Allura shook her head. "We do not. Its cycloptic eye has shut down, and it appears that it is moving almost in a mindless or hypnotic state toward where it is going. All we can do is watch and observe for now. If I were you, Naomi, I would be rallying the troops and preparing them for who knows what." Naomi, with no expression on his face, looked at Allura momentarily before observing the screen again. Naomi and Allura spoke for a few moments longer before saying their goodbyes, and Naomi decided to let peace be the way for the rest of the day. He had heard Allura, but determined that 3 needed to be rested for tomorrow. He would call a meeting, and there would be worried enough on the morrow. At least for now. For the remaining afternoon, and well into the evening, merriment and frivolity would be the main course of the day. Worry ferried Neem's brow a little. He knew that Qiqi was on her own course for now, and that the other 3 were still so new and green and had no leader. At this point, they only had themselves to rely on in battle. They were about to be thrust into their first real challenge, with an enemy that before today was only folklore. It would be an accurate statement to say that Naomi was worried, and that he himself had decided that for the first time in a very long time, he would find himself at war, and most likely in the throngs of physical battle himself. Those 𝐬𝐮𝐿 could not be expected to go into war alone, particularly against something for which they were not prepared and had no battlefield training. "Where art thou, wanderer, going?" The giant had just enough presence of mind and awareness to turn off its cycloptic eye. What the giant could not know was whether it had a gut, animalistic instinct, or enough intelligence of the mind to do so, or even whether it was another force to which the giant would never be privy to who controlled the giant's own eye. What the giant knew was that it did not want to be followed or disturbed. Also, what the giant knew was that it was its own sense of revenge which was driving it to one inevitable conclusion. Destroy the human. No, destroy all humans. That conclusion would be the destruction of a human cretin. The giant knew that through its own cyclops, the target at large was human and not of 𝐿𝐸𝐫𝐿, for its own cyclops eye told it so. Human flesh and 𝐿𝐸𝐵𝐿 flesh have different material compositions. The structure from the 𝐿𝐸𝐵𝐿 to the human was coarser in molecular and cellular terms. It presented more like that of a grain particle of stone viewed under a microscope than that of a pure snowflake, which would reflect an 𝐿𝐸𝐵𝐿 type of molecule or cell. The human cell was ruddier too, not as clear or translucent, and the energy force of these structures was duller in both colour and power. The giant did not understand such things. It just visually recognised that there was a difference, and knew that it could irrevocably harm one, the human, and would only, at worst, hurt with no permanent damage. An 𝐿𝐸𝐵𝐿. There was one other thing that the giant knew, and that was that it had to go north first. The giant did not know why it had to travel north, except for an almost compulsive need too. Somehow, the giant would know once it got there. So, with one foot in front of the other, the giant trudged on, one supersized step in front of the other, onwards to an unknown destination for an unknown reason. A course, off course, of course. a heavy and undistinguished thud which caused the ground to shake in certain parts of the wastelands, could not be ignored by anybody anywhere. The noise especially could not be ignored by 𝐸𝐻𝐿. 𝐸𝐻𝐿's face was almost literally green. His mind was barely computing what was transpiring before his own eyes. These giants could not stir themselves awake, not even 𝐷𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿, who was now wandering around in the nomad land. 𝐷𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 was one of a small family of self-aware giants, the only self-aware giants anywhere in this stratosphere. She did not possess the ability to escape, let alone wake herself up. His chest was heaving with rapidness. This wasn't supposed to happen. Things are out of order. They can't. They mustn't be out of order. His blue eyes were almost grey before he even finished his thought, and he was feeling an undiluted petulance toward 𝐷𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿. She had awoken from her hibernation and released herself from her bondage. How the hell did she do that? A guttural noise came deep from within his chest, and the sound so low but screechy powered with velocity through the walls of the operations room. Now, being readily accustomed to the ways of the master, the creatures that had found permanent habitat within the walls and ceiling scurried further into the crevices, for they recognized their woeful master's lament. They had watched what was transpiring right before their very eyes many a time before, if they were privileged to live long enough. Otherwise, there were tales aplenty to share with new inhabitants. Every one of them knew that when the master's eyes turned grey, he could see things that he should not see, like their very selves, who resided on the walls and ceiling. These creatures of lament knew that imminent, though not immediate, destruction would come in all manner of ways to the creatures of the walls and ceiling. These creatures of insects and vermin and many foul things had no escape from these walls and ceilings, and they knew they lived where they did for sport for their master. A little three-legged critter would find its fate today, and it recoiled its fat body as far back into the double-layered brickwork as possible. It was now too fat to scurry, and had been bred and designed to be that way, that every morsel of food it ate would cause it to become a fraction more rotund. Regardless of what the creature ate, there was no way its little body could reverse its weight. Even if it starved to death, it would die due to the strain on its organs from the weight that it carried. So, whether the master watched him die a long death by way of food, or took his life by the artistry of the master's own hand and mind, the creature would find its end. Its black hair turned as grey as the master's eyes fell upon it. The reason for the recoil and its instantaneous loss of colour was that its very master's eyes bored through the bricks right into the critter's very soul. The critter squeaked and cried at the sight of its master's grin, for the master's usually perfect features of red lips and white teeth were now bare and gangrenous. Master slobbered feverishly and chattered his razor-sharp teeth together as he reached through the wall. The critter had watched this happen to too many friends and foes, for not only was he designed to be fat, but he was also designed to grow attached to other critters, for the pleasure of the master to watch and feel its woe as the critter watched with woeful sorrow companion after companion going to their doom. And now it was the critter's turn, and he trembled and wailed. It recognized that its master got like this when something did not go his way, and the more his plans turned awry, the more grievous the master's behaviour. Master seemed more agitated than normal, and the little critter squeaked repeatedly as the master's crotchety hand with his supernaturally elongated rotting talons entered through the bricks as easily as though one was reaching through a puddle of water. The dark bricks rippled. The fat little critter could faintly hear every living thing scurry about for prospective hiding places, and in their panic they did not know that the target had already been chosen. They were scurrying in every direction, and then, with lightning quickness, Cold Bones snatched the critter in the palm, enveloping its entire body within the master's palm. It took a while for the scurrying creatures to realize the target had succumbed to its fate. The little but obese three-legged critter knew it was not his fate to die yet. Yes, he would die. It was just a case of when, not if, this was the genuine fear. It really depended on the master how arduous a demise the fat little creature would be. The more agitated the master was, and the more vile the nature of his mood was, the more directly correlated it was to how much fun he would have with his pet. And the little creature understood this, and fainted in the palm of the master's hand. Its master, knowing this, used his own thumb to almost affectionately massage the fat little creature's heart to awaken him, and he kept massaging the little fat creature's heart so that it did not succumb to fainting again. Back through the bricks, the master's hand retreated, and he lifted the fat little creature to sniff him. The fat little creature did what it could recoil back into the palm of the master's hand at the foul smell of putridity coming from the mouth of its master. Its master continued massaging. The little creature's heart meant that its little dark eyes stared. It was too scared to look at the master, and also too scared not to look into the rotting abyss of black and green flesh that constituted some kind of semblance of a mouth, as the master lifted the little creature up to its mouth. Tingling nerves and burning sensations coursed through the creature's body. Its muscles weighed down like lead balloons, but its heart refused to give in as the master continued to massage. The master would not let him faint, let alone pass away, and he walked his way through the control centre and through a thick metal grey door into a room of unbearable rotting stench. The room had never seen natural light or fresh air since it was built. With a deep sense of satisfaction and a shiver of delight, the master entered a dull room and closed the door behind him. The creatures that resided in the walls and ceiling of this particular room laughed raucously and let out maniacal screeches of delight, which sounded remarkably like that of a hyena. The more the fat little creature whimpered in sorrow or screamed out with fractured woe, the more the creatures scurried around and laughed and delighted themselves. Eventually, and after an exceptionally long while, the woe and sorrow of the fat little creature had taken its toll, and not even the best efforts of the master could keep the fat little creature alive for more than a few pulses. Because of its weak heartbeats, the little creature could no more feel pain despite the master's best efforts, for every nerve was damaged beyond redemption and could not be revived for more games, and not another part of the small fat little creature could be any further caressed. Despite its own pitiful state of barely resembling more than a tattered and burnt and broken-bodied toy, torn almost limb from limb, the fat little creature, with its last pitiful breaths, looked upon its master with a sense of love, knowing it had fulfilled its master's good pleasure and completed its service to its master. The master brought the little creature to his cracked and festered lips, and through the eyeballs of the creature sucked out the last bit of life, and with it the emotional and mental state of the little fat creature, along with organ, bone, and flesh. The master slurped and sucked with gusto, every bit of the creature leaving only the skin and fur. He laughed maniacally, and from the walls and the ceiling, a cacophony of maniacal hyenic laughter joined him. The master threw his head back, and his body gyrated as he did so, and he exhaled as his crazy grey eyes stared with euphoria at the ceiling. He suddenly became very still for more than a moment or two, and then his breathing became deep and settled. He stood in this posture as his hair grew thick and blonde again, and his skin became pale and like porcelain and perfect without blemish. His posture became upright and his muscles firm. Cloth of fine silk formed a silver tunic over his torso, and black silk pants covered his legs. The tortured black leather of unknown origin formed boots for feet and shins. His eyes turned steely blue, and his teeth were straight and white, and his lips were red. Hindra stood for a moment or two, making sure that the transformation was complete, and then looked at a full-length mirror that stood next to his pleasure devices, and stared upon his own image. Self-satisfaction and personal adulation flashed across his eyes for a moment. He was perfect again. He banged yet another door on the opposite side of the black door and screeched to whatever stood on the side, "Clean up! I won't have any traces of blood or guts." Before whatever or whoever entered the room to lick, chew, and slobber up the mess, Hindra was back in the control room. He was now clear-headed, revived, calm, and ready to tackle whatever mishap had occurred with Tuppence, on adventure by way of a tune. "Don't go down to the woods today. You're sure of a big surprise." This childish song had been a solid and thorough earworm in Brooke's ear all day. Well, since the town meeting had occurred 2 days previously, she really could not remember. Nothing Brooke did would get this stupid song out of her head. "Well, we are all going into the woods today, ready or not." Brooke was both excited and trepidatious. Trepidatious because she was heading into battle for the first day and not doing it alone, and excited about it because she was not doing it alone. "It all makes sense in my mind." Brooke was putting her backpack onto the end of the bed to pack it up just as she heard a tapping at her door. Bridie walked in, without waiting for an invitation, and she sat on the bed just next to the backpack. "Hey, kiddo!" Brooke gave her a little smile. "Are you all packed up?" Bridie nodded, her thick and wild red ringlets falling over her eyes again. "Are you nervous, Bridie?" Brooke eyed her. She looked so young still. Bridie shrugged. "Not really. I suppose that I should be, but I'm not." "Well, at least you know that you think that you should be a little scared. I'm not sure how I should be feeling. I thought that giants were just a myth, which is a bit dumb, I reckon, considering where we are and what each of us can do." Brooke narrowed her eyes at Bridie a bit as she continued packing. What happens when you get older is that it gets harder to believe in the impossible sometimes, even when it is happening before your very eyes, which is the joy and magic of childhood. It is much easier to believe in the impossible. When you get older and the impossible happens, it comes with mental and emotional complications. She smiled at Bridie, who sat glued to every word. "The brilliant thing about you at your age is that you will get to grow older having already been in this stuff, and hopefully the wonderment of it all stays with you until you're old and grey and telling your grandchildren all sorts of fantastical stories." Brooke's eyes shone as she continued. "And your grandchildren will be glued to your storytelling, and they want to hear more stories. You insist that they are true. But as they grow, the looks of disbelief will grow. But they always want to hear the stories anyway, even if they insist that they don't. And your eyes will twinkle, Bridie, because you know better." The pair laughed and were interrupted by a knock on her door. "There you are, you two." It was a townsman who was coming with them on their journey. "We are ready to head out in about 15 mins. See you in the courtyard." "We will be there shortly. Thanks for telling us." The townsman nodded and left. Both Brooke and Bridie looked at each other and took a deep breath. "Let's not think about it, Brooke." Brooke reached out to tussle Bridie's hair. "I wholeheartedly agree. Let's go by your room and get your backpack." Brooke put hers on her shoulders and exited the room. Walking along the cobbled walkway, Brooke noticed Bridie side-eyeing a boy about her age. It was the first time Bridie had seen him since her first encounter in the town of 𝐬𝐿, and he had caused her no end of strife regarding her cup of coffee, and Bridie was still reeling about it. Bridie looked a little red-faced and a little wide-eyed at the sight of him. Brooke grinned to herself. The boy did not seem to see Bridie, or if he did, he sure was not letting her know. Brooke whispered, "Who's that?" "A loud and very, very clumsy person." She turned to Brooke with a slightly panicked expression and then whispered with a slightly desperate panic, "He has a backpack. He better not be coming with us. That will be a disaster." Brooke said nothing. She just smiled as they walked through the door of Bridie's room. As Bridie was collecting her bag, Brooke could hear a tune. It was the same tune that had been stuck in her head. "If you go down to the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise." Brooke stepped out of the doorway and snapped her head around. As quickly as she did that, the voice was gone, and she could see no sign of anyone. Bridie snapped Brooke out of her thoughts. "Come on, Brooke, let's go down to the woods." Bridie put her arm in Brooke's, and Brooke looked over at her, a little perplexed, and nodded. "Damn earwig!" Brooke, as sure as eggs, would not let a silly childhood song spook her, and so she put it out of her mind. She tried to put a new song in her mouth and sang quietly in her own mind, and could not think of another tune, and one from a favourite childhood movie with her own twist. "We're off to slay the giant, that massive giant of Oz. Only a small concern and a mild worry." Gigi had been humming a tune as she walked. It helped her ignore the pain in her tendons and the soreness in her hips. She was determined to get to that smokestack on foot. It was the constant visuals of Martha, her neighbour, and her agility in her mind that spurred Gigi to persist on her journey. Something in Gigi needed this journey to be a physical one, with the least supernatural intervention possible. Supernatural intervention was certainly going to be required at the smokestack, that was for sure, but until then, she would rely on her smarts and physicality as much as she was able. Of the journey, everything had been mostly unremarkable, except for an altercation with Typhon, which she mostly used to by now after these years. He popped up every now and again to let her know that he was around. Then she came across 𝐼𝐸𝐾, which troubled her somewhat. Coming across her like that in the river, and in such an unusual faraway spot, so far from home. Gigi had not felt good about leaving her there. In Gigi's mind, 𝐼𝐸𝐾 was stuck due to some kind of curse from Alastair and his cronies, and if she could just snuff out the power of the smokestack, then 𝐼𝐸𝐾 may be free to find her place in the sky again. That was her hope and reasoning anyway. She did not want to ask 𝐼𝐸𝐾, but hoped against hope that 𝐼𝐸𝐾 was not disintegrating underwater. 𝐼𝐸𝐾's golden colour was faded ever so slightly, and this probably would not even be detected by an untrained eye. It worried Gigi some, though. A fading of colour meant that a star's stardust particles were softening and therefore breaking down. This process took quite a while, and whoever did this to 𝐼𝐸𝐾 had wanted to see her die a slow and arduous death, and by placing her in the clear water of that stream, the guilty culprit wanted to view it. The more Gigi thought about it, the more she concluded that this would be the handiwork of Typhon, a despicable cretin he is. He would do whatever he could to torment her and keep her attention. This she knew for certain, and of it there could never be any doubt. Gigi sang "The Teddy's Bear's Picnic," again to avail her thoughts. "If you go down to the woods today, you'd better go in disguise, for every bear that ever was will gather there for certain." And onwards she sang, watching bluebirds and butterflies, repeating the entirety of the song at least 3 times over, for Gigi did truly love the song. So, onwards, she walked, feeling much cheerier as she sang, and much less pained in her body too. For today looked like it might be a good day. So, onwards, she hobbled in a westwardly direction, and along that winding brown sandy road, under a pristine blue sky, singing many melodies with joy. A curious study. The group that left the village of Name consisted of the 3 keepers, Nay, me, and 6 other townsfolk. These townsfolk were all tasked differently. A portly little chef, simply known as Chef, had volunteered himself for cooking despite there being little or no need for this, as all it took was a click of the fingers for great meals to be present. The prospect of good old-fashioned home cooking was far too much to resist, and the vote was to have a chef come along for the ride. It had seemed that the middle-aged fellow just wanted a little adventure in his life, and 𝐸𝐵 was happy to oblige. There were also 2 fighters, trained in all sorts of arts, both natural and supernatural, who were present as watchmen and protectors. One who went by the name of Trippy, and he was a big barrel-chested older man, was also trained up for any medical requirements that needed to be tended to, both natural and supernatural, for it could not be known what may be truly required on such a journey. The second of the pair was called Tricky, much trimmer than Trippy, though certainly on his way to being barrel-chested too. He was named Tricky because that is exactly what he was, tricky. The last member of the group was a body, barely a young man. He was tasked with setting up and packing up camps. There was quite often a need for the good folk of 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐷, when they engaged in a war, to not indulge certain talents, but to use good old-fashioned physical labour, to not attract attention or any enemy forces. So, this 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐿 was entrusted with the physical labour often left to those with plenty of energy. This 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐿 was no other than the bane of Bridie's existence. The coffee-tasting destroyer was how she had labelled him in her mind, and for the life of her, she did not know how he was going to put together a campsite when he could not even manage a cup of coffee on his own. When she discovered he was part of their unit, her shoulders slumped, and she just kept shaking her head and avoided him as much as she possibly could. If he noticed, he sure did not say. He just chattered his head off to whoever would listen to him. The team had been walking for the entire day, heading toward the northeast. At their last check-in, the giant had been still heading north. Neither the soldiers nor 𝐸𝐵 had identified conclusively why the giant had continued its northward trek. The Northlands contained nothing but barrenness, not snow nor desert, not heat nor cold, just a lot of barren ground. Every time they checked in with the giant, they could not even tell the distance it had made, nor could they determine exactly where he was. There was not a single marker anywhere, not a shrub, not even a stone, and there was not anything even on the horizon when they scanned the perimeter to make any markers. All they could determine was how far the giant had travelled. That was it. No one, to the best of anyone's knowledge, even knew how far north was, because no one had ever travelled that far, not even by riding on Wendy in the wind in rapid gusts. The farthest point that had been reached was 1 billion kilometres, and at that point, all the favours of 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐷 seemed to cease. No food, water, shelter, or other elements could be called upon after that point. All of the residents of 𝐟𝐸𝐫𝐷 surely could not carry enough food and water, and if they could carry that much food, most of it would not be edible anymore. The giant had walked over 100,000 kilometres. This team knew this for certain, for 𝐸𝐵 had the calculations. What 𝐸𝐵 did not know was how on earth they would catch up to the giant, and he had been questioning whether his mission was futile, since the giant had covered so much ground in such a short period of time. The giant had only gone 10,000 miles when he had first called the meeting. He questioned whether they were travelling for naught and, in the end, decided even if the mission were futile, the training exercises would be invaluable for everyone. Everyone, including himself, needed to know how to both magically and non-magically survive. The rumours circulating around about 𝐸𝐻𝐿 surpassing his father in ruthlessness were true. They could leave no stone unturned and had to know to live manually. The team guards, tippy and tricky, used the terms premier power, low power, and no power in referencing skills with or without the power of 𝐿𝐵𝐫𝐿. This time together as a team would be great for honing skills of low and no power, which is exactly what they did that day. After travelling on foot for most of the day, the team set up camp. Bridie went straight to making a couple of campfires, one to sit by and one to cook on for Chef. She most definitely was not entrusting the coffee-wrecking boy with the task. Who knows what he would do to the campfires? Brooke, instead of multiplying the water, took the task and walked to the stream to collect water in buckets. Guthrie did not employ Wendy the Wind for any task, for she was not needed. They would make do with the stillness that surrounded them. 𝐸'𝐵 sat back in his trusty chair, which he had somehow managed to carry with him. This was a topic of conversation that came up later that evening, after he had found a nice oak tree to bed down for the night. For no one had seen 𝐸'𝐵 even carrying the chair for the entire trip, and no one else had carried it either. It was not so much the mystery of how he carried it, but more about where he carried it. In fact, the curiosity of it all had caused the team to lay bets on exactly where on his person or elsewhere the chair resided when it was not in use. They just were not sure what to bet yet. The team concluded that it was more about bragging rights anyway. Daytime moved to evening and evening to nighttime, and they all found themselves asleep as the moon rose high and the starry night sky shone. Their sleep came early and was rich and full, and not one of them stirred except for the occasional snore or snort, and all dreamed well despite curiosity lurking behind tree and bush and even screen. Sleep well, my friend. Sleep well, my foe. Zillah had been watching 𝐸'𝐵 and his little minions, and he had been especially watching Brooke. She was asleep now by the stream from which she had collected the water. He was curious. She could have just multiplied her own water, but she did not. She collected it. In fact, they all did their own tasks by their own hand. Since the privacy shield had been lifted, most of Zillah's time had been in observance. It was all of them that he was interested in. That was true. All of their crazy and curious behaviour was definitely to be marvelled at. It was Brooke, that human girl he was most curious about. Of course, he had noticed her hiding and watching him. He had never experienced someone who seemed so affected by him and not horrified or repulsed. It was not his green eyes, perfect jaw, dark hair, or lithe frame that repulsed people. It was who he belonged to that did. The usual response toward him was often one of disdain or hatred, and because of this, Zillah hammed it up and behaved as everyone had expected him to. Everyone but Brooke. She had never spoken to him, but her countenance was always soft and fragile around him, and she was forever curious about him. She liked to watch him, this he knew. So now he watched her back as she slept soundly by the stream as one hand dangled in the water. He cocked his head as he sat cross-legged beside her, unsure of himself. Tomorrow would be a big day, a shocking day. He had already seen it. He did not know his own role in it. Would he be a friend or foe to her or her friends? He could not know at this point. Dream well, Brooke. I shall be here tomorrow, either friend or foe. He stood and flew off into the dark night. A day, oh, what a day. The team woke to the smell of fresh meat, berries and pancakes, and everyone devoured their breakfast well. All were in good spirits. They all bathed, changed and packed up, ready to continue on their journey. Regardless of how fruitless the chase for the giant would be, everyone was keen on the challenge. Brooke and Guthrie were particularly animated, with Guthrie surfing Wendy like a surfboard through the air, and Brooke running beside him. Without so much as consulting her, he grabbed her upper arm and whipped her onto the board in front of him. Wendy formed a handrail in front of her to hang on to, and they flew through the woods and dodged the trees at a super fast pace. Brooke was laughing with elation and excitement, and this egged Guthrie on to kick into another gear of recklessness, which elated them both again. Both Brooke and Guthrie were in the throes of laughter when Wendy pulled to an abrupt stop. It was so abrupt that both passengers fell to the ground and winded themselves. The pair lay on the ground, gasping for air. Wendy changed shape and took the form of a shield, and still the pair were on the ground recovering. It was Guthrie's first to notice the unusual sound of something like a sharp, whooshing, stinging kind of sound, and he managed to lift his head to see arrows ricocheting off the force field created by Wendy. It still took him a moment to sit up on his elbows, but he did so, and he glanced to see what condition Brooke was in. She, too, seemed to be in recovery mode, and was sitting upright, also looking at the flying arrow. She whispered in a breathy voice, "Can you see where or who they are coming from?" "Wendy!" cried Guthrie sharply. "Who is shooting those arrows?" "Hindra's brother's army." Guthrie got to his feet and scanned the area. He could see no one or anything, just the arrows flying thick and fast. He was thankful Wendy was so powerful against them. Brooke was up on her feet now and looking around for the same thing Guthrie was, which was where the enemy was and what they looked like. She was up on her feet, but still a little woozy. Guthrie noticed this. He also noticed that not 10 meters behind Brooke, the ground seemed to be forming a hole in it, a black hole with a swirling wind of colour, which he knew was not under his control. The hole was making a loud whirring and whumping sound, and it was only getting more powerful. He checked for Brooke, but before he could get to her, Brooke stepped backwards, not knowing that the vortex was behind her. She felt the loss of ground under her heel. She felt her heel reach the end of sturdy safety, and discovered itself looming over the edge of the ratcheting cauldron of doom. Her left heel, slipping with such force and jolt, caused her calf to pull away at itself, and she screamed at the feeling of a rip of muscles and tendons. She was sure that she had torn her soft tissue clean apart. This caused her leg to buckle, and her toes gave way. And they were the first of her body parts to slip and submit themselves to the jagged inside edge of the abyss, and as she scraped the toe of her shoe, the top of her foot succumbed to the same fate, causing the skin to be scratched where the tongue of her shoes ceased, and almost in the same moment, her shin found a jagged bit of rock, which seemed to hunt and desire to tear at the skin of her shin, as her mangled leg was the first part of her to enter the blackness. The knee on her good leg gave way under shock and the sheer force of agony at the crippling of her left leg. This buckling caused the rest of her to fall in a backward motion, with no possibility of reaching out for the edge, as her arms flailed backwards behind her head as she fell backwards. Brooke knew that, with all of the noise about her, Guthrie was fighting tooth and nail to get to her, could not hear her scream, nor know what was happening behind him. He understood now that the arrows were not more than a decoy to get the vortex in motion, to suck them away to who knows where. Brooke felt herself submitting to the blackness beneath her, and all semblance of hope was sucked out of her at a rate difficult for her to fathom. Very quickly, she felt the awe of hopelessness envelop her, especially as the bleakness she now inhabited grew into greater blackness, and the air thinned out about her, and she felt like she was sucking in damp rock dust and not air. This time, her resistance to the darkness was waning, and she felt helpless to fight it. As she felt herself falling with what felt like breakneck speed, the nauseousness in her stomach was causing vomit to form, and the pain from the velocity of speed brought to her torn-up left leg was at such a point that her face had turned ashen and she was forming a feverish sweat. Brooke was on the verge of passing out while vomit was rising up through her esophagus, and she felt herself shiver with cold and fever. With the weakest and most mouse-like of a barely audible whisper, Brooke tried to mouth the word, "Water, Hell. The beads of sweat on her face and the spittle coming from her mouth obeyed her command, even without her finishing her request. The drops of salty sweat and her spittle elongated their own droplets, and then multiplied themselves to create a salty pool of water underneath her. Brooke had passed out as the water had formed itself into a pool underneath her. The water multiplied itself to become a pool so deep and warm. Her spittle and the salty sweat from her skin were enough to keep her buoyant on the surface of the pool, and to keep her firmly secure enough, and in one position, to soften any further blow. Brooke's pool of water was not enough to slow the force with which they were descending, so the pool of water created a little door and vortex to suck her through. She kept falling for what felt like forever, and was virtually faint with it. She was not sure she could stay conscious for any extra length of time, because what remained of the very air around her felt like it had been sucked out of her lungs. Even her lungs, as strong as they were, felt like razors, and she could feel herself gasping for breath. This desperate need to fill her lungs with oxygen was the only thing keeping her in a conscious state. She could feel tears in her eyes, welling up from the physical pain that she was in, but felt too weak to cry out. Her limbs were feeling like jelly, and pins and needles could be felt throughout her extremities. The only thing that she could be grateful for was that the water beneath her felt like a soft cushion and was a soothing presence on her body. Brooke was not even sure that she could be grateful for this. On the one hand, the water had soothed and caressed her bones and soft tissue, and she had relished the comfort and bliss. The caressing and cushioning of the water contrasted with the agony that she felt in her leg and her chest and lungs, which were tensing and tightening almost beyond measure. The keeper of the water was in a pure state of both pleasure and pain, and her conscious mind did not know which signal to invest itself in as she found herself in these extreme states. This was causing duress in her mind, and a desperate sense of loss in her heart. Her thoughts were being broken up into little pieces which she could not piece together. Her mind was fracturing, and she could not know it enough to know this was occurring. A discordant symphony of mixed signals plagued her body and mind. Her thoughts were moving from the distinct knowledge that she did not know if she was asleep or awake, or in a soft, comfortable waterbed, or having her chest and lungs ripped out and her leg being flayed. Brooke stared at the black abyss above her. Her breath quickened further. Adding to her strain with worsening anguish was that she could feel a panic attack beginning to rise, causing a further tightening in her chest and giving adequate cause for her fingers and hands to seize up because of her tightening knuckles and the early sensations of pins and needles. Brooke was defeated, and she would never know the level of delirium that was taking its toll on her. In her helplessness, her subconscious mind tried to subdue her with an alternate reality. She was beginning to see whirls of colour in front of her eyes, and all kinds of peculiar shapes and objects, which she could not identify in her current condition. She continued to stare into the blackness, whilst she watched the coloured and unfamiliar shapes form. These forms morphed into shapes and objects like the fairy floss that she loved so much from childhood. Then she could see the morphing of unusual blobs and colours begin to form the white wooden horses of a carousel which she too remembered from her years as a toddler. These were some of the first memories that she could recall. Her father had ridden on with her on a white dappled horse that slowly gyrated as it went around the merry-go-round. She could remember the tinkle of a little tune that played. She remembered smiling at her mum as she went around for a second time, and Brooke remembered that her mum smiling back at her had delighted her so much that she bounced up and down on her bottom, barely able to contain her excitement. And then, in an instant, the memory had gone, and she was back falling into the abyss. And then Brooke was back in her own reality, and her very real duress was almost too much to bear. She wanted to cry out and sob and forget where she was, and go back to that place so badly. She wanted to break out of this torturous place of both agony and soothing. She couldn't relieve her emotional pain by crying out for the agony, and she couldn't relieve her emotional agony by lashing out with the physical body. All she could do was endure, and Brooke, the keeper of the water, the great water-bearer that she was supposed to be, was nothing more than a pile of dead, but living meat, with a soul who seemed to have no redemption. All that could be left to be done in Brooke's mind was to give herself peace and rest. For fleeting moments, she could think of one way to achieve her task. She had to channel her failing mind and use any strength that she could to be the source of her own relief. All that she needed to do was to channel her own mind enough and focus long enough to draw her hand to her mouth and nose. If nothing else, it gave Brooke something to focus on if she could only lift an arm against the velocity with which she fell. So, Brooke managed to channel her thoughts on the sweet relief her hand would bring once she brought it to her mouth and nose. Channeling her thoughts helped ease part of the agony that she felt. She did not know how long she had been descending into the abyss. She could not tell whether it was moments or hours or even days, and was not even aware of how much delicious relief came at the mere thought of her willing demise into self-depreciation, that the mere thought of this relief sent her almost into an unconsciousness. And then, whack! She felt herself involuntarily landing on something, though she couldn't tell what. Her neck landed on what she vaguely thought was a bar or log, and she felt her neck and her larynx jar. She also felt the legs, or rather, the back of her knees, land on the same kind of log or apparatus, and she let out a scream of pain as her leg landed. Her eyes widened and expressed a myriad of emotions in a mere millisecond as her eyes landed for a millisecond on a hooded face that she could not make out. In that very quick second, she did not know what she saw exactly, or even if what she saw was real. Brooke, with her left lower leg torn, looking like an animal, had torn her flesh and, with her muscles like jelly, passed out. Breath barely passed through her lips from her worn-out lungs. Guthrie watched her fall, horrified, knowing that there was not a damn thing that he could do about it. The vortex was still whirring and whumping, and his own head was throbbing. Wendy was still staving off the arrows in front of him, and he was again helpless and out of his depth. He and Brooke had taken off so far in front of the rest of the team that unless there was cause for concern, it would be hours before help came. So, again, there was Guthrie once again, helpless and under the shelter and protection of Wendy, who stood faithfully as a shield, and he listened despondently and felt wretchedly helpless as one by one the arrows flew without relent. And he could just hear the clinking sound as they hit the shield, as the open vortex with its swirling myriads of colour had swallowed and sucked up. Brooke was inching larger and larger before his own eyes. He could do nothing at the moment but retch his guts up repeatedly right where he stood. All was jolly and fine with the rest of the time. All were regaling stories of times gone by as they walked their journey, once the stories had subsided. Bridie had even managed to coerce all into singing, "If you go to the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise." She had taught everyone the words to the song and convinced them all to sing it, even the big burly guards, because she said it had been stuck in her ear like an earworm for days and days now, and if they sang it all together, they might rid her of her ailment. And so for her sake and love of Bridie, with both baritone and sonata, they sang the song long and loud and for many a mile in front of them, to be continued